It's lunch break time for the construction workers on the rooftop. The rest of the guys are inside watching Cubs pregame live. Hello and welcome to Cubs pregame live alongside former Cubs reliever Dan Plesac. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Time to take a bite out of the Big Apple. It's Chicago against New York on both sides of town today. The Mets are at Wrigley. The Yankees are on the south side. We have both games for you in high definition right here on Comcast Sportsnet. But let's talk about the Northsiders right now. The Cubs have a chance to finish their homestand 7-1, and Dan, this team's been fun to watch.
They've been fun to watch, Luke, and this, I think what you're seeing is what you were expecting coming out of spring training, a offense that's built around hitting some home runs, scoring some runs. But I think what you're seeing that's different between this April and April of 2007, a very patient approach, hitting behind runners, going first to third, getting the big hit when they need it, but it all starts and stops with the pitching. The starting pitching has really picked it up, and this will be a big test today for Ted Lilly. He needs to get the wheels put back on, and if they can get Ted Lilly pitching back to the form that he was in last year in 2007, this team could go on a really long, extended run of playing good baseball.
Well, for the latest on today's matinee at Wrigley, let's go to Clark and Addison. Chris Bowden is there live. Chris, the Cubs can sweep this short series with another win today thanks to some of their young guys.
Yeah, Ronnie Cedeno and Felix Pie really came through, and this team needed it in the 8th inning of that ball game last night, in which the Cubs were 7-1 winners. And Pie is not in the lineup tonight because of that 3-run homer. Lou Piniella said before yesterday's game that Pie would get an opportunity. And his third major league home run came on the same day that minor league hitting coordinator Dave Keller was brought up to specifically work on that 143 average and that stroke and that stride, shortening it up in the batter's box because the Cubs, if PA is going to play, need him to get on base. He has hit no lower than 283 at any level during his steady rise through the minor leagues. It's just when he has been up here in the majors that he's struggled at the plate. So one of these minor league lifers, the guys who you don't hear much about that Dan Plesac is very well aware of, one of these guys who is very quiet in the background, comes and helps, and he hits that home run on the type of stroke that the Cubs just happen to be looking for. And he comes through in the 8th inning. Now, Ronnie Cedeno is a guy who knows all about learning on the fly here at the major league level, adjusting to major league pitching, even though he's not getting regular playing time. And Reed Johnson is a guy who gets playing time even though Felix Pie may be struggling. He's the guy the Cubs have been calling on as Pie continues to adjust. Both of those guys were very happy to see Pie come through, especially since they've seen how hard he's been working through this sluggish start.
He's a big league baseball player, and he's going to be here for a long time. And I think that you know, everyone is going to look back at this moment and this part of the season, hopefully a couple months from now, and just laugh at it as a thing of the past.
He's coming early yesterday, you know, work hard, you know. He's trying to fight his timing. So I think for me, Philly, he's a very good player, you know. He got every tools, so I think he got to be more comfortable himself and you know, go to a home plate, fight, and you know, try to do it his best thing, and I think he'll be okay.
Reed Johnson will lead off today and play left field. PA in the second spot in center field today. Now, despite PA's struggles, this team has been better than any in the National League at getting on base. The .364 on base percentage, second in the majors to only Boston. The Cubs have 6 regulars who have an on base percentage of 400 or better, led of course by Kosuke Fukudome, who's seeing a major league high 4.7 pitches per plate appearance. So that led to the question of involving 2 words that you normally don't see together perhaps all the time. That is patience contagious?
You see guys get on base to hit with guys on base. Everybody gets a little bit more antsy. The pitcher kind of tightens up a little bit when you got guys on base. He's not as you know, as capable of making those good pitches because he's scared to throw one in the dirt. Somebody might advance. So anytime you got people on base, it makes hitting a lot easier.
You see 1 or 2 good at-bats in a row, and I think, you know, that 3rd and 4th guy that are coming up that inning, you know, they don't want to be that guy that has that bad at-bat, and like we said, it can become contagious, and I think that's what's happened here.
And that's a little bit unusual for the Cubs to be leading the league in on-base percentage. Last time they did that was dare we say, the last time they made the World Series back in 1945. Very unusual for a free-swinging franchise, especially in this ballpark. Terrio, by the way, off again today. He said his back has been better than it was actually on Sunday when he had those 4 hits, but this is all precautionary. It's a problem he's had for a very long time. So Cedeno gets the start at shortstop once again today, and Henry Blanco giving Giovanni Soto a rest behind the plate. Catching for Ted Lilly, and you'll hear from Ted Lilly, my conversation with him, previewing today's start in just a little bit. That'll do it for now from the ballpark. Luke and Dan, back to you in the studio.
All right, Chris, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at our Feldco pitching matchup for today. Ted Lilly still looking for that first win of the season. He's going against former Pirate Nelson Figueroa. Figueroa has been pretty solid so far this season, 15 innings. The other team just hitting 135 against him. He has 14 strikeouts and just 5 walks. Meanwhile, in 4 starts, Lilly is 0-3 with a portly ERA of 9.16. But Dan, it seemed like he made some progress in that last outing. There were some signs of good things to come, hopefully.
Well, Luke, his velocity has been down 2-3 miles an hour from the onset during the game. Last year, he was touching and pitching regularly in the 88 to 91 mile an hour range. At times, a little bit more velocity, 92, 93. He didn't pitch at that velocity, but he was capable of getting there. And this year, his velocity has been down. It's been 83, 84, 85. And what it does, Luke, there's too much of a similarity in the velocity of his pitches. He has a very good overhand curveball, mixes in some off speed with his changeup. But when you're throwing 84, 85 in the curveball, there's not enough difference to keep hitters from just sitting back on one speed. And what major league hitters, when they have an idea that everything is going to, you don't have a fastball that you can throw by them. And one of the things that hitters fear the most is having a fastball thrown by them, getting jammed with a good fastball on the inner half of the plate. And if they know you don't have the ability, they can go up there looking for off-speed pitches and knowing that there's going to be enough reaction time to adjust from the fastball. And most hitters, all good hitters, hit off of the fastball. You go up there looking for a fastball to hit, adjust from there, and the really good hitters are able to keep their weight back, their hands back, and make adjustments on the fly.
Well, I know the Cubs were keeping an eye on his velocity, although Lilly said after his last start as well, you know, I got to pinpoint my location a little bit better as well. Last night, the Cubs got another solid start from Carlos Zambrano. Through 7 innings, gave up just 5 hits. And afterwards, he said that he had learned from Greg Maddux, it's not about throwing 98, it's how you locate and pitch the game. That's a mature statement out of Carlos Zambrano.
Well, it takes time, Luke, and even though Carlos Zambrano has the ability to dominate and overpower hitters, the earlier in your career that you can learn to pitch, and that is changing speeds, learning to throw a breaking ball for a strike on the first pitch, learning to throw, almost having 2 kind of off-speed pitches, having that good hard slider, but one that you can throw for a strike, 2 balls, 1 strike. Being able to throw off-speed pitches in fastball counts. And the sooner you learn that trade, it's very hard when you're a young pitcher, because coming up, organizations, it's not just the Cubs, it's every team in baseball, are looking for good, young, live arms that throw hard. But what comes with that is when you're pitching in the minor leagues, you're overpowering people, and all of a sudden you get to the major league level, and if you're only a successful pitcher because you have an overpowering fastball, 1 or 2 turns around a lineup or through the league, and the book is there out on you. So the sooner that you can incorporate learning to pitch while you have the physical strengths of having an overpowering fastball, a terrific slider like Carlos Zambrano, learning how to use those weapons while you have them. Most pitchers have to make that transformation. After they pitch 5 or 6 years, you learn how to change speeds, learn how to throw your changeup, throw a breaking ball for strikes. The earlier in your career that you can learn the craft of pitching, the better off you're going to be in the long run.
That's why it was so great to have Greg Maddux around here. Hopefully some of that seeped over and these guys were soaking in that knowledge. Much more ahead on Cubs Pregame Live. Coming up, we'll go over the lineups for this afternoon's game. And today's Cubs game is part of our Take a Bite Out of the Big Apple doubleheader on Comcast Sportsnet. This afternoon, it's the Mets and Cubs from Wrigley. Later tonight, we head to U.S. Cellular Field for the nightcap. The Southsiders take on the Yankees at 7. Comcast Sportsnet is the only place to see the big city showdown today.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off. It's our only spring window sale, but hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
Call 866 for Feldco.
So what's new?
Oh, I just got high-speed internet from AT&T. It's really fast.
Yeah? What's that like?
Kind of like that.
Experience the fastest internet for the price. Plus, get $50 cash back.
Hey, Chicagoland, looking for a career change? International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 600 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of unlimited income potential. Create your own promotion. Call IPA at 800-531-2542, weekdays between 7 and 5. Tell them you're looking for a change.
Kari Rigg is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell her story, we hired Peter Frampton.
My car was totally smashed in an accident.
Not a great way to start the morning.
And the tow truck that the police called damaged it even more.
I wanted to pull my hair out.
Geico handled everything quick and easy. It felt great.
Do you feel like I do?
Geico. Real service, real savings.
Where do I whiten? Anywhere I want.
With Listerine whitening quick dissolving strips, they dissolve away, so there's nothing to remove. No wonder more people prefer their convenience 2 to 1 over the leading whitening strip. Listerine whitening strips. Real whitening, real easy.
It's the Vacation at Home sale at the Great Escape, where you can get a family-sized pool as low as $9.99 installed. Pool packages only $14.99 installed. Check out our semi-in-ground pools as low as $159 per month. Resort-quality hot tubs from Jacuzzi and Sundance save up to $2,500. Viking hot tubs now only $34.99. Or get a Dreammaker spa now only $14.99. Only at the Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop the Great Escape.
Sports Night, every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Cubs outfielder Felix Piet taking extra batting practice out at Wrigley Field after hitting a 3-run homer last night for the Northsiders. Welcome back to Cubs Pregame Live. Luke Stuckmeyer and former All-Star reliever Dan Plesac getting ready for the Cubs and Mets today. Let's check out the lineups for this game. Reed Johnson leading off, hitting .346 in left field, filling in for Alfonso Soriano. Felix Piet will start today. He'll be in center and hopefully moving that batting average, climbing it up just a little bit. Derek Lee still red hot. .358, he'll be at first. Then it's Ramirez, Fukudome, DeRosa, Ronnie Cedeno getting the start at short, as Ryan Theriot has some back issues right now. Henry Blanco will be behind the plate, and Ted Lilly is your pitcher. Now, the Cubs brought up minor league hitting coordinator Dave Keller yesterday, as Chris Bowden was telling us to work with Felix Piet on a more compact swing. Dan, if the Cubs keep scoring all these runs like this and Piet can play great defense like he always does, I'd say they can afford to let him learn for a while.
You know, sometimes, Luke, when you're comfortable with an instructor, somebody in the minor leagues that you trust as a player, and every player, every position player coming up has that one guy in the minor leagues that they tell you something, and the way they explain it, you can slow things down, you understand, and you could have some of the greatest hitting coaches in baseball have never had storied major league careers, and for whatever reason, you have a connection. And some of the best pitching coaches that I've ever had in my career weren't necessarily 15-year major league veteran pitchers, but they were guys that struggled to make it in the minor leagues, to get a cup of coffee in the major leagues, and they had a very simple way of explaining not only pitches but deliveries and mechanics, and it just takes one guy that sees the entire picture of understanding what it is for a particular pitcher or player that makes him click.
Well, Gerald Perry's tried, Dusty Baker's tried, Lou Pinella's tried. Maybe this time it'll click. He's only 23 years old. Let's not forget, it's not like he's 33 and trying to learn how to hit in the majors.
It's tough, Luke, and what you're seeing with Felix Piet, you could go in every organization in Major League Baseball. There are prized prospects, both pitching and position player-wise, that have the initial shock of getting up into the big leagues, and for a variety of reasons. You're playing with great players around you every day. If you're struggling, you feel like the missing link when 4 or 5 other spots in that lineup are producing. You put a little bit of extra pressure on yourself, and it's a different game at the major league level than the minor league level. When you're a prospect in the minor leagues and you're to get to the big leagues, to work on a particular area, whether it's covering balls in the gap as an outfielder or as a pitcher, working on an off-speed pitch, not necessarily worrying about the results. So in the minor leagues, if your plan for the day is I need to learn to throw my changeup better, you're going to go out in the course of that game and throw 15 or 20 changeups and not necessarily worry about the results. Well, at the major league level, it's expected that you have the entire package, because when Lou Piniella inserts you into a lineup, he expects you to be able to hit the ball to the right side with a man on second or nobody out. He expects you to do these things, but the game moves awfully fast early on in your career.
Well, he'll be batting second again today. Patience at the plate, though, that's something Ronnie Cedeno has worked on for a couple years now. He's been really impressive the last week at working the count. He did it again last night, and then he came through with 2 strikes, and he takes it right back up the middle. I know Lou Piniella was thrilled with this at-bat.
I think that was the most important at-bat of that game last night. That broke a 2-1 game. It gave the Cubs a little bit of a cushion, a big 2-run base hit, 2-out base hit. And one of the things, and you touched on it, you're seeing this team right now that they have some parts, and I think a guy that you're starting to see now heat up is Aramis Ramirez, and I really believe that he might be the best RBI guy on this team. He was hitting in the mid-100s not too long ago, and you're starting to see him now at the 280 level. This guy is a tremendous player, and if he gets hot, he can carry a team on his back, because they're going to need somebody other than Derek Lee. Fukudomi has been a tremendous signing, but I think this guy you're looking at right here is the key, because he hits good pitching late in the game, and good RBI guys have a knack for knowing how to put the ball in play, to hit a fly ball with a man on third. The best RBI guy on this team is number 16, Aramis Ramirez.
Well, the weather's been a little bit warmer, and I know the hitters definitely like that. Let's take a look at your Mets lineup that Ted Lilly will face today. They've got some dangerous guys there. Right off the top, you have Jose Reyes, the former Cub. Angel Pagano being right today. Speaking of right, that's the guy you really got to look out for. David Wright, 343 at third base, one of the best young players in baseball.
You know what? He is never wrong, David Wright. A tremendous. You look at the Mets' left side of that infield with Reyes and David Wright. David Wright plays the game the right way. Here, Carlos Zambrano, prior to these pitches, really was moving the ball inside, outside. David Wright, a tremendous young player, and he should be, barring any injuries, one of the best third basemen in the National League for the next 10, 12 years. Can do everything, has a strong, accurate arm, covers both sides, going to his left, going to his right. Tremendous young player.
Okay, we have to take a break. Coming up after a short timeout, our Chris Bowden goes one-on-one with today's starter, Ted Lilly.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Oh, this throbbing sinus pressure. Whenever I get a cold or allergies, I need relief. I feel so congested, stuffed up. I just might blow.
The medicine in Sudafed PE relieves nasal congestion in minutes. Sudafed PE. Get your head back where it belongs.
We work really hard on our network to make sure that your phone works when you need it.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
And whoa, thanks. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
We even have engineers who live in the area.
So they can get there in a heartbeat. I like this place.
What?
Thank you
Sir.
very much.
Okay?
Yeah, you okay?
Well, just this whole falling thing.
Just a trust test. Want to see if I can trust you guys.
Oh.
I can.
Great.
I'm gonna do one more. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm not gonna do it.
A network you can trust. It's why U.S. Cellular is wireless, where you matter most.
Welcome to Lowe's. How can I help you today?
Just a sec.
Okay.
We need lots of flowers. Well, let's get started.
Welcome back spring at Lowe's with our huge selection of your area's plants and flowers, all with our 1-year plant guarantee. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Did you know you don't have to buy a pop-up camper just because of weight or cost? Relax or trail ride in 10 minutes with a self-contained trailer fifth wheel, or toy hauler from J&J Camper Sales. Truth in tow capacity, financing, and your warranty. That's the J&J Camper Sales difference. We are with you before, during, and after your RV purchase. J&J Camper Sales, Route 5, just west of the Quad City Downs in East Moline.
Ready. 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 Ready.
It can be a little awkward when your friend tells you he's been diagnosed with a mental illness. But what's even more awkward is, if you're not there for him, he's less likely to recover.
I'm here to help, man, whatever it takes.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Trying to sneak a peek at Wrigley Field, and that cab, I think that's Ronnie Woo-Woo showing up at the ball game today. Cubs and Mets coming up on Comcast Sportsnet. For more on today's pitching matchup, let's go back out to Wrigley Field. Our Chris Bowden caught up with Cubs starter Ted Lilly.
Thanks a lot. And Ted, I know the numbers aren't there the way you like them, but out of the last start, you went 6 innings, and the velocity was up too. Is that where you're drawing the most encouragement from heading into this game?
Yeah, it was a little bit better. I'm still not happy with the way that I pitched, but I feel good, and I'm confident that I'm going to get back to pitching the way that I'm capable of, and I think we'll be fine.
Some impressive ingredients in New York lineup. A couple MVP candidates, strong at the top as well, and they're 8-1 against left-handers so far this season. Why is that?
I don't know. I haven't really seen what they've done. Obviously, they've got a good team, but you know, I feel like regardless of what the lineup that I'm facing, if I throw the ball the way that I believe I'm capable of, you know, obviously they can put runs on the board, but I'm confident that I can get it done, regardless of what kind of lineup I'm facing, really. So, and you know, on the other hand, if I'm not making good pitches, you know, I think I can go down to AAA, down the minor leagues, and give up runs down there if I'm not throwing the ball well. So, I mean, there's good hitters throughout baseball. I mean, even Pittsburgh's lineup. I know that they're not playing well, but you know, if I don't make good pitches against them, it's hard to expect good results. So, but as far as tomorrow goes, I feel good about heading into tomorrow's game.
And it's been a good start for this ball club so far. Now this Mets series starting a stretch where you're facing over the next 3.5 weeks 3 teams from the West: Milwaukee, St. Louis. Is that kind of a little extra intrigue here over this next stretch of schedule for this ball club to kind of weigh where you're at?
I guess, you know, I haven't thought about it. I know my next start after this is going to be against Washington, so that's kind of, you know, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But yeah, I know we've got some good games coming up on the schedule, and we've been playing good baseball, so it certainly makes it easier for me to handle, I guess. It'd be a lot tougher, is what I'm saying, if I'm not pitching well and we're losing games on top of it. But fortunately, we're playing good baseball, and so it's going to be. It's going to be important that I start pitching well and helping us out.
All right, Ted, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Okay, you got it.
All right, let's head back to the studio.
All right, thank you, and hopefully Ted Lilly can go deep into this game. Dan, are you at all concerned about the bullpen getting overworked, because they've had a lot of work early in the season?
I mean, it's a concern, Luke, but what you see now is it looks like that Carlos Zambrano has found it. He's gotten off to a very good start. Ryan Dempster has been terrific. I think the two guys that the Cubs really need to get going are the two lefties, Rich Hill and Ted Lilly. And I think this is a big start for Ted Lilly. And he touched on it a little bit in that piece. It's not necessarily who you're pitching against. I mean, he's at a point right now where he wants to get the wheels put back on. And it doesn't matter if it's against Milwaukee, if it's St. Louis, if it's Washington, if it's the Florida Marlins. He needs to start pitching better and start to see some improvement. And the only way you can do that is to take it one start at a time. And you see hitters and you hear hitters talk about it's so easy to get into a slump, and at times so hard to get out of a slump. And it's going back to basics, trying not to put too much pressure on yourself. It's a lot easier said than done. But when you can keep the game from a pitcher's perspective simple, one pitch, one out at a time. It makes a lot easier. There's so many factors that take your attention away from that next pitch. It's about how you've pitched the last week. Can you get through the 5th inning? This is a big inning to get a win. And I think the pitchers, when you're throwing well, you get the sign, you execute a pitch, and you move on to the next hitter.
When you were playing and you were in the clubhouse and you knew another pitcher was struggling, did you go over and talk to him, or is it best to just leave a guy alone in the clubhouse?
Well, I think as a teammate, I'm sure that there are 24 guys that are pulling for Ted Lilly to get this turned around. I mean, you feel like you're on an island when you're playing with a team like this Cub team is right now, and they're firing on all cylinders offensively. You look at this team going into today's game, the Cubs have the 2nd most runs scored in the major leagues with 118 runs. Only the Arizona Diamondbacks, who have scored 120 runs, have scored more than the Cubs. The starting pitching needs to get better. Dempster and Zambrano have been terrific, but I think Ted Lilly and Rich Hill need to step it up. Jason Marquis was terrific in his last outing, so this is a big start for Ted. It's not a tell-all that this is a tremendous start, and if he doesn't pitch well today, that means that he's going to have a miserable season. And sometimes all it takes is one good inning, one big pitch, getting that ground ball double play, getting a big strikeout, and feeling good about yourself.
Certainly helps. The Cubs have been scoring 8 runs a game during this homestand. They can do that. Ted Lilly's going to feel real good about his chances. When we come back, we'll get Dan's keys to the game. Cubs pregame live continues. It's the Cubs and Mets coming up on Comcast Sportsnet.
Well, good morning.
Good night.
Now at McDonald's, I can get any 2 McGriddles for just $3.
So what's new?
Oh, I just got high-speed internet from AT&T. It's really fast.
Yeah? What's that like? Kind of like that.
Experience the fastest internet for the price. Plus, get $50 cash back.
All Ideal Garage doors are on sale during the door sale at Menards. From commercial to residential, Menards has the Ideal Garage door that you need. They're made of premium steel with a tight weather seal. This 3-star non-insulated 8x7 model is $157. This 9x7 carriage house style is only $398. 5-star premium insulated garage doors feature an insulated core with steel inside and out and the Easy Set torsion spring system. A 9x7 is $329.
Save big money at Menards.
This month, take 30% off all groceries.
Take 30% off of your utility bill. Save 30% on all gasoline.
We wish.
We wish.
We wish.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off, and it's our only spring window sale. Save 30% on energy-efficient Feldco windows. Do one window or do the whole house. But hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
It's game time. Skybox is right up here in section La-di-da. How's everybody doing? Can anybody tell me what inning we're in? All right, boys, we take it back to high life. See, the high life is about sitting in the sun and watching your favorite pitcher get lit up. Take him out. And they can't even hear me through this glass. Come on, boys. Need to smell me a hot dog or something. Just know I'm alive. Woo! Let me pass out some high life.
McDonald's iced coffee comes in 3 delicious flavors, regular, vanilla, and hazelnut. Try one today.
Welcome back to Cubs pregame live. Mets and Cubs coming up in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. But it's time now for Dan Plezak's Lexus Keys to the Game. Dan?
Well, I think one of the things with the Cubs, be patient with Nelson Figueroa. He has a good assortment of pitches, a sinking fastball. He has a couple of different breaking balls. He's been a terrific find. He's really worked his way back to the major leagues, had a couple of very tough surgeries that he has fought his way back through. He's been a very good pitcher for the Mets. I think the Cubs, be patient, make him throw strikes, get a chance to swing at some good pitches, swing at strikes.
and the wind is blowing out. How about Ted Lilly?
I think what you want to see from Ted Lilly is not necessarily he gets the win today, but you see improvement. You see improvement in his velocity, the crispness on his breaking pitches. It would be a step in the right direction if he could get into the 6th or 7th inning and pitch the way that Ted Lilly pitched last year. It's not going to be easy, but it may just be one inning, a couple of hitters that something clicks and he finds it, and you'll see him get back to that form.
Quickly, hopefully this offense can keep scoring like they have been. They've been dynamite so far this homestand.
This has been an offense. This is what I was expecting in spring training. You look at that lineup and Derek Lee, Aramis Ramirez, and this has been really the last week without a big part of the lineup, Alfonso Soriano, a very good offensive club.
Cubs hoping for a 7-1 homestand. That's going to do it from the studio. Dan and I will see you back here when it's all over for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. But right now, let's go out to the ballpark and hand it off to the guys who will call the action. The best in the business, Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
You're very kind, Luke. And Dan, thanks so much. As you mentioned, the wind is blowing out. Ted Lilly is a fly ball pitcher, and we'll talk more about this later, but the Mets have been really good against lefties, so this will be a challenge today for Ted.
Well, no question. A fly ball pitcher pitching at Wrigley with the wind blowing out. Dan mentioned his stuff was much crisper last time out. His command was much better. Hopefully that'll continue.
What a fun game it was last night. Let's check in on the highlights. The first game of this quick 2-game series, Mets and the Cubs. And Carlos Zambrano off to a very good start this year, and he got the help from the double plays, to strike him out, throw him out double play. One of his 4 strikeouts on the night. He threw 101 pitches in 7 strong innings, gave up just 1 run. And then that offense that scored 26 runs over Saturday and Sunday. Aramis Ramirez putting the Cubs on top, his 2nd home run in as many days. In the 4th off John Maine, Cubs lead 2-0. Then the crazy 8 that was 2-1 at the time. A rare error by Jose Reyes, and eventually the Cubs would load them up. With 2 outs, Ronnie Cedeno comes through, knocking in 2, and the lead was up to 4-1. Jorge Sosa comes in. Felix Pie gets into a hitter's count. He's been working with minor league hitting coordinator Dave Keller, and there it goes, his first career home run at Wrigley Field, number 3 overall in his career. How excited was he and his hitting coach Gerald Perry? 3-run shot, and then Kerry Wood through just 6 pitches to get the final 3 outs in the 9th inning. Everything clicking right now for the Chicago Cubs. The final score was not indicative of how close this game was, but they busted it open with all those unearned runs.
Yeah, the Cubs offensively, not only are they putting a lot of runs on the board, but they're scoring a lot of runs in the last third of a ball game, which is huge.
Absolutely. Zambrano now 3-1 on the season. No save for Kerry Wood because the Cubs were up big, but he pitched extremely well. Now, for more on last night and how this Cubs offense has been rolling along, Ronnie Cedeno in the dugout with our Chris Bowden.
Len, thanks very much. And Ronnie, coming through in a pressure situation last night, what's that like when the bases are loaded, nobody's out, and you see Mark and Giovanni go down before you, and then you have 2 strikes fighting off some pitches? How do you keep the pressure off and allow yourself to come through?
I think I'm feeling like pressure a little bit in the beat because you know, I'm trying to put the ball in play. So I see that the Rosa and Giovanni you know, struck out, and Giovanni too. So I'm gonna go like, okay, I'm gonna take that responsibility and put the ball in play, and I'm thinking to the middle, and I'm happy because I hit the ball to the middle and drive it to RBI for the team.
And it doesn't help matters any when you got 40,000 people standing on their feet screaming too, right?
It doesn't matter. It's like you know, when you be around a little bit here, you know, like you feel comfortable with your fan. So I think it's a lot of. It makes me happy because the fun, you know, the fun here is incredible. So I love the fun in Chicago, and I feel more excited because I can hit that ball to the middle and drive it RBI for the Cubs.
You talk about being a little bit more used to the situation. How about getting used to your role? It's still off and on playing time, but do you find you're handling it a little bit better now that you have a couple of seasons under your belt, even though you may not be out there every day?
Yeah, I think I feel like a little bit more comfortable in the home plate. You know, I'm working on it in the K early, you know, trying to stay inside on the ball. And they make me sing for me, and you know, the hitting coach, you know, told me, you know, just stay inside on the ball. You got great hands and good swing, so you see the ball, hit the ball. So that's when I do it last night. And you know, when you got to a strike, you got to fight anything close in the strike zone. So that's what I did last night.
how fun has this homestand been so far as you close it out today? You're 6-1 so far. I know this club had a lot of belief in itself before this, but is the momentum, is the snowball kind of building here in terms of the belief this team has in itself?
Yeah, we got to believe our team because we have a very good team. We got a very offensive team, and we got very good starting pitch too. So we got to put everything together, and I think it will be okay. And we got to keep going, keep that consistency with like we do the last couple of 6 games, and I think it will be okay.
You mentioned the 2 magic words, I know, in some of your post-game comments last night. World Series. While Lou's been kind of tempering it and saying it's early, let's not get too carried away. You haven't caught any grief from any of your teammates about mentioning that, have you?
I know. I called the World Series too early. I know that. So, you know, I'm so excited, you know, get to the World Series. But we got a very good team, and I hope we made to the World Series, and we see what's gonna happen.
And the schedule coming up here over the next 3.5 weeks, this Mets series starts a stretch where you're facing a team like them, St. Louis and Milwaukee coming up, 3 teams from the West as well. Is this going to be a good gauge in terms of how good you guys think you are and actually are?
Yeah, it's gonna be a good game in that series. You know, we gotta stay hot and play hard. So stay consistency with the team. So we gotta, like I say already, like we gotta keep consistency, and I think we got a very good team, and we'll be okay for it.
All right. Thanks a lot. Congratulations on last night, and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
All right, it's Ronnie Sedanian. Let's head it back up to you.
Chris, thank you very much. Mets and the Cubs. This fun rivalry continues today. Final game of the homestand, and we'll talk about the starting pitchers when we come back to Wrigley Field.
My best friend and me. My best friend and me. He's really smart. He's really funny. He sells bikes and he saves people money. My best friend and me.
Geico Motorcycle. Let's ride.
Grossinger Toyota North guarantees you the best experience when you buy your new Toyota. Our experienced staff guarantees to take up as little of your time as possible. Our selection of 500 Toyotas guarantees you'll find what you want. And Grossinger always offers their lowest prices. That's why you gotta go to Grossinger Toyota North.
Where do I whiten? Anywhere I want.
With Listerine whitening quick dissolving strips, they dissolve away, so there's nothing to remove. No wonder more people prefer their convenience 2-to-1 over the leading whitening strip. Listerine whitening strips. Real whitening, real easy.
This summer, make your backyard the ultimate vacation spot with huge savings from The Great Escape. Get free season prices on hundreds of name brand patio sets like our garden collections, starting at just $269. Save up to 50% on our designer brands, including wicker, wood, and cast aluminum, plus umbrellas, cushions, grills, and more. Buy any designer collection and save an additional $100 to $1,000 with in-store rebates, only at The Great Escape. Escape your everyday. Shop the Great.
Save right now at Syndicate Hub Finer Menswear during our biggest suit sale of the year. Right now, you can own 2 quality all-wool suits for only $549. Don't need 2 suits? Then bring a friend along and share the savings. Remember, we also carry sizes up to 56 extra long.
Hurry in today to Syndicate Hub Finer Menswear, located on East 52nd Street, Davenport, for this great sales event where you'll get 2 great suits for just $549. Syndicate Hub, great suits and a lot of other neat stuff.
Jack's Brake and Alignment. Over 50 years of experience behind every vehicle repair. Tires, all brands and sizes at some of the lowest prices in the Quad Cities. Brakes, a Jack's specialty. Old or new, foreign or domestic, Jack's can do it all. Transmission experts. Quality transmission repairs at a fraction of the time it takes the overpriced dealerships. Odd noises, rough running engine, just not sure what the problem is? Jack's has state-of-the-art computer diagnostics to find the problem, fix it fast, and get you on your way. Jack's Brake and Alignment. Serving the Quad Cities since 1965.
Sports Night. Every night on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Welcome back to Cubs pregame live. A threat of rain. The wind is blowing out as the Cubs get set to take on the New York Mets. Well, the Cubs are playing excellent baseball here at Wrigley Field. They've won 9 of 13, and I guess, Bob, we're at about the half-quarter pole, or 1/8 through the season. as you talk about all the time, you want to be at the top of the standings after game 162, but the Cubs are there right now.
Well, it certainly is a great comparison to last season when they struggled mightily in the early going. They've put some ground between themselves and the Brewers. The Cardinals still hanging in there tough, and the Cardinals are going to be getting a couple of their starting pitchers back in the near future, so should be a great race this year.
Cardinals and Brewers are tied 2-2 in Milwaukee as they play the bottom of the third. Now the starting pitchers today. For the New York Mets, it'll be right-hander Nelson Figueroa. He's on the right, and the lefty Ted Lilly still looking for that first win.
Yeah, Figueroa with 2 relief appearances before making 2 consecutive starts. Those were his first starts since '03. He's a sinker, slider, splitter kind of a pitcher. Ted Lilly, we talked about, a huge improvement his last time out, looking to continue to step in the right direction.
We are set for Cubs baseball today. The Cubs look for win number 5 in a row, and they always want to win on getaway day. Mets and the Cubs coming up.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Save big money during the door sale at Menards. Right now, all Larson storm doors are on sale. From traditional to elegant, Menards has every style you need. Adding a Larson storm door provides year-round energy savings. A self-storing model is $84.95. A MagnaSeal Midview featuring a retractable screen and magnetic weather stripping, $188. The Easy Vent with screen away is $244. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 with your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with McDonald's Sports Fries, only on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. McDonald's Sports Fries, every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Where do I whiten? Anywhere I want.
With Listerine whitening quick dissolving strips, they dissolve away, so there's nothing to remove. No wonder more people prefer their convenience 2-to-1 over the leading whitening strip. Listerine whitening strips. Real whitening, real easy.
If you want to get rid of your gray hair, try my hair color. It's really easy.
Women's hair color can take 30 minutes. Just for men takes 5 minutes.
No one will notice.
Hers colors every hair. Just for men targets only gray.
It has ammonia, but it doesn't smell that bad.
Oh yes, it does. Just for men has no damaging ammonia.
Let's go buy some. It'll only take half an hour.
Yeah, right. The truth is, men need Just for Men. Stay in the game.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
This is my baseball town, Chicago is. My baseball town, Chicago is. My kind of fans too. Fans who smile at you, and each time I roll, Chicago is calling me home. Chicago is two teams that won't let you down. What a great baseball town. Sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter, batter, sweet batter, sweet batter.
We are live from Wrigley Field. You can see what the wind is doing, blowing straight out to center field. But it should be a nice day if we can avoid the rain, and we're set for the Cubs taking on the New York Mets to wrap up this homestand here on Comcast Sportsnet. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. This has been a great homestand for the Cubs. If they can win today, they'll finish 7-1, and the numbers certainly tell the tale.
Well, everybody has been involved offensively, and what that's done is free up skipper Lou Piniella to push some buttons in this series. We were talking to him about it down in his office before the game. When your offense is producing the way the Cubs have been lately, you can afford to take some more chances. We've seen some hit and runs. We've seen some stolen bases. And the ball club putting up crooked numbers. They've scored at least 4 runs in an inning 6 times on this homestand.
On paper, one of the contenders in the National League is certainly the New York Mets, and it's early, but the splits would seem to favor them against left-handers, and they lost to a right-hander again last night. Go figure.
Go figure. They've got 5 switch hitters and 6 left-handed hitters on their roster, and look what they've done against left-handed pitching. They're hitting .300 as a ball club, 2 more home runs than against righties. This just defies explanation right here.
And the Cubs will not see left-hander Johan Santana. He's going to pitch tomorrow for the Mets. It'll be Nelson Figueroa, a right-hander for them. He's filling in for Pedro Martinez, who's on the DL. Ted Lilly goes for the Cubs. We're getting ready for the first pitch, but first let's send it down to the field. And public address announcer Wayne Messmer will sing our national anthem.
Wrigley Field, Lowry, Oregon, in a singing and playing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Coming up, left-hander Ted Lilly makes his 199th career start. He's 0-3 on the year, and he'll try to beat the Mets when we come back.
Having a fuel-efficient car is a great thing. Having a choice of fuel-efficient cars is even better. At Chevy, we offer several models that have outstanding fuel efficiency, from Aveo to Cobalt to the all-new Malibu. Because when it comes to fuel efficiency, the choice is clear.
Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on their '08 Impala for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Find your Chevy today at ChevyDealer.com.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Looking for a great, convenient getaway? Then you're looking for Pizzazz Entertainment Complex. Many destinations, one amazing place. Located in scenic Burlington, Iowa, Pizzazz offers something for everyone. Corporate or leisure travel, family or romantic vacations. You'll find Pizzazz has whatever you're looking for. To find out more about Pizzazz, visit us on Mediacom Channel 1 Video on Demand. Then go to Smart Shop and click Smart Entertainment and let us show you what pizzazz offers in your own backyard.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Well, the Mets and the Cubs wrap up this two-game set. The Yankees and White Sox will get it going tonight on the south side. The all-time series between the Mets and Cubs is deadlocked. 334 and 334 as Chicago tries to take a bite out of the Big Apple.
Don't mind the maggots.
You got to be tough, 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 tough. Let's check out the Mets Southwest starting lineup. The Mets are a game and a half out in the East behind Florida, 10-8 on the year. Reyes, the former Cub, Angel Pagan, David Wright, Beltran and Delgado. Damian Easley plays second base. Brady Clark in left. Raul Casanova still in there for Brian Schneider, and Nelson Figueroa will hit ninth.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. DeRosa, PA, and Fucadome across the outfield today. Ramirez and Cedeno on the left side. Well, excuse me, DeRosa's at second base. That should be Reed Johnson in left field. Derek Lee over at first base. Henry Blanco, the veteran, doing the catching today. For left-hander Ted Lilly. It was interesting this morning, Len. We were in Lou's office as he was assembling his lineup for today's game. It was kind of fun to watch that entire process take place. And this is what Lou came up with for today behind Ted Lilly, looking for his first victory of the season. He's never lost 4 in a row to start a season in his career.
A warm afternoon, and the question mark behind the rain. We were told it might rain around 12:30, and so far so good. The umpires, Eric Cooper at the plate, Marty Foster, Darrell Cousins, and Angel Hernandez on the bases.
Eric Cooper historically has called a big strike zone. We'll see if that holds true once again today. Matter of fact, I told him one time his strike zone was as big as the world. That got me a free ticket back to my office very early in the ball game.
Corner man in against Jose Reyes, batting right-handed, and the first pitch is in there. Strike one. Slow breaking ball also in there. Reyes is 0 for 4 versus Ted Lilly. He went 1 for 4 last night and committed that key error in the bottom of the 8th inning. All the runs were unearned. When you look at the team runs, there was an earned run in there charged to Jorge Sosa, but they were team unearned runs. A 1-2 pitch is pop foul back our way. Cubs are off to Colorado after this one for a 2-game series there, and then the weekend will be spent at brand new Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Slowly hit. It's charged by DeRosa. You have to hurry with Reyes running. You have a little bit extra time when he bats from the right side. 1 out.
Always good to keep Reyes off the bases. We talked about him at length in the early part of the ball game last night. He's a disruptor. If he gets on base, he splits the attention of the pitcher, puts a lot of pressure on the defense and the catcher. Good to keep him off the bags.
Good to see Angel Pagan. He's off to a good start. With Moises Salou on the disabled list, most of his time has come in left. He gets the start in right with Brady Clark in left. He shows bunt and takes ball one. Angel, of course, is a switch hitter. And he's back with his original organization, the New York Mets. 1-1.
He was the first Mets player this year to score a run and drive in a run in each of his first 4 games. You see his numbers last year with the Cubs, getting a little more of an opportunity this year because of the number of injuries that the Mets have suffered.
Crushes that ball foul. Had good wood on it, but was way out in front. His season ended early last year in August due to a bout with colitis. But he's healthy and has done a nice job for Willie Randolph. That's too high, 2-2.
You mentioned Pagan, a switch hitter. He's a little more aggressive from the right side of the plate where he's right now. 6 strikeouts on the season, 0 walks as a left-handed hitter, 4 strikeouts and 8 walks. So a little bit more of a free swinger from this side of the plate.
That's exactly what he did. He chased a pitch and he strikes out. 2 away.
Well, I know it's only 2 hitters into the ball game, but so far Ted Lilly hitting his spots, Henry moving him in and out on the corners, elevating fastballs when he wants to go up the ladder. 1 curveball got away from him on Reyes, but other than that, he has been right around the plate and out of the zone when he wants to be.
Slow night at the plate for David Wright, who went 8 for 11 over the weekend at Philadelphia. He went 0 for 3 with a walk in game 1. Lilly in his career is 1-1 versus the Mets with a 4.67. He covers 4 games and 3 starts. Swing and a miss on a fastball at 88.
The fastball that David Wright was well tardy on. I think Ted Lilly's delivery tends to lull the hitters to sleep just a little bit, especially that first at bat of a ball game until you get into his rhythm. Long, slow wind up, big leg kick. Just tends to lull that hitter to sleep a little bit. You kind of fall into that same slow paced action, and then he sneaks an 88-mile-an-hour heater right by you.
His delivery matches his personality off the field as well. Very quiet. Just kind of calmly goes about his business, and he has talked about maintaining the right rhythm, and for him that means slowing everything down. Whereas last night's starter, Carlos Zambrano, would like to go as fast as he possibly can. Ted Lilly is just the opposite. And contrasting styles, you kind of like having him back to back in the rotation. Here's his 2-2, and Wright just got a piece. But having said that, Bob, they're both on the competitive chart. They're about as competitive as anybody around. And Ted's as competitive as Carlos. He just doesn't show it as much.
You're absolutely right.
Three and 2. That was close. Cubs did not get the call from Aaron Cooper. Beltran is on deck. Deep breath from the left-hander. And here's the payoff pitch. Popped him up out into right. And the wind's pushing that one out there, but no problem for Fukudome. And a good 1-2-3 start for Ted Lilly. The Cubs bats will go after Nelson Figueroa when we return.
We have a code blue.
Code what?
Code blue?
Divide by the total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue?
Code Blue.
The cold-activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Oh, what?
Frost-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The new Lexus ISF. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
This kid's eating dinner for $1.99. So's this kid. And this kid, $1.99. All these kids are eating dinner for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. There's great variety throughout the week, like flame grilled steak, classic fried chicken, golden shrimp, and more. Desserts and beverages are always included. Happy parents, great dinner, great deal. Kids eat for just $1.99 Monday through Saturday nights only at Old Country Buffet for a limited time.
One of our favorite giveaways. Today the Cubs handing out a Cubs gray t-shirt to the first 10,000 fans, courtesy of Comcast Sportsnet. We should have worn them in the open.
Yeah,
they're so comfortable.
It's good to get those on getaway day because I'm sure I'm going to need some clothes on this road trip.
Let's get the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Reed Johnson leads it off. Felix P.A. rewarded after that 3-run homer with a start in the 2 spot. Lee Ramirez Fucadome. DeRosa plays second. Cedeno in there for Ryan Theriot again. Henry Blanco catching. Ted Lilly is pitching. And Nelson Figueroa makes his 5th appearance and his 3rd start. And there's nobody on base, but he's going to work from the stretch where he feels more comfortable. One strike on Johnson. Figueroa is 33 years old. And he's had quite a journey. Breaking ball strike.
Are you familiar with that cartoon in the Sunday papers, The Family Circle?
I've heard of it, yes.
The kids, and they send him out to the garage to get something, and the little dotted line shows everywhere he goes in the neighborhood before he gets to the garage. That's kind of Figueroa's career.
That's right. Beltran had that ball hang up. Helped him out, and he was able to get there, and Johnson's out. Yeah, that paints a pretty vivid picture of the odyssey of Nelson Figueroa.
Yeah, in '95, he was a 30th round draft pick by the New York Mets. He was traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks along with Bernard Gilkey for George Fabregas, Willie Blair, and cash. The big deal, I was in Arizona as a broadcaster when he was traded to the Phillies along with Travis Lee, Vicente Padilla, and Omar Dahl for Kurt Schilling. Claimed off waivers by the Brewers in '02, signed with the Pirates as a minor league free agent in '03. Had surgery in '05, missed the season. '06 he signed with the Nationals, but started the season in independent ball in Long Island. 2007 spring training with the Mariners, was released the last day of camp, played in the Mexican League, played in Taiwan, pitched for Mexico in the Caribbean World Series, and signed with the Mets as a minor league free agent. And here he is making his 3rd start of the year, his 5th appearance.
That's it?
That's all I've got on the front of the page. I can read the back later, but he's been around, to say the least.
Well, he started 19 games for Chihuahua of the Mexican League last year and had 10 complete games. The 1-1 to PA, who was going to get this start even before he hit the home run. And Lou puts him in the 2 spot. He was out early again working with minor league hitting coordinator Dave Keller. Everybody was thrilled for Felix, who hit his first career Wrigley Field home run off Jorge Sosa. Here comes a 1-2 pitch, popped up over in foul ground is David Wright. You can see the sun right now, but it's a very bright sky. The sky is basically off-white. Almost looks like you're playing inside the Metrodome.
We saw David Wright make the play at third base. Let's take a look at the rest of the Mets. Brady Clark will be playing left field today. Carlos Beltran in center. Angel Pagan, the former Cub, out in right field. We've seen David Wright at third. Jose Reyes at short. Damian Easley, the veteran, getting a start at second base today. Carlos Delgado over at first. Raul Casanova once again catching today for right-hander Nelson Figueroa.
I might have to look up Derek's numbers against Pedro. Not that he'd rather face Pedro, but he's 0 for 9 against Figueroa.
Go figure, huh?
Go Figueroa. The 1-0 swing and a miss, 1-1.
Yeah, you see that flat slider right there that he'll throw, especially to the right-handed hitters. He'll cut his fastball, sink his fastball. Has a splitter that he uses when he needs a ground ball.
Lee is 0 for 3 versus Pedro Martinez. He was on the disabled list with a hamstring injury. No real timetable on his return. He got hurt in his first start. And talking with their manager, Willie Randolph, it's still going to be a while before he's back.
Boy, with all the travels of Nelson Figueroa, he's picked up a few tricks along the way. He quick pitched Derek Lee earlier in this sequence, came to his set position and went to a slide step and snuck a fastball by D. Lee. He's tried it all out there on the mound.
Dribbled back to the pitcher, and this will be a quick 1-2-3 for Figueroa. No base runners through 1 from Wrigley Field.
Hey, Nick, check this out. This Business Select thing is great. I get to be one of the first aboard, and I get extra rapid rewards credit and a free drink.
Shh, keep it down.
What? No, I want to shout this from the rooftops. I got Business Select!
Hey, what? I know it's great, man, but if everybody knows about it, then everyone's gonna do it.
Southwest Airlines' new Business Select. You're guaranteed to be one of the first aboard. You get extra rapid rewards credit, a free drink, and it's fully refundable.
You're now free to be more productive.
Hi, Ronnie's phone here. Ronnie's not going to answer because he's a dillweed. See, Ronnie doesn't have AT&T, so he's basically got 0 bars in this dump. So although you've called like 30 times about Motorhead tickets tonight, he's not calling you back.
For the best coverage, switch to AT&T. More bars in more places.
The ace of spades.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 GMC Acadia for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball plays on Comcast Sportsnet Plus as the Cubs take on Matt Holliday and the defending NL champion Colorado Rockies in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Rockies tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Tuesday on Chicago Tribune Live, it's time to take a bite out of the Big Apple. We'll hear from Joe Girardi as the Sox square off against the Yankees and the Cubs take on the Mets. All that and more Tuesday at 5:30.
Underway in the second, first pitch strike on Carlos Beltran. 0 for 4 to start the series. 1 for 17 on the Mets road trip, which will continue tomorrow night in Washington. Off the outside corner. The wind and the offering. Hammered foul. ESPN.com noted the starts of Lilly, Justin Verlander, and CC Sabathia. They combined for 52 victories last season. This year they're combined 0-9, and all 3 are pitching today. You would think something has to give, but those guys are going to get it going.
Given the track record of the pitchers you've mentioned, you have to believe they're going to get it turned around. The sooner the better in the case of Ted Lilly.
Blanco setting up shot toward the inside part of the plate. And it's Johnson out in left. 1 out.
Well, we talked about Figueroa and his craftiness out there on the mound. Whenever he gets in a fix, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Lou came out to talk to home plate umpire Eric Cooper. And you mentioned, Len, Figueroa pitches out of the stretch all the time. And with nobody on base, you're not required to follow any kind of rules. There's a quick pitch right there to Derek Lee, a slide step. And then on the next pitch, watch the hesitation. As the leg comes up, he stops right there, throws another fastball, and gets the easy tapper back to the mound. And Lou just wanted some clarification as to what Figueroa is and is not allowed to do out there on the mound. And with nobody on base, you can do pretty much whatever you want.
Delgado hooks it foul. And watch out for that carom over there. First base coach Tom Nieto just able to get out of the way. 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 for Lilly.
Comes on the breaking ball. No, actually, that was a fastball down and in. Gets Delgado swinging right over the top of it. Notice a lot of the Mets wearing their pants up today. I think that's something they do regularly on day games. David Wright, Carlos Delgado, and others.
Here comes Damian Easley playing second base. Guy who can kind of fill in wherever you need him.
He's played all 4 infield positions. He's played in the outfield in his career. Best position is probably second base, but can fill in adequately at just about anywhere on the field.
Last year, his season with the Mets ended in mid-August due to an ankle injury. He has played in more games in the regular season than any other active player who has not made the playoffs. And again, it looked like the Mets were going to go there last year. He got hurt, and then they missed the postseason. Off of first is Derek Lee's backpedaling, straddling that line, had to reach back to make the play. Ted Lilly 6 up, 6 down. Coming back for the Cubs, it'll be Ramirez, Pucadome, and DeRosa.
I have the greatest job in the world. I've rounded up cattle, sheep, and grandchildren. I've shown again and again why I'm a best friend and a respected colleague. I'm not a pet. I'm a member of the family. I have not, nor will I ever be, in a dog show. I've never worn a leash, just like my master.
You're out here for a reason. So are we. Tractor Supply Company. The stuff you need out here.
Baltimore's a great place to pick up dance moves, I find. A lot of heel work. Jazz hands? Anything with jazz hands. I do the hustle just like you. Geico probably thinks this is easy too.
Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run.
Keep going in the fuel-efficient Kia Sportage, starting under $17,000.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for this 2008 season. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Aramis Ramirez in the lineup. The Cubs waited to post their lineup just to make sure Aramis was okay after getting hit by a pitch last night. We get in the left arm area. See, he has protection around that elbow. And he hit what ended up being the game-winning home run in the 4th inning. 2-run shot.
Wearing that small elbow guard, very similar to the one that Reed Johnson wears every ball game. He took that pitch right off the back of the left elbow. Big concern there is that you get swelling down into the joint itself, but Ramirez came into Lou's office today and said he's good to go. There's that 2-run home run you were talking about last night.
Cubs might be leading the league in elbow guards. Don't think Kosuke has his on today. We sometimes see him wear it against left-handers. Carlos Zambrano will wear one. Does Jason Marquis? He probably does, since he's a left-handed hitter and a right-handed pitcher. We see Reed Johnson protecting his elbow, and now Ramirez.
And so far, nothing straight to Ramirez in this at bat. Hard sliders, big sweeping off-speed sliders. Just trying to keep that ball on the outside part of the plate away from the power of Aramis Ramirez.
The 3-2 pitch, that was basically a slide step. We've seen about every sort of maneuver from Figueroa here early on.
I'll tell you, a strategy that's worked for a lot of pitchers is to use the slide step and then throw a changeup. Your natural reaction as a hitter when you see that slide step is, at least mentally, to start to speed up your swing. You see the pitcher speed up, and consequently you speed up, and then the pitcher throws a changeup out of that slide step delivery. It's a very effective pitch.
Wright comes in at 3rd against Fukudome. Strike 1. That was another question I asked Willie Randolph. You saw Fukudome take a lot of pitches last night, but do you feel like you know what he's all about? He said, no, it takes a while. And the Mets really might not totally know what the best approach is against Fukudome after this series, because it's only a 2-gamer. And they won't see the Cubs until the final week of the regular season. So you can look at the video, you can look at scouting reports, but there's nothing quite like being in that visitor's dugout. Pass Delgado into right. Ramirez will be able to easily get to 3rd as that ball was slowly rolling. We're at the corners with nobody out.
Such a great eye at the plate and such a great knowledge of where the holes are in the defense. Once again, Delgado holding on the runner over there. This hits a topspin ground ball right past the Mets first baseman, allowing Aramis Ramirez to go 1st to 3rd. He gives himself the best possible chance to get a base hit. I don't know how much simpler you can put it than that. If there's a hole on the right side, he's looking for a pitch to hit that way. If they overshift him that way, he looks for a ball out over the plate he can drive to left field.
Ball 1 on DeRosa. With that walk to start the inning, Aramis has now been on all 20 games. Two and nothing on DeRosa. Unable to get him in last night. With the bases loaded, he struck out against Aaron Heilman, but with 2 outs, Cedeno came through. 2-1. Ramirez at third, Fukudome at first. The pitch. Figueroa back in it now, 2-2. Mark with an 8-game hitting streak. 6 of the 9 hitters in the Cubs starting lineup hitting over 300. Casanova called for time. Cedeno on deck. Ryan Theriot out again, Bob, but the back I think is okay. They just wanted to give him another day.
Yeah, and you know, because Ronnie Cedeno had such a good day yesterday, and you definitely want to keep Reed Johnson in the lineup in that #1 spot. That's what we were talking about earlier with Lou in his office, trying to figure out how it best fit together, and it just seemed to make sense to give Ryan Theriot one more day. Give Ronnie Cedeno a start at shortstop. See what he can do today.
And the back issue is really a pre-existing condition. Not a disc problem or anything like that, but basically the way Ryan was born, he occasionally will have some flare-ups back there. He said it actually felt worse on Sunday when he had 4 hits than it did yesterday. Popped foul on the 3-2. We'll do it again.
My pronunciation of medical terms is not the greatest, but I believe it's called spondylolisthesis that Ryan Theriot has in his lower back. And in layman's terms, you know, one of your vertebrae just kind of gets pushed out of position a little bit, causing some tightness in that lower back. And through manipulation and a little bit of rest, he'll be fine and good to go.
They're loaded up for Ronnie. Again, this time, though, with nobody out. He came through with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And he bats here in the 2nd in a 0-0 tie.
So just a great at bat last night. Battled, fouled off a lot of tough pitches. A short, abbreviated, choppy swing produces that line drive to center field to drive home a couple of runs.
Said he tried to shorten up, was thinking the middle of the field, and that's right where he put it. And we thank Ronnie for joining Chris Bowden on our Cubs pregame live show. 2 walks and a single, and Figueroa is in trouble here as it's fouled back. 2 strikes.
Well, as we've seen already through the early going, Figueroa likes to pitch away to the right-handed hitters. He will come inside with 2 strikes to try to get him out, try to jam him in on the hands, but he's going to get ahead away. Left a hanger right there for Ronnie Cedeno. Fouled that one straight back into the mask of Casanova.
Is that one of those pitches where you're not expecting it to be that much of a hanger with 2 strikes and you're almost surprised?
That one had a recipe written on it. Keep your shoulder in, keep your eye on the ball, don't overswing, finish high. Just fouled it straight back. That was the very definition of a hanging breaking ball.
Another 0-2. He went with a fastball and painted the corner. 1 out.
That was that pitcher's strike that Ronnie was able to foul off several of in the ball game last night before his big base hit. A little tailing action brings it right back toward the corner.
Blanco hits a ground ball to Reyes. Easily with the turn. And Figueroa finds a way to escape. They had him loaded up with nobody out, but he gets a strikeout and a double play. Scoreless after 2.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
This kid's eating for $1.99. So's this kid. All these kids are eating for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. Great variety like steak, fried chicken, shrimp, and more. Kids eat for just $1.99 Monday through Saturday nights at Old Country Buffet.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago.
Where the deer and the golfers come to play. Glens Creek Golf Course. Seldom in the rough, seldom in the bunker. Improve your swing from the tee to the green. Custom clubs and accessories. Quit thinking and get swinging. Where the deer and the golfers come to play. Glens Creek Golf Course.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
Tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night, presented by Dex. Bears pre-draft speculation plus highlights of the crosstown New York battle. Join Pat and Mark for Sports Night presented by Dex tonight at 6:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Big day and night of baseball in Chicago. And a big chance went by the boards for the Cubs. They had them loaded up with no outs and could not get a run in. Brady Clark is playing left. Signed a minor league contract in the offseason. Catcher Casanova. And then the pitcher Figueroa to follow. Slicing fly to right. Fukudome on the run. And it's Casanova. Brian Schneider with the bruised forearm. He has not appeared in this series. Still a pretty big welt on Schneider's forearm after he took a foul ball off it the other night in Philadelphia.
And Schneider's one of those guys too, Len, that kind of comes in under the radar. He usually hits in the 7 or 8 hole in this Mets lineup, and with all the thunder they have in the middle, he gets a lot of RBI opportunities down there at the bottom of the order. Was hitting over 300 before actually hitting 308 before the foul ball. Put him on the bench for a couple of days. We'll be glad to get him back. Although Casanova's done a nice job defensively behind the plate. Only 2 attempted steals against him this year, and he's gunned them both down, including one in the ball game last night.
Three and one. The catcher and the number 8 hitter. Felix P.A. for the second out. And it will be Figueroa with 2 outs and nobody on. Ted was born in Lomita, California, but he grew up in the northern part of the state near Yosemite National Park.
The most beautiful country in the world.
I didn't know this, and I have to get the specific ages, but Corey Miller, one of the Cubs bullpen catchers, went to school with Ted.
Really?
From the same area. That was one of those, I didn't know that until I asked Corey about his off-season routine in spring training. So they've known each other for a long time. Edgar Tovar, the other bullpen catcher. Corey and Edgar were hired prior to last season. Swing and the miss. Strike 3. First time through the lineup for Ted Lilly. No base runners. Midway in the third, 0-0.
Menards is the place where you'll always save big money. Right now, Medallion Premium Choice Kitchen Cabinetry is 20% off. Criterion and Premium are 10% off. Plus, get a free sink base with qualifying purchase. Right now, during the Menards door sale, all Schlage and Dexter lock sets are on sale. This Dexter Torino passage lever with aged bronze finish is $16.88. A privacy lever is only $18.88. This Schlage accent entry lever in a satin nickel finish is just $49.88.
Save big money at Menards.
If you're fed up with the pump, then meet Chevy's MVPs of MPG. Aveo, HHR, and Cobalt XFE, to name a few. Chevy, 7 models that offer an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. Get this 08 Aveo starting at $10,945 plus non-Jeep owners and lessees can get an additional $1,000 purchase cash. Find your Chevy at ChevyDealer.com.
Hi there, with Mark Shanowski. I'm Pat Boyle. Tonight at 6:30, Chicago tries to take a bite out of the Big Apple. We'll have highlights of the Cubs-Mets matinee from Wrigley Field, plus a preview of the White Sox and Yankees. See you at 6:30.
Want to see a Cubs game from the front row at Wrigley Field? Now you can. Visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line. The next auction starts on April 25th for some key May games. Don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com and check out the CBOE front row seats auction today. It's been a little bit more stressful for Nelson Figueroa than it has been for Ted Lilly on the mound. In the early going, Figueroa walked Ramirez, gave up a single to Fukudome, and then another walk before he got out of that second inning. Easily makes the grab, and Lilly's out. And we'll go back to the top of the order and Reed Johnson.
Well, Ted Lilly true to form today. 3 strikeouts, 5 fly ball outs, and only 1 ground ball. The very first hitter of the game, Jose Reyes, grounded out to second base. Fortunately, soft fly balls so far to the outfield and the infield.
Wish I could read the whole thing there. We know it says go Cubs and CSN.
That's all that matters.
They've met their maker. Oh, there you go. I guess there is not spelled correctly. Oh, the T-H-I-E-R.
Just another kid that ditched school to come to Wrigley Field. Missed that day.
You know, we were talking about John Maine with the name of a U.S. state on his back. How about Felix P.A.? We overlooked a current Chicago Cub. Swing and a miss. Other than the surname Washington, we could not come up with another state other than Maine and Washington.
Yeah, a few Washingtons. UL Washington, Ron Washington.
So PA is about as close as we could get. Nothing in 1 on Felix. Casanova wants his pitch up a little bit. And it kicks away from Delgado. And it's a hit for PA. That ball was struck well.
Another nice, quick, compact swing this time from Felix, PA. The important thing is just getting the barrel of the bat to the ball quickly. Took a wicked hop past Carlos Delgado down into the right field corner. PA had thoughts about going for second base, but Pagan got over there quickly.
Derek has a chance now. And he's still hitless against Figueroa, 0 for 10 in his career. I don't know if you ever had a tutoring session that lasted a week to 10 days like Felix has gone through, but I can imagine that it's not easy, especially when you look at the video. There's that fine line between telling a guy what he needs to improve and kind of beating him up mentally, and I know the Cubs have really worked hard to keep his confidence up, but that cannot be an easy thing, to be told over and over again what you're not doing right. And the reviews as far as how he has handled this have been great, that he has worked very, very hard to get it right.
Well, Felix wants to stay here in the major leagues, and the reality is he's got nothing left to prove in the minor leagues. We know he can play at the AAA level. We know he can put up gaudy numbers as an offensive player in AAA. Cubs need to see if he can do it up here at the major league level, and not the easiest way to go about it either. As a part-time player, play center field one day, pinch hit the next, sit for a couple days, but he was willing to put in the extra hard work that it took over those 10 days to reform his swing. Well, you're right. You can have paralysis by analysis. You look at so much videotape. You dissect every swing to the extent that you start thinking so much that you can't go to the plate and you're out.
Well, that's too bad. That should be a hit the way he made contact with it, but he hit it right at Brady Clark. 0-0 after 3.
This month, take 30% off all groceries.
Take 30% off of your utility bills. Save 30% on all gasoline.
We wish.
We wish. We wish.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off, and it's our only spring window sale. Save 30% on energy-efficient Feldco windows. Do one window or do the whole house. But hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is. First there is a mountain, then there is no.
The Toyota RAV4, rated at 27 miles per gallon, you're good to go. Anywhere. It's a great way to keep moving forward.
They were two strangers who said, I do.
What's your name again?
Now they don't.
Well, I'm gonna need a divorce.
Absolutely.
We'll always have Vegas.
What's mine is yours. Remember?
On May 9th.
If I can get Joy to be the one to end the marriage,
You will get the full $3 million. Hi.
there is a hot girl party in my living room. It's a trap. No, this happens.
It doesn't happen.
I'm almost done.
Oh yeah, it's your day for dishes.
What happens in Vegas? Rated PG-13. May 9th.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball plays on Comcast Sportsnet Plus as the Cubs take on Matt Holliday and the defending NL champion Colorado Rockies in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Rockies tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Well, we discussed last night, Jose Reyes had really tried to tone down some of his celebratory antics, for lack of a better word. Carlos Beltran last week, Bob told him, don't worry about it, be yourself. And you can see what he's done lately.
You know, I really don't have a problem with the enthusiasm that he shows on the field. I'm not crazy about untucking the shirt as soon as the last out of the ball game is made. I think that kind of disrespects the uniform and the rest of your teammates a little bit, but hey, you know, we've seen it with Carlos Zambrano. There's a very fine line between using that enthusiasm and that energy in your favor and crossing over and having it be a detriment. And I think that's the point that Reyes was at with the Mets. Maybe some of the people with the organization thought that his antics were causing some problems with opposing teams, and maybe he needed to tone it down a little bit. But as he toned it down, his game went down right along with it. So they would much prefer to see a happy, producing Jose Reyes.
The 1-1 from Lilly is too low, 2-1. The Mets offense has gone very cold since they scored their only run of this series in the 6th inning last night. Last base runner they had was in the 6th inning.
Snake another ball game today and let them get hot somewhere else, because you know this Mets ball club is going to hammer the ball.
Swing and a miss. Time now for our Aflac trivia question.
Aflac!
Which former Cub hit for the cycle on this date in 1980? Well, let's see. I think Bill Buckner won the batting title in 1980. Should we give them a hint?
As soon as I figure out who it is, yeah.
We'll just say he's still very close with the organization. We'll put it that
okay,
way.
yeah. That's a good clue.
Well, we never take this for granted. It is a Tuesday afternoon. School's still in session. You're on April 22nd. I don't see many empty seats. Best ballpark in the world. And the best fans around as well.
Well, this has been the place to be. There is really a buzz about this ball club this year. I mean, it's always fun to come to Wrigley and enjoy a day in the sunshine with your friends and family. Watch your Cubs play a little baseball. But it takes on a whole different feeling when the ball club is playing well and winning games and putting big numbers on the board. A lot of excitement before, during, and after the ball games here at Wrigley.
$40,000 plus last night, over 41,000 Sunday. Blanco slides toward that inside corner, toward the alley, and it'll get down for Pagan. Gets by PA. He will make the turn, and he slipped around second base. I think he was thinking 3, but he slipped right after he hit second base.
Not so sure if that was a slip or whether he did that intentionally. A lot of the fast base runners realize that the quickest way to change your momentum and direction is to slide, pop up, and go back the other way. Get a look at Pagan here. He has thoughts about going for 3. He kind of missed his steps there at second base. And had to go into that slide to stop himself and stay at second with a double.
So it's almost like the slide prevented the stumble. Maybe he felt like he was going to go headlong past second and did not want to get thrown out. So the Mets have their first base runner after the first 10 were retired, and it's David Wright who takes ball 1.
And you always wonder how a pitcher is going to handle it, as Lilly now up to the 50 pitch mark here in the top half of the 4th inning. The first base runner, the first time he's had to pitch out of the stretch. I mean, not that you want to work out of the stretch in the first inning of a ball game, but when you go 3 innings pitching out of the windup and then suddenly find yourself in the stretch for the first time since pregame warmups, sometimes it takes a little bit of an adjustment. And you don't want to be adjusting out there on the mound with David Wright at the plate.
Lilly will have to be careful here with a 2-0 count on one of the best hitters in the game today. And he missed again, 3-0.
Well, this is starting to resemble one of those unintentional intentional walks. He's not going to give David Wright too much good to hit in this situation. Take his chance with Carlos Beltran, try to get the ground ball double play.
I think that says it all, where Blanco is set up on a 3-0 pitch. He did hit the target, but it was not set up right down the middle. Not against David Wright. Beltran next. An eerily quiet road trip for Beltran, 1 for 18. Pagan with a short lead at second, and Henry's going to head out. Well, we have a moment. Got a nice letter from Pete Franzoni, 78 years old, an avid Cubs fan, and he says he'll be heading out to Wrigley Field for the first time ever in May. So the last major league game he saw was at Comiskey Park. He was 16 years old, the St. Louis Browns and the White Sox. Wow. So Pete, we can't wait to see you out here at Wrigley Field. There's ball 4. Walk number 1 for Lilly. Happy 22nd birthday to Cubs special events intern in the marketing department, Anna Rivera. Two on with 1 out. The infield at double play depth. Good start.
And we know in the past Ted Lilly's had some problems containing the runners back there at second base. We know Angel Pagan has real good speed at second base. David Wright with outstanding speed at first base as well.
That first pitch strike to Beltran was the first one of the inning for Lilly. He got behind Reyes before he struck him out. Threw ball 1 to Pagan and did the same to David Wright. He's got the bat and the ball. Cubs entered today 8th in the league in ERA at 3.95. The Mets are 2nd in the majors in earned run average at 3.24. And during this winning streak, the starting pitcher has gotten the win every time out. Hill, Marquis, Dempster, and Zambrano. So they're trying to go one time through the rotation with every starter getting a win. Tapper foul.
In a couple of those cases, it was a little tough for Lou and Larry to get the starting pitcher through 5 innings in the ball game to qualify for the victory. But we talked about it briefly earlier. The way the Cubs have scored runs late in a ball game this year has been remarkable. A lot of very tightly contested games up until the 6th or 7th inning, and then the Cubs offense seems to kick it into another gear.
It's full 3-2. We'll see if the Mets are aggressive here. They'll try to stay out of a double play and make some things happen. They've only scored once in the series. And the fans are sensing the drama of the moment, getting up on a big pitch. The runners go. Ball 4. Larry Rothschild will head out before Carlos Delgado takes his at bat. And the normally deliberate Ted Lilly has really slowed things down here in the fourth. There's deep dish.
Well, the dog, I thought you were talking about pizza in the back of the booth.
You got excited.
Get me going. Talked about the Cubs' ability to score runs late this year. Their biggest offensive inning is the third. They've scored 23 runs in the third inning of their ball games this year. The second most is the sixth inning with 19, then the seventh inning with 14, then the eighth inning with 12.
Three on for Delgado. Here we go. Pulled foul on the ground.
Ooh, look at that graphic.
It's very graphic.
Yes, indeed.
Delgado with an open stance. Pops it up. And it's caught by Cedeno. Everybody holding up. A big second out for Ted Lilly. So a slow start continuing for Delgado. 0 for 2 today, came in at 206. So it's Damian Easley with the infield back. I mentioned that he has played more games than any other active player who has not made the playoffs. Jeff Cirillo had that tag before Arizona made it last year. He pops it up. DeRosa goes out. PA's coming in. It'll be caught by Mark for the third out. Both pitchers have been in bases loaded jams today, and both have gotten out of it. 0-0.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Introducing the Nissan Rogue. With our intuitive all-wheel drive system that reacts to the road in 1/10 of a second. And a fuel-efficient 27 miles per gallon. It's a whole new way to make driving fun. The Nissan Rogue. Game on.
Coors Light. It's a frost-brewed beer. It's a beer brewed down as cold as 34 degrees. Aged cold. Filtered cold. Put into bottles, cans, and kegs. Cold. Why? We know you like cold beer. So ask for a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Because refreshment isn't everything. It's the only thing. Frost-brewed Coors Light. The world's most refreshing beer.
Now let's answer today's Aflac trivia question. Which Cub hit for the cycle on this date back in 1980?
Aflac.
The answer, Ivan DeJesus, Cubs special assistant. He did it against the St. Louis Cardinals. April 22nd, 1980. Hit leadoff that day, went 5 for 6, knocked in 2, had 11 total bases. And the Cubs beat the Cardinals 16-12 here at Wrigley Field. I would imagine, we can ask Yvonne after the game, the wind was probably doing what it's doing currently.
16-12, yeah, it sounds like it. Boy, cycle is always special, but I have to believe it's especially special when it comes against the Cardinals.
Ramirez gets under it, and it's Brady Clark in left to haul it in. So 1 out in the last of the 4th. We just saw the Menards grounds crew doing its job between innings.
And a fine job they do. We have not heard one negative word for the new playing surface here at Wrigley Field this year. Now, granted, the first homestand, it did play a little bit fast. I think that was just more of a byproduct of the weather that we were having at that particular time. The grass didn't really have a chance to green up and get thick, but it looks beautiful and it's playing perfectly.
Kosuke is 1 for 1. Figueroa is the only graduate from Brandeis University in Massachusetts to play in the major leagues. Through the hole on the right side, a base hit. Another one of those pieces of information I did not know. The nickname of Brandeis, the Judges. He grew up a Met fan in Brooklyn. I went to Lincoln High School, which is located in Coney Island. And other famous alums from that school, along with Nelson Figueroa, Marv Albert.
Yes.
Neil Diamond, Lee Mazzilli, and playwright Arthur Miller. It's a pretty good list. And the Cubs. I can't do Marv. You did it well. Yes. Now the Menards big lumber stat. Cubs are hitting over 300 the last 10 days, along with Atlanta.
54 points over the National League average.
Drive to straightaway center. And it's Beltran on the warning track. Kosuke was almost at second base. He'll have to retrieve. There are days, and we say it a lot, that ball was well hit, but it didn't look that way. This ball probably wasn't as well hit as it looked. With this wind, it carried. It was a little off the end of the bat.
Just a little too high. The trajectory right off the bat. Ball got up in the air quickly. You were hoping the wind would push it further than that, but Beltran with plenty of room out there in center.
Pop fouled and out of play off the bat of Cedeno. Ronnie struck out with the bases loaded and no outs in the second, and then Henry hit into a 6-4-3 double play. You sometimes hear the adage that you're going to get one shot per at bat, one pitch that you can handle, and Ronnie got it with a couple of strikes on him. This one will be a fair ball. Fukudome on his way to third base as Pagan tries to pick it up. Here comes a throw to the plate. Save! Cedeno puts the Cubs on top 1-0 with an RBI double. I suppose there might be an error out there as Pagan was having a little difficulty picking up that ball, but it is 1-0.
Boy, another great approach by Ronnie Cedeno. Here you see the throw coming into the plate. It was late. I'll tell you, Kosuke Fukudome is a third base coach's dream base runner because he goes as hard as he can until he sees the stop sign. That time he didn't see a stop sign, came around to score all the way from first base. Pagan trapped it up against the wall initially, then it rolled back underneath the padding. It took him a second to reach down and pick the ball up. By the time he retrieves it, the Cubs have a run on the board.
They will intentionally pass Blanco. It is an RBI double for Ronnie. And they'll go after Lilly. 2 on and 2 out. I was going to mention Cedeno had one good shot on a hanging breaking ball on an 0-2 pitch in his first at bat. He fouled it off and then was frozen. And he took advantage in the 4th inning. Pitch he could handle and knocked in the first run.
You know, Len, I'm watching Figueroa pitch this ball game. I'm trying to figure out who he reminds me of. Not necessarily his windup or his appearance, but he pitches a lot like Bronson Arroyo. He throws that big, slow, flat slider up there, tries to get ahead, strike one. Then nibble away at the corners or change speeds on his breaking ball, use his fastball sparingly, and he reminds me a lot of Bronson Arroyo in that respect.
Good call. Lilly makes contact, but he will. Well, he might be safe. He is. Cedeno's going to have to hold it third. Figueroa didn't get over there in time. That should have been an easy play. Delgado is in no man's land. It'll be a hit for Lilly. And the inning is alive. Bases loaded.
I tell you, Len, I know it's only been a 2-game series, but Carlos Delgado is about as immobile as any first baseman I have seen. Has trouble moving to his right to field grounders. He had trouble with the ball to his left. Here he can't get back to the bag in time, putting it on the pitcher for the Mets, Nelson Figueroa, to try to get over there and beat Ted Lilly. And to Ted Lilly's credit, he hustled it out for an infield hit. I mean, that's a fairly routine play. The first baseman sees that the second baseman has a play on it, so he quits on the ground ball and gets back to the bag to cover. That time Delgado just stood and watched the play.
The Cubs have been very good at making them pay. We'll see if Reed Johnson can come through. 3 on with 2 outs. Do you think Reed was looking for a breaking ball? Considering what Figueroa has done early on?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he did go to the plate thinking breaking ball. When a guy is going to start every hitter with that big roundhouse American Legion curveball trying to get ahead in the count, you might as well go up there and look for it.
To left and down. Here comes a throw. Cedeno already in. Henry slides in. He's safe. 2-run single. Nothing.
Another breaking ball. This one down and away. You could see Casanova was going down into a position to block that ball. Somehow Reed Johnson reaches out, hooks it back to left. Brady Clark's throw was to the infield side of home plate, giving Henry a clean lane to slide home. Cubs with 3 on the board here in the bottom half of the 4th inning.
Some words of advice from the pitching coach Rick Peterson. Cedeno with an RBI double, Johnson with a 2-run single, giving the Cubs a 3-run lead. And all the runs scoring with 2 outs. Lilly's at second, Johnson the runner at first. We're in the 4th. A win today would make it a 7-1 homestand. And while the Cubs have their first 13-6 starts since 1985, the last time they won 14 of their first 20 was 1975. kick and the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to Delgado. It almost hit first base. Delgado beats PA to the bag. The Cubs get 3 runs on 4 hits. They strand 2. On to the 5th. 3-0 Cubs.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
How would you like to see the Northsiders play in St. Louis? It's the I-55 sweepstakes presented by Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels. Now's your chance to win luxury box tickets to the May 3rd game and a one-night stay at Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels in St. Louis. To enter, log on to Comcast Sportsnet.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Since 1961, Blackhawk Bank has been a foundation of loyalty and experience. I'm Heidi Hughescamp, and I invite you to continue your financial journey with Blackhawk Bank & Trust's Financial Services Division. When you partner with us, you will find a highly trained and knowledgeable team committed to creating and maintaining your financial security. Our new Milan Parkway branch, home to our trust and investment departments, is now open. At Blackhawk Bank & Trust, the foundation for managing your financial wishes is a reality.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Meet the Team, Have a Ball, presented by Bank of America, on Tuesday, May 13th at 2:30 in the afternoon. Collect autographs on an authentic MLB baseball from the 2008 Cubs players and coaches in attendance. Limited tickets are available for $300 each. Proceeds benefit Cubs designated charities. To purchase tickets, visit www.cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS.
Cubs with a 3 spot in the 4th. The 0-1 to Brady Clark is in tight. Lilly looking for his first win. This is start number 5 on the year. Fouled away, 1-2. Milwaukee running away from the Cardinals, 4 in the 6th. It's now 8-3. At one time, the Cardinals led that game 2-0. A crazy finish last night. A couple of catchable balls in the outfield that were not caught. And the Cardinals would win it. Fukudome will play it on Hop. Clark with a leadoff hit, first time in the first 5 innings. But the Mets have put the leadoff hitter on base. Now it's 8-4. Cardinals just scored in the 7th. You have the Cubs at 13-6. St. Louis a half game behind at 13-7. Milwaukee 2 back at 11-8. The other 3 teams in the division, Cincinnati, Houston, and the Pirates, are all under 500. The Pirates have dropped 6 straight, and they are giving up a ton of runs. Matt Morris got knocked around last night. Bouncer slowly hit. Ramirez will have time with the slow-footed Casanova, and he gets him. Clark moves up a base.
Yeah, and it's never too early for a general manager to start looking at those teams that are struggling in the early going, try to figure out what direction they're headed in, what their plans are for the future, their philosophy as an organization, and start picking the bones a little bit. The Pirates have some guys that would look real good in some lineups in the major leagues, but really struggling trying to rebuild that organization.
Figueroa hits it hard, but down on a knee is Cedeno, keeping the runner at second. And back to the top, and Reyes. Chase Utley last night homered for the 5th consecutive game. Phillies beat the team that knocked them out of the playoffs last year, the Rockies, 9-5. Pudge Rodriguez is heating up with 9 for 17 in that Detroit series at Toronto. 4 hits and a double, knocked in a run on Monday. Miguel Tejada had 4 hits as Houston beat the Padres 10-3. That was Monday. The only game going on other than this one is the one we mentioned in Milwaukee. Two down in the inning, a runner at second base. And the pitch to Reyes misses. Arizona has 2 starters with 4 wins already. Brandon Webb and now Micah Owens. They join Daisuke Matsuzaka of the Red Sox as the first of 4.
Mike Owens had a couple of base hits in that game again.
You see the West standings. The Rockies got off to a slow start. They have come back a little bit. I don't know if anybody's going to catch the Diamondbacks. As the tying run will come to the plate. That's the 3rd walk over the last 2 innings. I could have said Colorado got off to a rocky start, but that would have been too easy.
Too easy.
In that game last night in Denver, Jason Worth hit an inside the park home run. It's a good park to do that.
Oh, yes, it is. Deep outfield fences, huge gaps, and Jason Worth runs extremely well. Especially if you catch the Rockies in an overshift. One direction or the other, giving him a gap or giving him one of the foul lines, and if he happens to find that foul line, it's off to the races.
It looks like Roy Oswalt is back. He has won back-to-back starts for the first time since last August. 2 strikes on Angel Pagan. He wasn't enthralled with that call by the home plate umpire Eric Cooper. A long look at Henry. Lilly set the kick and the pitch. Smothered by Blanco. 1-2.
Tried to drop another slow curveball right on that outside corner. Just missed a little too low. It's a backdoor curve. You try to start it just off the outside corner, have it so Henry catches it right on the corner, and hope you get the call from the home plate umpire that time. A little bit too low.
How about Andrew Jones? He hit 8th for the Dodgers. The first time he had hit that low in the batting order in almost 10 years. He is hitting just 159.
When striking out a bunch, really having trouble getting untracked. His conditioning has come into question. Doesn't look like he's in mid-season baseball form quite yet.
Lilly's trying to put away Pagan. It's 2-2. The next one popped up near second. It's DeRosa, and the inning comes to an end. We're halfway home with the Cubs leading 3-0.
People think life in California is one big vacation, but it's really a lot of work.
We have board meetings.
Lots of board meetings.
We're always playing catch up. We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it.
So if California seems like your kind of work,
when can you start?
Find yourself in California. With over 95 daily flights from Chicago Midway to cities in California, Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
Leaders do not follow. They pave the way. Never settling for second place or second rate. They glorify the grime and dirty fingernails that are part of the cars that make men roar and drive women wild. Can you smell that? That's 100+ years of wheels spinning inside their heads as they figure out the next big first.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 GMC Acadia for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmar in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Our bite out of the Big Apple programming continues tonight on Comcast Sportsnet. Yankees manager Joe Girardi will be a guest on Chicago Tribune Live at 5:30, and we'll bring you the White Sox and Yankees in high def starting at 7. Right now, let's go back to Wrigley with Len and Bob.
Luke, it's 3-0 Cubs. Derek Lee leading off the bottom of the 5th inning. He is 0 for 2 on the day. The Cubs got their runs in the 4th off right-hander Nelson Figueroa, and a very encouraging start to this ball game for Ted Lilly.
Yeah, Ted Lilly obviously looks as good as he's looked at any time in the last 2 years. He's spotting his fastball well, especially moving it up and down in the strike zone. Has always got that big overhand curveball, throwing some backdoor sliders. He's got it all working today.
And he's going up against a ball club that's 8-1 versus left-handed starters. Continues to work from the stretch with nobody on base. It's 2-2. Derek's daughter Jada is doing well. As many know, she has Leber's congenital amaurosis, a rare disease that affects vision, and the First Touch Foundation and Project 3000 have been established to help find a cure for LCA. And First Touch has partnered with MyBookStork.com, which is a children's book registry, to help promote reading. And 5% of your purchase on MyBookStork.com will go to the First Touch Foundation. So please check it out as Derek takes a leadoff walk. Number 4 given up by Figueroa. Then it brings up the cleanup hitter, Aramis Ramirez.
was breaking ball mania from Nelson Figueroa early in the sequence to all the Cubs hitters, but especially the right-handed hitters.
A fastball. And it was a strike.
Rami couldn't believe it. Took it right down the middle of the plate.
Well, it certainly has to change, if not your approach, at least make you think. And Figueroa probably can sneak in a fastball right down the middle occasionally because of all the off-speed stuff.
And he's starting to consistently miss with that breaking ball. His pitch count's getting up there a little bit. And when you're a breaking ball pitcher and you rely so heavily on that pitch, that's a pitch that you can also make a lot of mistakes over the heart of the plate with when you start fatiguing out there on the mound.
Right center field, slicing, and it's Pagan coming in to make the play. 1 out.
Furcadorme's in the rut. They've got 2 base hits through that hole on the right side of the infield.
It's Cole happy.
Yeah, this is about the time Figueroa will try to get him out away, and he'll shoot one down that left field line.
He had a great at bat, one of many. But last night in the 8th inning, with 2 on, worked the deep count and singled to left. He has a birthday coming up. In 4 days, he'll turn 31. Another big milestone. The Cubs are 2 wins away from 10,000 as a franchise. And when they get there, that'll be a milestone victory for Lou Piniella. He is 2 away from tying Ralph Houck for 14th on the all-time managerial victory list. Cubs in their long history since 1876 have won 9,998 games. They've lost 9,465. The irony of the long World Series drought is that when you look at their overall record, they've been a very successful franchise in the regular season. Ball 4. Here's DeRosa, 0 for 1, as he tries to extend a hit streak that right now is at 8.
Just missed one to center field back in that 4th inning. High fly ball, died out on the warning track just in front of the 400 mark. Watch Mark DeRosa take batting practice every day. Up until the last round of BP, he tries to hit every ball in the gap in right center field. Just wants to make sure he's staying on the pitch. The front shoulder's closed. Then in the last round, he tries to see how many balls he can hit out on the Waveland Avenue. But I love the approach that he has throughout the first 75% of his batting practice when he's driving that ball to the opposite field.
Rick Peterson came sprinting out of the dugout. He did not want Figueroa to throw a pitch. And they now have some action out in their bullpen. Joe Smith is out there. It really is Joe Smith. I'm not making that up.
I'm waiting for John Q. Public to start warming up down there. He's in the witness protection plan, Joe Smith. Rick Peterson, as you mentioned, sprinting out there to the mound. Yeah, I assume his philosophy regarding pitching is still very similar that it was when he was a pitching coach with the Oakland A's, and he was very much into the Zen, the positive mental imagery, and breathing through your eyelids and all that good stuff. Very good mechanical pitching coach as well, but big on the mental part of the game.
And the term prehab is one you might hear, which is preventing injuries before they occur. It's a lot about mechanics. Drive the other way. Pagan circling and catching. He makes a waist-high grab. Derek Lee tagged, and he's now at third base. So 2 outs, and they're at the corners. Cedeno put the Cubs on top with an RBI double with 2 outs at 1 inning ago. Reed Johnson a little later would add a 2-run single. The other thing, Bob, about Rick Peterson, he does not like the word throw when it comes to pitchers. Pitchers pitch. We often say, who's throwing tonight?
Right.
It's not something you'd want to say around Rick Peterson, who's pitching tonight.
Coaches are funny that way.
Yeah.
Hitting instructors, some of them don't like to call it batting practice. It's hitting practice. You're going up there to hit. You're going to practice hitting, which is what we expect you to do during the course of the game.
I'm trying to remember which manager I was around who did not like to be called skipper or skip, as most managers are by either their players or the media. It's going to drop untouched. Did you have a problem with being called skip?
No, not at all.
Better than a few names, I suppose,
Yeah.
you could come up with in the clubhouse, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of my players I knew so well. Some of them I played with in my major league career. A lot of them still called me BB, which is fine. The one that'll get a manager going is when you call him coach. In other sports, head basketball coach, head football coach. But in baseball, the head guy is called the manager. For all you out there that are going to ask Lou Piniella for his autograph.
Pagan makes the catch. That long stride at the end. It was a busy half inning for the former Cub. 2 walks, no runs to the 6th, 3-0 Cubs.
All Moen bath faucets are on sale at Menards. Buy it for looks, buy it for life. This 2-handle model in a chrome finish is only $74. This high arc model in a brushed nickel finish is only $89. Installing a new toilet from Briggs is as easy as 1, 2, 3. This high performance toilet with round front and non-sweat tank is $159. A tall elongated model, $199. Plus there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 when you use your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
The new Lexus ISF. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
I first saw this one when I was traveling through Prague. Geico probably thinks this is easy too. Dancing is good exercise. It works my glutes. Okay, America, I'll show you easy.
Tuesday on Chicago Tribune Live, it's time to take a bite out of the Big Apple. We'll hear from Joe Girardi as the Sox square off against the Yankees and the Cubs take on the Mets. All that and more Tuesday at 5:30.
Tonight, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Yankees manager and former Cub Joe Girardi will stop by to talk about his first season as a Yankees skipper. Plus a complete recap of the Cubs and Mets and a preview of the Sox hosting the Yanks. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live at 5:30 tonight right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Strike one on David Wright. We're in the 6th inning. The Cubs are trying to engineer their 2nd straight sweep. Took all 3 from the Pirates. They beat the Mets last night. Hit hard, but it's Ronnie Cedeno moving a little bit to his left. And he throws on to first for the out. Well, what do you think? Sammy Sosa look-alike in the crowd today.
Trying to hide behind those shades. Yeah, there's a resemblance there. I think the guy on the right had a lot more home runs in the big leagues than the guy on the left.
Yes. We saw Sammy last year hit his 600th career home run. It was against the Cubs as a Texas Ranger. And it was off Jason Marquis. It was his first career home run against the Cubs.
There are a lot of writers around the country out there scratching their heads over the fact that Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, a lot of the guys that were involved in the steroid investigation still without jobs.
Walk number 4 issued by Lilly.
Of course, the big hurt Frank Thomas was not involved in any of the investigations, but he too looking for a gig right now. Well, if all you were interested in is selling tickets, you would think that one of the teams that's struggling here in the early going, you could pick up a whole lot of home runs off the waiver wire in a hurry. Sell a few more tickets, create a little buzz around your ball club.
Are you a little surprised that Barry Bonds is not hooked on with an American League team where he could DH? And do you think that will happen? Kind of hard to tell.
It's hard to tell at this point. I mean, there's no secret to the fact that Barry comes with a lot of baggage. And not only the investigations and the grand jury problems that he's had, but even before all the problems, Barry came with a lot of baggage. And I think a lot of teams are hesitant to throw that into the mix. But I wouldn't rule it out completely. I mean, he would seem to be an ideal designated hitter candidate for the American League.
Well, he can still hit and has probably the best eye in the majors today. And you could maybe argue, and it's tough to do over era to era, maybe the best batting eye at the plate in the history of the game. Three and one on Delgado.
Well, and in this game, once you develop that reputation as a guy who won't swing at bad pitches, who's willing to take a walk, the umpires tend to buy into it as well. I mean, I'll give it up to Barry. He does have a tremendous eye at the plate, but it's pretty easy when all you have to swing at are fastballs right down the middle because everything else is called a ball.
A base hit for Delgado. Throw goes to second base. Beltran had to wait to make sure it got down. They have 2 on with 1 out. It's really the first time we've seen Delgado really smack one in this series.
He started to show some signs the last game in Philadelphia before coming here to Chicago. I mentioned yesterday he hit some balls right on the button, but right at people. Just wait till tomorrow to heat up.
Hart and Marshall are up in the pen.
Sean Marshall says he's getting more accustomed to this relief pitching thing, able to get loose a lot quicker than he was initially.
Quick check on the Cubs minor league report. The AAA Iowa Cubs are 7-10. Sean Marshall, the scheduled starter today against Oklahoma. Scott Schoenweiss, a left-hander, up for the Mets. Sean off to a good start with a 2.30 earned run average. Donnie Veal got his first win of the season at Double-A Tennessee. The Smokies are 9-9. First baseman Matt Craig is hitting .360 with a .543 on base percentage. One pitch, caught the corner. 1-2. That's that big swing pitch and at bat. And now advantage Lilly. Jam shot foul. Robert Starkovich here at the ballpark wants to say hi to his Aunt Ruth Marsh, watching in Hampton, Illinois. Here's the 1-2. A flare to right field. Fukudome couldn't get there in time. He tried to act like he was going to catch it. The bases are loaded. So down in the count, Damian Easley. And a blooper out into right. And the Mets are in business. They have him loaded for the second time.
A little slider down and in. Usually just fights it off to right field. There you see Fukudome raise the glove as if he was going to make the catch in the air, trying to freeze the runner. Beltran trying to read it. He sees Fukudome come in there with his glove up. He has no choice but to wait and see that ball on the ground before advancing.
Three on the pitch to Brady Clark. Ball one.
This might be Ted Lilly's last hitter right here. You're wondering, why didn't you go to the right-hander right here, Lou? Well, you bring in a right-handed pitcher, Kevin Hart, in this situation. The Mets have a lot of left-handed bats stacked up on that bench right now, and Willie Randolph would not hesitate to hit for Brady Clark. Raul Casanova, the on-deck hitter. We talked about Brian Schneider and the injury to his forearm. I'm not so sure they'd hit for Casanova in this situation.
The logical choice, if Lou had brought in a righty to face Clark, would have been Ryan Church, who was hitting .419 during an 8-game hitting streak. So instead it's Lilly versus Clark. And time was called. I don't know if Clark has something in his eye or not.
It's a lot easier to make those pitching changes when you're in the middle of the other team's batting order, because it's very unlikely they're going to hit for David Wright or Carlos Beltran or Carlos Delgado. Those guys are going to take their bats against everybody. But the guys at the bottom of the order, it's not unusual for a manager to pinch hit for a guy at the first pitching change. Another good slider from Ted Lilly, starting to get that pitch to that down and in location. Gets the righties to swing right over the top of it.
We saw him blowing on his pitching hand. You have to get permission to do that. And the 1-2. Clark waited back on a slow curve at 70 and hit it foul. The wind is starting to shift a little bit. It started with a west wind at 8, blowing straight out to center. Coming in now from right to second base. A diving stab there. No catch. They get an out at second base, and the Mets are on the board. DeRosa tried to make the play before it hit the dirt. He was unable to, but they did get the out on the forced play at second. So Clark, with a fielder's choice, will pick up an RBI. Easley is out, 4-6.
Odd looking play right there. If DeRosa stays on his feet, they might have a chance to turn that double play, but he thought initially he could get that ball in the air, which is why he made this diving attempt. Has to play it on a short hop, and by that point, no chance to turn the double play.
Well, a good thing that ball didn't get by him. He really didn't have a choice but to just go after it. Otherwise, you get caught up in that short hop. And usually bad things happen when you're playing on your heels. You back up. High and outside on Casanova on a fastball. Figueroa is on deck. He has a jacket over his throwing shoulder.
Well, if Figueroa comes to the plate this inning, I don't think there's any way we're going to see him hitting his own spot right there. We mentioned the left-handed bats that Willie Randolph has available off the bench. The only switch hitter today, Luis Castillo.
The fans are standing. A 1-2 pitch. Ground ball rolled to short. Cedeno to DeRosa at second base. Lilly gets out with limited damage. The Mets do get a run. They're on the board, but it's 3-1 Cubs.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get $1,500 cash back, or current GM owners get $3,000 total cash back on a 2008 Buick Lucerne. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Hi there with Mark Janowski. I'm Pat Boyle. Tonight at 6:30, Chicago tries to take a bite out of the Big Apple.
We'll have highlights of the Cubs-Mets matinee from Wrigley Field, plus a preview of the White Sox and Yankees. See you at 6:30.
Looking for a great new job? Airland Transport is currently hiring drivers. If you have a Class A license, this is an outstanding opportunity to work for a locally owned company that offers competitive wages and benefits, paid holidays, and more. Airland Transport is looking for good people like you to continue providing quality transportation service. Do you want to be home daily? Tired of where you're currently working? Give Airland a call today at 800-224-2899 or visit us in East Moline.
Holland & Sons on Highway 6 East in Geneseo carries a full line of new and used John Deere consumer products for any use around your home. Holland & Sons offers professional-grade tractors and mowers for landscapers or property owners, as well as residential mowers and Gator utility vehicles. We also carry outdoor power equipment like trimmers and saws, and we back them up with top-notch parts and service. Remember Holland & Sons in Geneseo, your local John Deere dealer.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the batter's eye in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. The batter's eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. The batter's eye is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more information, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS.
The Mets got a run. Their second of this series. They scored once last night in a Cubs 7-1 victory. And Figueroa back out for the last of the 6th inning. Ted Lilly would qualify for his first win of the year. Handshakes all around. Mike Fontenot in the on-deck circle and Lily's spot.
We talked about Ted Lilly taking baby steps. He took a huge grown man step today. That looked more like Ted Lilly that we came to know and love last season.
Reyes can't get there. How about that? And a ball just got out of the Mets bullpen as Henry hit first base. Eric Cooper, the home plate umpire, picked it up. It's surprising to see a ball get past Reyes so easily. It'll be a hit.
It looked like he didn't pick it up off the bat right away. He didn't react initially, and then by the time he saw the ball, he was late getting over there, just a couple of steps to his left, but it's through for a base hit.
Fontenot announced Willie Randolph heading out to the mound. Scott Schoenweiss coming in. The Heineken call to the pen has been made. It's 3-1 Cubs.
Look at that, B. Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent. Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The Hoff is in the house. Hey, good to be back. Good to see you.
Thank you. It is a pleasure as usual.
So, David, what's news these days?
Well, I've been looking for freedom.
You're a sensation.
I thought I was popular in Europe, but you're actually bigger than me.
You're huge over
Come on.
there.
You guys sell more cars in Europe than anyone. Same as in China, Brazil.
You are not so big in Brazil.
No.
Well, good morning.
Good night.
Now at McDonald's, I can get any two McGriddles for just $3.
How would you like to see the Northsiders play in St. Louis? It's the I-55 sweepstakes presented by Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels. Now's your chance to win luxury box tickets to the May 3rd game and a one-night stay at Lumiere Place Casino and Hotels in St. Louis. To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off. It's our only spring window sale, but hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Southpaw Scott Schoenweiss, whose last win came on September 25th, 2006 as a member of the Reds. It was against the Cubs. He has been with the Angels, the White Sox, the Blue Jays, the Reds, and the Mets. He takes over for Nelson Figueroa.
Lefty's hitting 200 against Schoenweiss this year over the course of his career. 228 against left-handed batters.
Fontenot will stay in the pinch hit. Bob Howery is cranking it up in the Cubs bullpen. It's 3-1. Blanco the runner at first after a leadoff single.
That's right. You better keep an eye on him over there. He's liable to take off any moment.
Henry's 4 out of 14 in his major league career. His last stolen base was a while ago. Bunted by Fontenot. Deadened in the grass. Schoenweiss will throw. Nifty footwork there by Damian Easley covering the bag.
Perfectly executed by Mike Fontenot. Gets the bunt to the first base side of the field. This is a tough play for a left-handed pitcher. Scoop that ball up, throw back across his body, and Easley with a real nice shift of the feet down there at first base to get the out.
The last steal for Henry Blanco, should he think about third base, was in 2001 as a Milwaukee Brewer. He was 3 for 4 that year.
I didn't mean to chuckle. It's just talking about Henry Blanco stealing bases, especially stealing third.
July 28th, 2001.
I think enough time has passed that he has the element of surprise working for him again. You know, every 7 or 8 years, just take off.
They've gone to the 9th. In Milwaukee, it's 8-7 Brewers. And Eric Gagne is pitching. It hasn't gone that well for Gagne early on with the Brewers this year. 8.22 earned run average.
Derek Turnbow gave it up last night. Wasn't he the one that got banged around?
I believe you're right.
So plan B in that bullpen. Should Gagne not work out, he's struggling a little bit himself.
That move reads hands. 3-1.
This might be the rare 3-1 count where you see Reed Johnson attack a pitch. Normally on 3-1, he'll take a called strike if the pitcher throws it over the plate to run that count to full and continue to battle against that pitcher. But with a runner in scoring position, we may see him let it go. Pitch is off the corner. He'll take his base.
Two men on. It's Felix PA with 1 out.
The 6th walk of the ball game for the Cubs, once again showing tremendous patience at the plate. Gets back to Gerald Perry's theory that we talked to him about going all the way back to last spring. Attack the strike zone. I think that's a great philosophy to have if you can get your hitters to buy into that mentally. You don't just attack the pitch, you attack the strike zone. If a pitcher sees you're swinging at everything, he's not going to throw you a strike. But you show them you're going to be patient, you're going to force them to throw the ball over the plate, then you're going to get better pitches to hit, and that's when the offense explodes, like it has done on this homestand.
Gagne hit Cesar Torres to start the 9th. And then Skip Schumacher singled to center. The Cardinals have runners at first and third with no outs against the Brewers closer, trailing 8-7. So he's in a major jam again. 1-1 on Felix. Big leg kick by Sean Weiss. Swinging bunt for PA. Casanova throws. He's out. Barely.
Well, you talk about the pressure that speed puts on a defense. Casanova comes out very casually, then realizes he better get rid of that ball in a hurry. PA thought he beat it out. This is a pick and throw all in one motion as Casanova falls down on his chest protector. Boy, it looked like he beat that at first base. Very close, but it looked like he beat it.
One more look.
Yep.
The second close play that has not gone the Cubs' way at first base in the series. Double switch time. Indy Chavez coming in will get you the new pitcher. It's the Heineken call to the pen. And we'll be back. It is, I believe, Joe Smith coming in.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get $1,500 cash back, or current GM owners get $3,000 total cash back on a 2008 Buick Lucerne. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
This month, take 30% off all groceries.
Take 30% off of your utility bill. Save 30% on all gasoline.
We wish.
We wish. We wish.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off, and it's our only spring window sale. Save 30% on energy-efficient Feldco windows. Do one window or do the whole house. But hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. Run, boy, run, boy, run.
Keep going in the fuel-efficient Kia Sportage, starting under $17,000.
The Mets go with a double switch maneuver. Indy Chavez comes in and plays left, and he'll hit ninth, meaning he'll lead off the 7th inning, and right-hander Joe Smith will be plugged into the 7th spot where Brady Clark was. 2nd and 3rd for the Cubs with 2 outs. And Derek Lee at the plate. Here we go. Side armor with a strike. Deep drive, straightaway center field. Beltran's on the warning track. He's going to leap. He made the catch going into the vines. Lee just missed. It's still 3-1 after 6.
Everything okay, Carl?
I'm winning, right?
Yeah, but the other drivers think Aflac sponsorship's giving you an advantage.
Well, if you're sick and you can't work, Aflac pays cash fast to help keep you in the race.
I know, but they see it a little differently. I taught him that.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
The 48-mile-per-gallon rated Toyota Prius. The Toyota Camry, rated at 31 miles per gallon. And the 2009 Toyota Corolla, rated at 35 miles per gallon. Lease the all-new 2009 Corolla for just $189 a month, or get 0% APR financing. Long live the road trip. Toyota, it's a great way to keep moving forward.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball plays on Comcast Sportsnet Plus as the Cubs take on Matt Holliday and the defending NL champion Colorado Rockies in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Rockies tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend. After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs postgame live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hey, Cub fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet on demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel $9.99, then look for Comcast Sportsnet and view Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Bob Howery works the 7th inning against Indy Chavez. Jose Reyes and Angel Pagan.
Bob Howry coming off one of his best outings of the season, went 2 innings against the Pirates, the final game of that series. He did give up a solo home run to Ryan Doman, but struck out 4 in his 2 innings of work, did not walk a batter.
It's a tie game in Milwaukee, 8-8. Eric Gagne has 6 saves, but he has now blown 4. And Albert Pujols, fielder's choice, tying the ball game. The liner is handled by Ronnie. Former Cub Doug Glanville will conduct the 7th inning stretch coming up. Ball 1 on Reyes. Showing bunt and taking a strike. It's not really a bat, but it's really heavy. Angel Pagan taking his practice swings.
It's like a piece of rebar or something. Overload training. Same principle when guys put a donut on their game bat. Just swing a heavier piece of wood, and then when you go up to the plate, that bat feels light as a feather in your hands.
And bounced way out in front of home plate. The New York baseball fans in town this week. I'm sure many are going to go to both games. Howry's 2-2 pitch. It's routine for DeRosa. 2 gone. Pagan has the donut on his game bat. Just took it off.
All kinds of paraphernalia in that Mets on deck circle. Different guys use different things. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 donuts, a heavy weighted sleeve, a red lead bat back there, that piece of rebar, and that other tool on the right side there that batters use to swing in preparation of their at bat. I think that comes down more to superstition than anything else. If you have a good game, get 3 or 4 hits swinging that big red bat, that's what you're going to swing every game.
A giant wallet also sitting there. DeRosa again. And it's time to sing the stretch.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, welcome former Cub Doug Glanville.
Hey, let me hear ya! A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Looks like someone went shopping again.
I got it a couple weeks ago. You like it?
I can't believe it's a Chevy.
Yeah, it's an Equinox. I love it. It's got the highest crash test ratings that you can possibly get. You can't beat Chevy's coverage, and it got great reviews on Edmunds.com.
And it matches your outfit.
Get 2.9% APR financing plus current GM owners and lessees get an additional $1,000 on an 08 Equinox.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
A called strike on the outside corner to Aramis Ramirez. Joe Smith pitching for the Mets. The Cubs lead 3-1. We're with former Cubs outfielder and Harry Carey impersonator Doug Glanville. Hi, Doug. Always good to see you.
It's great to be here. I have a lot of fun with this. I didn't get the glasses this year, but, you know, we'll come back with that next time.
The spirit was alive.
Absolutely.
A good ball game as the Cubs try to complete what would be a 7-1 homestand. What's new, Doug? I know you always have a million things going on.
I do. I have a lot of things going on, but one thing, I'm writing an online column with New York Times and talking about baseball, and that's a lot of fun. And I've partnered with a junior high school friend of mine. We have a company that helps with emerging companies and sort of building infrastructure called GK Alliance, and it's a lot of fun. So, you know, I have my hands in a lot of things, and you know, I'm just trying to find my niche.
I know you've traveled the world. You went to an Ivy League school, University of Pennsylvania, like Mark DeRosa did, but I know you wanted to stay around baseball.
Yeah, I mean, this is you know, the first love. I had such a great experience. My brother taught me the game. He's in North Carolina these days, and it's you know, it's a big part of my life, and I want to continue to find ways to give back to the game.
Single to left for Ramirez. He's on, and Kosuke Fukudome will come up, already on base 3 times. Have you seen Fukudome play a lot?
Not a lot, but you know, he just looks like he's got the confidence. You know, he seems like he just leads by example, and I think he has a tremendous you know, upside. I think he's going to be a tremendous addition to this team.
So you were number 1, right?
I was number 1 for a moment until Lance Johnson came in and threw his veteran weight around, and I had to give it up. And I tried to, you know, get a little cash for it, but he said he's going to give me the best thing possible, and that's experience.
Okay.
So, oh well.
Can't put a price on that.
Did you use that line a little later in your career with a younger player?
Jimmy Rollins, I believe. I took his number off his back, but I gave him a laptop computer, so I stepped it up.
Yeah, I see you're working as a consultant with Baseball Factory. I had a little bit of experience with Baseball Factory when my son was in high school, and yeah, maybe explain to the fans a little bit what that's all about.
Yeah, it's a great program. It's a guy that I went to college with, Steve Scafani, started, and basically they develop high school players and give them exposure, training, and different tools to help them find college matches and even professional at some level. So I'm able to work with them on a mentoring capacity. I write a small column called Ask Doug on their website, and I get a chance to talk to the young guys, and it's really rewarding, really giving back like that.
And I'm sure they appreciate it too. I mean, I know a lot of people think, you know, if you're the best player on your high school team, you're going to be a first-round draft pick and make $1 billion.
That's deep for Kosuke. It's going to be off the wall. It'll send Ramirez to third. Fukudome with a double. He's 3 for 3 with a double, a walk, and at this point 1 run, but he is in scoring position again. Off to a fantastic start.
He just drives this ball to the opposite field, middle down fastball, bangs it off the vines out there at the 368 mark, and as always, running hard out of the batter's box.
You went to Penn a little before Mark DeRosa. Did you ever see him? Did you ever come back and watch him play quarterback?
No, I missed the DeRosa era there at the helm. So
he's going to love that.
But you know, it's fun. You take a lot of pride in the guys you went to school with, especially Penn. It's small in terms of its representation in pro sports. So you know, I'm rooting for them all the way.
The infield is in for the Mets. The Cubs already have a 2-run advantage, and they have runners at second and third with no outs. Way outside. I want to ask you about the numbers game and how you follow baseball today as a former player. Pedro Feliciano, the left-hander, is up in the visiting bullpen. One of our our good friends is Jason Stark, who I know you've talked to many times, and you've given him a lot of great stories that he's used for his columns throughout the years. But do you get into sabermetrics? Do you follow that kind of thing? As a player, I think it could be counterproductive to follow the numbers too much, but is that something that you like to follow as you look at what guys are doing? That is foul.
No, I think sabermetrics is really interesting because I was an engineer, but in some respects as a player, it's a little scary. You know, you don't want to you don't want to know too much. You know, like, because then you start to like let the stats kind of lead your actions. And but I think that's what makes baseball so phenomenal, that people can read into it and look at all these angles. It's very mathematical and strategic, and the inability to capture that explanation for why is kind of fun. It's part of the fun part of the game. So. I'm careful with numbers, but I appreciate them at the same time.
1-2 on DeRosa. Here's the pitch. Line shot, base hit. It'll score 1. Ramirez in. It's now 4-1. Good timing. Mark DeRosa from Penn. He just extended his hit streak to 9.
Go Quakers. Go Quakers. Terrible nickname, but we stick together anyway.
I talked earlier in the ball game about DeRosa and his batting practice every day, how he devotes most of his time to hitting the ball to the opposite field, and it serves him well right here. Little soft line drive over the drawn-in infield to plate another run.
Ronnie Cedeno at the plate. Still no outs. They're at the corners. We're with former Cubs outfielder Doug Glanville. When you think of your greatest Cubs memory.
Well, I think that playoff run in 2003 was just amazing. I mean, I guess I can put my debut up there too, but there's nothing like the electricity around here for the playoffs and watching the fans come out the way they did. So, you know, that I'll never forget that.
He had the big triple in Game 3 that was in Florida. There were about 65,000 fans in the ballpark, and a lot of them were rooting for the Cubs.
They were. They had these white towels, but there was a lot of Cubs fans there. And it really was uplifting to get that hit and see the response. So we really thought we were, going to close the deal, but it was other plans.
You were pretty fortunate in your career that you played for a great organization like the Cubs, and you mentioned you went to college at Penn. You were able to play in Philadelphia. You're from New Jersey, so it worked out pretty well for you.
It worked out very well, and I had some really wonderful, managers that were really, cool to work with. Terry Francona. And so it was a joy to be out there, and people who are positive every day. So I feel very fortunate that I had the career that I did, and it still yields wonderful benefits.
And Terry Francona ended up in a pretty good place too, huh?
Yeah, Terry, he's doing it. I mean, yeah. Terry's really, but he was a really wonderful players type manager, and for years, you saw that he could be successful at it.
Count even 2-2. Ramirez started the inning with a single. Fukudome then doubled off the wall in left center. DeRosa just singled home Aramis.
Staying alive up there. Ronnie Cedeno just in the last week has really come on offensively with his ability to foul off the pitcher's pitches, take the bad ones, and put a good swing on the strikes.
The Mets still have their infield in. And the next 2-2 pitch is low and away, 3-2. Henry Blanco on deck. He's had a good day from the 8th spot. An intentional walk and a run, and a single his last time up. Ronnie chased a bad one. That's the first out. And Henry's going to head back in the dugout. We're going to see a pinch hitter. It'll be Darrell Ward. This is a very difficult game, and Doug, it looks easier up here than it really is. And that's the one thing former players usually notice, or even current players, if they ever come up, if they're on the disabled list and they look down and everything seems a little slower and more manageable from this spot.
Sure.
But from your perspective, of all the difficult things about it, what was the toughest part of being a major league player?
I think it's partly just being able to be consistent. You know, everybody can have that flash moment like, oh, wow, this guy can do it. But then to get after it every day on the road, planes, trains, and automobiles. And, you know, and then who knows, as you get, in my situation, I got older, I became a pinch hitter. So now you're, you know, sort of like a Marlon Anderson situation with the Mets. It's like you come in and you got to just do it. And I think at that level, it's extremely difficult to just maintain, you know, your quality of play doing that every day.
We're with Doug Glanville. We're in the 7th. It's the Heineken call to the pen, and we'll be back.
Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. They're gonna get you, boy, run, boy, run. Run, boy, run, boy, run, boy, run.
Keep going in the fuel-efficient Kia Sportage, starting under $17,000.
I am your idea. I gotta fly. I gotta move. I'm out of the box and in the network. In the zone and on your mind. Don't stop me now. Give me Rico. Rico's always ready to move me. Send me. Here, there, everywhere. This is how we go. Let's go. Rico.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get $1,500 cash back, or current GM owners get $3,000 total cash back on a 2008 Buick Lucerne. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Left-hander Pedro Feliciano has replaced Joe Smith. Darrell Ward was announced as the pinch hitter, but now with a left-hander on the mound, Lou's going to go with Giovanni Soto. So it was Blanco, then Ward, now Soto. With runners at first and third and a run in, the Cubs leading 4-1. Bob Brenly and Len Casper, and we're joined by Doug Glanville in the booth. He's knocked down by Casanova, but Mark DeRosa will take second base. It's a wild pitch. Takes away their double play opportunity.
I'm sure Lou hated to lose Darrell Ward's bat in that exchange right there. You see the ball gets away briefly from Casanova. DeRosa gets a good read at first base and gets himself into scoring position. Soto was going to have to come into the ball game anyway, so he has Soto pinch hit for the pinch hitter.
Well, another one, and that one almost caught Giovanni, and Raul Casanova will head out to the mound. Toughest pitcher you ever faced, Doug?
You know, it's strange because it's not the guys you would think. I actually hit the big guns pretty well, like Randy Johnson and Schilling. I actually hit pretty well, but it was a guy like Kurt Ruder. He had that sinker baller, and you know, he broke every bat I owned, I think. You know, so I can't, you know, you never know. I mean, Tom Glavine gave me nightmares too, so that wasn't my thing.
You know, Glavine gave a lot of people nightmares. Still is.
Now they'll intentionally walk Soto, and Matt Merton on deck. So Merton will hit for Bob Howard. Any good Dan Plesac stories? We'll hear from Dan on the Cubs post-game live, and I know he's listening back in the studio.
He kept the clubhouse very loose and loosey-goosey. It was a lot of fun, and you know, I'm wishing him well.
Was he kind of a quiet guy that sat in a corner off by himself, didn't say too much? Yeah, right.
Until your shoe caught fire for some reason.
We will have another Heineken call to the pen. Jorge Sosa will be called upon with the bases full of Cubs. We'll be back.
Hey, Nick, check this out. This Business Select thing is great. I get to be one of the first aboard, and I get extra rapid rewards credit and a free drink.
Shh, keep it down.
What? No, I want to shout this from the rooftops. I got Business Select.
Hey, I know it's great, man, but if everybody knows about it, then everyone's gonna do it.
Southwest Airlines' new Business Select. You're guaranteed to be one of the first to board. You get extra Rapid Rewards credit, a free drink, and it's fully refundable.
You're now free to be more productive.
The new Lexus ISF. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Well, the Cubs are having the type of inning today that they had in just about that whole series against the Pirates, putting a lot of pressure on the other team's pitching staff. A lot of deep counts. And Jorge Sosa, who gave up the home run to Felix P.A. last night, will face Matt Merton with the bases full and 1 out and a run already in. Fukudome is the runner at third. DeRosa's at second. Soto's at first. Low and outside, ball one. We're with Doug Glanville. Pressure's on the pitcher in this spot, right?
It definitely is, but sometimes you try to come out of your shoes and hit it across the street, and that's where you get into trouble. But you know, he's got to make his pitches here, and you know, he's in a tough spot right now.
If you're Matt Merton, you'd like to make him get the ball up if at all possible. Sosa with a good sinker, good slider, tries to keep the ball down and get ground balls. That's what Matt Merton wants to avoid in this at bat.
Outside. Well, he's really in a good position with a 2-0 count. Hart and Marmol are up. It's a called strike. Doug Glanville hit .325 for the Phillies in 1999.
Yeah, that was the year I put it together, and you know, I love the Cubs. A little sweet revenge because I got my 200th hit on a home run off the Cubs after they traded me. So, you know, no hard feelings, but that was a little bit moment of glory for me.
204 hits that season. Ready for a 2-1. The pitch. 2-2. Sosa's back in it. The Cubs have outscored the Mets 11-2 in this series. 7-1 the final last night. They're out hitting them today 10-4, and Matt asks for time.
Well, a 2-strike, the Mets have brought in the right side of their infield. Damian Easley was playing a double play depth, but once the count went to 2 strikes, he came in just a step or two behind the baseline now. Figuring a slowly hit ball that way, he'll probably come home and try to cut off that run.
The wind has really died down. A lot of sunshine now and blue skies above. Sliced foul. Bob, I was going to say to Doug, you know, there are a lot of guys here that he played with and against, and that's always nice as an ex-player. But then I remembered that there's still guys playing that you played against, right? Maddox,
yeah.
Glavine. Who else, Bob, who's still in the major leagues?
There's a lot of guys. I know for me, that what's scaring me is that I played against the father of a lot of these guys. That's kind of what's bothering me right now. But I have a lot of these guys are still playing.
Another 2-2 off the end of the bat on the ground, backhanded by Delgado. They get one at the plate, and that's it. 2 outs. So Merton bounces into a fielder's choice. Well, Bob, we mentioned Barry Bonds, but he's not playing right now. But there's still a couple of guys who began their careers back in the mid to late 80s who are still.
Well, I played with a lot of these guys at Ramos, and so there's a decent amount of current players that are active. But Jimmy Rollins, of course, has had a wonderful career, and
yeah, that has to feel good for you. I mean, seeing him at the beginning of his career. The player he's become.
He's amazing, and he really is. He wanted it. I mean, he really wanted to be the best, and he worked out with Tony Gwynn, and he's taken it to a level that it's really unimaginable. But he's become quite a force.
He was out last weekend with the ankle. He eventually went on the disabled list. As the Cubs, a couple in that series, is turned away. Actually, they salvaged the finale, lost 2 of 3 to the Phillies without the services of Rollins. 1-0 on Reed Johnson.
Yeah, you're right, though, Doug. Some of the guys that we played with, their kids used to come out and bat boy. They were just little. The bats were bigger than they were, and now a lot of these kids are starting their own careers.
Yeah, I think that kind of accelerated my decision to do something else.
Pulled foul. 40,503 at Wrigley Field today.
Turned into a beautiful day for baseball. We were a little concerned about precipitation as this game got underway. Very overcast and gray, but the sun has popped through, turned into a beautiful day.
Too high. It's 2-1. They've gone to extras in Milwaukee. They're in the bottom of the 10th. 8-8. The Cardinals and the Brewers. Another blown save for Eric Gagne. He gave up a run in the 9th. Inside corner. 2-2. How did you get along with the umpires?
Oh, it was great. I mean, I saw them as like judges, so I had a lot of respect for them, and I remember, I think it was Eric Cooper. I think he's behind home plate.
Yes,
I remember
is.
Eric, and so no, I had a good relationship with them, and they never had a problem. They are the best at what they do, and it's somewhat of a thankless job, but they are the best.
That's what Bob says every day.
Yeah.
Kind of. Well, not really.
Well, my relationship with umpires changed drastically from being a player, where you have to kind of work them a little bit because you want to get some calls, to being a manager when their calls killed us.
A 2-2 pitch, a foul off to the right. This has been a grind 'em out inning for the Cubs offense. They have 1 run in the inning, 3 hits, an intentional walk. Now faced 3 Mets relievers: Smith, Feliciano, and now Sosa. Another 2-2, another foul.
We've seen a lot of this from Cubs hitters on this homestand. Not only Reed Johnson, Ronnie Cedeno, Fukudome, Derek Lee. Guys just fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch until they finally get something they can handle. A couple of insurance runs wouldn't hurt anything right here.
An infield pop. And it's Damian Easley to make the catch and end the inning. Doug, always a pleasure to see you. And come back to Wrigley Field anytime. We can't wait to have you back here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
We'll check you out in the New York Times. It's Doug Glanville, 4-1 Cubs.
When you're ready for fun, Southwest Airlines has your fare. Fly to lots of fun places nationwide for as low as $59 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Introducing the Nissan Rogue with an intelligent key that never has to leave your pocket. And a hands-free Bluetooth phone system. It's a whole new way to make driving fun. The Nissan Rogue. Game on.
Time for a little high life housekeeping.
You can't park here.
Keep it on. So this is how the other half of 1% lives. Hello, common sense check. $5 for chips. $13.50 for a bag of nuts? This hotel just lost its key to the high life. We got a lot of high life to collect. High life housekeeping. And they say money can't buy you love. Common sense, this is your wake-up call. Get your butt up. For $13, I'll be a macadamia nut.
Time to check out the sharp Aquist detail of the game. This looked like a routine ground ball to the right side, right to the second baseman, Damian Easley. But Ted Lilly beat it out as Delgado could not get to first, and the pitcher, Figueroa, was also late. Now that would lead, that was with 2 outs. The next batter, Reed Johnson, would pick up a 2-run single, and that turned a 1-0 lead into a 3-0 advantage. A huge turn of events in that inning.
Boy, and how often do you see a pitcher hit a ground ball to the right side and jog at about 20% down the first base line, assuming he's going to be out? But Ted Lilly didn't assume anything. Legged it out for an infield hit, paved the way for a couple runs in that inning.
Good job by Bob Howery today. He worked a 1-2-3, 10-pitch 7th inning. And the new battery, Marmol and Soto, going up against David Wright. They like to face Wright with nobody on and a 3-run lead late. Fouled back. It's off to Colorado after this one. Rich Hill and Franklin Morales, 2 lefties, tomorrow night on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Bob and I will hit the air at 7:30 Central Time. And then Thursday afternoon, Jason Marquis will oppose Aaron Cook.
We've talked about pitching at elevation in Colorado. Rich Hill, as we all know, uses that big overhand curveball. Hopefully he'll be able to get some break on that pitch, keep it in the strike zone, and maybe incorporate some straight changeups in his outing in Denver tomorrow.
That's deep right center. Felix P.A. though has just enough space.
Wright drives that ball a long way to the opposite field, but Felix P.A. with his speed is able to get back there and make it a fairly routine catch on the warning track. And then we talk all the time about where do you actually save a ball game? It's not always in the 9th inning. And if you look at the hitters that the Mets had coming to the plate here in the 8th, David Wright, Carlos Beltran, Carlos Delgado, a lot of people would say this is the most important inning in this ball game right now. I mean, they're all important, and every hitter with a bat in his hands is dangerous, but working your way through the 3, 4, 5 hitters in this Mets lineup in the 8th inning could be the pivotal inning.
And it's a question that's great to debate over a beverage, and it's one that probably will never be completely answered to everyone's satisfaction, and that is facing 3, 4, 5 in the 8th as difficult or more difficult than facing 7, 8, 9 for outs 25, 26, and 27. And this conversation has gone on and on for a long, long time.
That's where Lou Piniella is very fortunate not only to have Kerry Wood to close games out, but Carlos Marmol pitching tough innings late in the ball game. Bob Howry starting to get back into the form we expected from him. He's really got 3 guys to use at the end of the ball game, and should Kerry Wood have multiple day outings in a row, you give him a day off, you slide Marmol into that 9th inning role, but 3 guys, any of whom could pitch any of those 3 innings at the end of a ball game.
Marmol gets the strikeout on the slider.
That's a deflector shield. Starts in the middle of the plate, ends up down and in. Not only the break on that pitch, but the change in speeds off his fastball got Beltran way out in front.
Well, let's sneak in our Coors Light Cold Blast email. Randy Price from Gurnee writes, with Dempster's success going from starter to bullpen and back to starter, do you think the Cubs might look into doing the same with Carlos Marmol? I would say no at this point, because he struggled at this level as a starter, and his makeup, his stuff, it just cries out late inning short reliever. Now that could change down the road. He's only 25, but he has found his niche.
Well, and he's basically a 2-pitch pitcher in the role he finds himself in right now. As a starting pitcher, he would have to work on some kind of an off-speed pitch, either a straight changeup or a splitter or something to use against those left-handed hitters when that breaking ball becomes a little more dangerous. And sometimes when a guy tries to learn that 3rd pitch, he loses something off his first 2. I like him right where he's at.
Cubs have a big pull shift on against Delgado with the shortstop Cedeno over on the right side of second. They don't shift nearly as much with a left-handed pitcher on the mound. Swing and a miss. Marmol with a 1-2-3-8. The bullpen very stingy today. Howry and Marmol. We might see Wood in the 9th. 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Life is high school with money. What are the cool kids wearing? Where are the cool kids living? What are the cool kids driving? And if you were never really into all that, there's only one thing to do. Graduate.
Visit your local Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Can you spot the Ninja 250R?
The all-new Ninja 250R from Kawasaki.
Hi, I'm John Brenny. Come check out all the new Kawasaki's at Brenny Cycle Works in East Moline.
Hi, we're Team Teskey.
Want a greener, healthier lawn? Need help with your trees, shrubs, or flowers? Come to Teskey's. Hi, it's George from Teskey's. Since 1922, Quad Cityans have trusted Teskey's expert advice for their lawns and gardens. So if you're putting in a new vegetable garden or re-landscaping your home, come see me and
we're Team Teskey.
We'll take care of you. Teskey's, Bettendorf, and Moline. Teskey's, where homes come to life.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our downtown studios. The battle between New York and Chicago continues later tonight on Comcast Sportsnet. Coming up on Chicago Tribune Live, Yankees manager Joe Girardi joins the panel, and later this evening, the White Sox host the Yankees. First pitch, 7-11, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Right now, let's go back to Wrigley with Len and Bob.
Luke, the Cubs are closing in on what would be their 5th straight victory. Jorge Sosa against Felix PA. Remember, this matchup last night turned into a 3-run homer by PA. So it was something he'll never forget, considering all he's gone through here lately, trying to get sorted out mechanically.
Well, we heard Doug Glanville talk about it in the last inning. It's not really about having a day's worth of success. It's having consistent success, and Felix PA with another great approach against Sosa lines a clean single into right field. Find a way to repeat it. Come back and do it again the next day. This was last night. 3-run drive into the bleachers in right field. Made his hitting coach happy, that's for sure. Boy, it's good to see all the hard work that you put in over the last week and a half come to fruition with a couple of real good at-bats the last 2 days.
The closer is up. He was up last night in a potential save spot. He did pitch. He threw just 6 to get the final 3 outs, but did not notch a save as the game was out of reach at that point. Got a nice note from Joyce and Fred Hayden from Des Plaines. They were talking about their granddaughter's buddy baseball team, a team of children with disabilities. They play Wednesdays and Saturdays in a brand new park built for them in Buffalo Grove. Base hit in the right. Felix able to get back as Pagan threw behind him. So they play at Twin Creeks Park, which is at Buffalo Grove Road and Aptekissic Road, I believe. APTAKISIC. So go check it out. Start their season on April 26th, the Saturday. They play every Wednesday at 5 and Saturdays at 9:30. Allison Barron, their granddaughter. So thanks for the nice note. Drive to left field. Chavez has room, and Ramirez just missed. Where's that wind?
Needed to hit that ball about 2 hours ago. It would have been out on Waveland Avenue. Flags in center field, pretty much hanging straight down right now. No help at all on that drive to left.
It might have been the Nissan drive, but it fell short. As it is, Reed Johnson hit it that far, and it brought 2 runs home back in the 4th. While Kosuke leads the majors in pitches per plate appearance, he has 6 hits when he puts the first pitch in play. Well, he's doing it all. And he jumps on that first one, which he did not there. Took it for a strike. He's been pretty successful. The averages continue to climb. Reed Johnson's actually has gone down, but he's at 339. Derek at 353. Aramis at 280. Kosuke's at 357. You go right down the list. DeRosa 313. Cedeno 321. Henry Blanco's hitting 357. Soto at 306. It's a beautiful thing. Well, it looked like Kosuke saw Reyes sneak in behind the runner at second base, and he was aiming to shoot it through the hole on the left side.
Just love to watch this guy hit. I just love to watch him play the game, period. He does everything well. Kevin Hart has now joined Kerry Wood down in the bullpen. I think this is the third time Hart has been up. Once with Sean Marshall in the event Lou needed to play matchups in the inning. Then later he was up again, I believe with Bob Howry, in case the Cubs tacked on some runs. It would have been Kevin Hart instead of Bob Howry.
Foul. Angel Hernandez on the call. That was pretty tight.
Well, nobody's arguing, and that's a tough one. Off the bat of a left-handed hitter, that ball has a lot of side English. Could very easily hit in fair territory, go over the bag, and end up in foul territory. But Angel Hernandez right out there straddling the third baseline called it foul the entire way.
Cubs add a couple here. Probably going to see Hart. That's why he's up again. If it remains 4-1, we'll see Kerry Wood. Three and two. Sosa needs an extra second. He wanted that one.
Kosuke did not. You can't always get what you want. Somebody's going to be disappointed there. That was a borderline pitch, knee high, just off the outside corner.
Ball four. Two singles, two walks, and a double for Fukudome.
And that at bat started 0-2. Just amazing.
DeRosa with the bases loaded.
Boy, and you have to love your spot in the lineup if you're Mark DeRosa. This is his fifth at bat in the ball game, and every at bat he's had in this game, Kosuke has gotten on base ahead of him. Always putting the pitcher in the stretch.
PA at third, Lee at second, Fukudome at first. The throw will go to the plate. The relay throw not in time. The good news here is the inning is still alive. Thought the Mets might try a 6-4-3, although they had the infield drawn in.
Now they were trying to cut off the run the entire way. Felix Pie needs to slide right there and get a piece of Casanova at home plate. That was a very close play at first, a lot closer than it should have been. Bases loaded situation with less than 2 outs. You have to play it just like a double play at second base. You got to find a way to disrupt that relay throw to first.
Cedeno is a part-time player. He has 9 RBIs. This is just the 20th game of the year. High drive down the line. This ball is hooking, and it is fair. A home run. Ronnie Cedeno with a grand slam. I thought that ball might go foul, but again, the wind is not doing anything. And he clears them. He just continues to come through. That's his first career 4-run homer. Wow. They want a curtain call.
Yes, indeed. There we go. Wow, is he hot.
A 5 RBI day. I said 9 RBIs make it 13 for Ronnie Cedeno. Eight to 1. This has been so fun to watch. This Cubs offense just all of a sudden cranked it up into the stratosphere.
And once again, doing a lot of damage late.
Giovanni Soto with a base hit. That makes it 7 times on this homestand the Cubs have scored 4 or more in an inning.
That was a cement mixer slider that never took the break. Our Belvedere going downtown. Ronnie Cedeno grand slam to left field.
And the Cubs will pinch hit for Marmol. It'll be a pitcher, Jason Marquis. It's the second time in 2 days with the bases loaded. And Ronnie Cedeno has picked up a teammate with 2 outs. Cubs' first grand slam of the year. The last one came on August 18th of last year. Darrell Ward against the Cardinals. A career high 5 RBIs for Ronnie Cedeno. And he's in because Lou wanted to give Ryan Theriot an extra day with the sore back.
Well, you can be pretty sure at least one of his teammates is on the riot right now, calling him Wally Pipp. Wally Pipp was the guy that took a day off because he had a headache. Lou Gehrig started in his place and pretty much played every day for the next 18 years. Every time a regular player takes a day off and his backup has a big day, they call you Wally Pipp.
And the riot had a media consultant, wink wink, installed at his locker throughout the entire pregame. John Morrison, who's a marketing intern for the Cubs, was quote hired by Ryan Dempster and Kerry Wood because Ryan is a pretty popular guy with the media. In fact, we had him on twice in back-to-back days after Cubs wins over the weekend. And the credentials said THE-RIOT, the Riot Enterprises. So the Cubs players were having a lot of fun with Ryan Theriot, and they'll continue to do that by calling him Wally Pipp.
Well, you know who has mixed feelings right now is Kerry Wood. I'm sure he was looking forward to getting an inning of work in this ball game today. He was up warming up in the bullpen, probably ready to go, and then the offense busts loose for 4 runs here in the 8th inning, and he has a seat. It looks like Kevin Hart will pitch a 9th.
Jose Reyes gathers it in. A grand slam. The Cubs with so many chances with the bases loaded here in this series. And Cedeno takes it out just inside the foul pole. The curtain call as well to the ninth, 8-1.
Summer means baseball, and TSC wants to send you on a road trip with your favorite baseball team. You've been to the home games. Here's your chance to travel like a big leaguer and watch your team on the road. To enter, log on to TractorSupply.com. Tractor Supply Company, the stuff you need out here.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball plays on Comcast Sportsnet Plus as the Cubs take on Matt Holliday and the defending NL champion Colorado Rockies in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Rockies tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Make your lawn beautiful with great products from Menards. Start off with Menards Premium Weed and Feed. It fertilizes your grass and stops weeds. A 17-pound bag is $5.99 after rebate. Keep your grass looking neat and trim with a lawnmower from MTD. This model has a powerful 139cc engine and a 21-inch clearing path. It allows you to mulch or bag your clippings and is just $154. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
With a nimble 50-inch width, it's the most agile, only trail-capable side-by-side in the world. Introducing the new Ranger Razor. The wait is over. Razor-sharp side-by-side performance. See it up close at your local Polaris Ranger dealer.
Tonight, Chicago takes a bite out of the Big Apple on Comcast Sportsnet. The doubleheader continues at 7 as Jermaine Dye and the Sox take on the Bronx Bombers on the south side. Chicago takes a bite out of the Big Apple, continuing tonight at 7, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. All Cubs again today. But like last night, a very close one until the late innings.
I gave the numbers earlier in the ball game, Len, but once again the Cubs' biggest inning has been the third. They were scoreless in the third today, but 23 runs on the season in the third inning. That's their best. 19 in the sixth, 15 in the seventh, and now with that grand slam home run, 16 in the eighth inning. Talk about scoring late in the ball game. Also, they've added 7 extra inning runs and 4 in the ninth, but that 6th, 7th, and 8th inning is where the Cubs have done a lot of damage so far this season.
Beasley with a ground ball, and it's the man of the day, Ronnie Cedeno, making the play. Jorge Sosa had to take one for the team. He went 1 2/3, gave up 4 hits, 4 runs. And Marlon Anderson will pinch hit for him. Two outs away from Ted Lilly's first win. And it'll be one time through the rotation. Every starting pitcher getting a victory. Cubs would match their season high with a 5-game win streak. Two and one. Cubs won 10 games in April last year. A win today would give them their 10th win at home alone. Can't win anything in April, but you can certainly build a little cushion. There will be tough stretches later on in the season.
But you start developing those winning habits, finding ways to win a ball game. We've seen a different hero just about every day of this homestand. The offense has been off the charts good, but it kind of overshadows how good the pitching has been. Played solid defense.
Fly ball to left field. Reed Johnson will not have a play.
Base running has been very aggressive and very good for the most part. Just every facet of the game right now the Cubs are feeling. They're just feeling real good about themselves.
How relaxed Lou is, but it would be about as relaxed as you could be in his spot as Anderson walks. Well, coming in, and we discussed it right before the first pitch, the Mets were hitting .300 against left-handed starters, or lefties in general, and were 8-1 versus left-handed starters, but Ted Lilly gave up 1 run in 6 innings.
That underscores even more how good Ted Lilly was today. When you face a lineup that's been banging around left-handed pitching the way the Mets have been, you go out there and give up only 1 run over 6 innings, scattering 4 hits. Pretty solid outing for Ted Lilly.
2 on with 1 out. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director is Dave Turner. Tamara Anderson is our associate producer. Christine Charbonneau, our stage manager in the booth. Mark Stensel, the graphics operator. Our technical director, Chris Kettner. The executive producer is Jim Corno Jr. Great work by our entire crew throughout the homestand. Ball 1 on Indy Chavez. Fairly quick trip, just 5 games, 2 in Colorado, 3 in Washington, D.C., and we're right back here next week. And when we come back, the Cubs will play just a 3-game series against Milwaukee before hitting the road to St. Louis and Cincinnati as you check in on the Dan Lee's Garage World Cubs upcoming schedule. That's the whole trip.
Those are kind of relaxed. Short and sweet.
And 3 of those games will be on Comcast Sportsnet. 2 on Comcast Sportsnet, 1 on Plus. Let's see some green stuff on those vines when we return. Gone to the last of the 12th. In Milwaukee, it's still 8-8. Cardinals and the Brewers. Jason Isringhausen on for St. Louis. Seth McClung, the latest Milwaukee pitcher. The Brewers have used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitchers. They have a lot.
Yeah. Are they carrying 14 pitchers right now?
I know they were at one point.
Yeah.
They still might be. That'll be foul, barely foul. Another close call for Angel Hernandez.
And once again, no argument, much like the Fukudome ground ball down the third baseline. We'll get another look here. Ooh, not by much, but you can see green between the baseball and the foul line. Clearly foul. Good call.
Somewhere, a New York fan, John McEnroe, is saying that ball clearly was on the line. Bouncer to Derek Lee. The throw goes to second. Cedeno there. He'll just eat it with no chance to double up. Chavez, 2 gone. Here's Reyes.
Cubs have done a nice job against the Mets leadoff hitter in this series. A single to lead off the ball game last night. He was stranded. A walk today in the 5th inning. He was stranded. And that's been it.
There will be a lot of baseball played before we see the Mets again to start the final week of the season. Swing and a miss, 2 strikes.
It's a 4-game series in New York.
It is.
Could have big ramifications at that point, maybe for both teams.
The 0-2 to Reyes is bounced foul. Derek Lee coming over. Hart at first. They got him. Cubs win. And they complete one of the best homestands in recent memory, 7-1. They pulled away from the Mets late last night. They did it again today. And the contributions coming from all over the lineup. We have too many guys to mention. Kosuke reached base all 5 times today. And Ronnie Cedeno with his first career grand slam, knocking in 5. Ed Lilly gets his first win of the season. Cubs win 8-1. So the Cubs win. They hold the Mets to 10 hits in the 2-game series. But Chris Bowden wants to talk some offense with Reed Johnson.
Yes, you know, guys like Lee and Ramirez were carrying this team earlier in the homestand. Yourself and Cedeno got it going today. What does it say about this team's offensive balance?
Well, I mean, you know, I think that's you know, when you look at good teams, you know, you got different heroes come to the dish, you know, every day, and you know that's what's been happening. If it's not the you know the 3, 4, 5 guys, you know, it's you know 7, 8. And then 9 with Lilly today, you know, beating out that ball at first base. You know, if he's not hustling on that play, that inning never happens. Those 2 runs never score. So, you know, you got to give him the credit from the pitching standpoint and the hustling on the bases also.
Let's talk about that number 5 guy. Kosuke reaches base 5 times today. Do you guys learn something from him every day?
Yeah, I mean, you've always think you've seen it all with him, but he manages to top himself. So, I'm excited to see what he's going to do tomorrow. So
I know you were a teammate of Ted's in Toronto. How good is it to see him get going?
Oh, it's awesome. Ted's a competitor, and he wants to go out there, and there's nothing more than that he wants to do than win a ball game. He goes out there every day, whether it's his day to throw a bullpen aside, and he puts some meaning behind it. So when you see a guy like that have success, I think it means a lot to his teammates.
Finally, I know you've been with the team less than a month. What was this team's confidence level coming into this homestand, now finishing 7-1? Where is it now?
It's getting higher and higher every day. So, we've got a tough road trip ahead of us, headed out to Colorado and then Washington. So, those are going to be some true tests. It's still early. We're going to keep trying to do the same things every day, and, we'll see where we end up.
All right, thanks. Good luck against the Rocks and Nats.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Reed Johnson, 2 RBIs today. Len, let's send it back upstairs to you.
Chris, thank you very much. And today's Chevy player of the game, we're going to go with Ted Lilly, who got his first win of the year, and he was back to his old self.
He missed the strike zone when he wanted to miss the strike zone today. Used all of his pitches up, down, in, out. I think it's funny to hear Reed Johnson talk about him hustling down that first baseline, beating out that fielder's choice to keep that inning going. Not only doing it on the mound, but doing it at the plate today.
Honorable mention goes to Ronnie Cedeno with an RBI double, a grand slam, 5 RBIs. Fukudome with 3 hits, 2 walks, and 2 runs as well. That will wrap up our game coverage, but more to come. Stay tuned for post-game live. The final score today, the Cubs 8, the Mets 1. We will greet you next on Comcast Sportsnet Plus tomorrow night, 7:30 Central Time, as Rich Hill battles Franklin Morales of the Rockies. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Chris Bowden, and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. What a fun homestand. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
Big homestand. Cubs post-game live is coming up next. Dan Plesac is standing by to break down today's game. We'll bring you Lou Piniella's post-game press conference, and we will look ahead to the start of this Cubs 5-game road trip tomorrow night in Colorado. It's coming up next on Lowe's Cubs post-game live.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
I am your idea. I gotta fly. I gotta move. I'm out of the box and in the network. In the zone and on your mind. Don't stop me now. Give me Rico. Rico's always ready to move me. Send me. Here, there, everywhere. This is how we go. Let's go. Rico.
If you're fed up with the pump, then meet Chevy's MVPs of MPG. Aveo, HHR, and Cobalt XFE, to name a few. Chevy, 7 models that offer an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. Qualified buyers get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months in this 2008 Chevy Cobalt. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
Kelly, it's Daddy. Boop. Hey, Pumpkin, it's Dad's phone. He can't answer right now because he doesn't have AT&T, which means he gets 0 bars up here on this ridge. So, that text message about you spending the night at Steffi's, Johnny Knocker here won't get that. And come Monday, you're going to be the girl with a crazy father who no one wants to date. Kelly! Sorry, Pumpkin.
For the best coverage, switch to AT&T. More bars in more places.
Kelly Moore!
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today. The first ever Pontiac G8. Build your own at Pontiac.com/G8. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by GMC. Engineered to the highest standard. Professional grade.
This ball is hooking, and it is fair, a home run. Ronnie Cedeno with a grand slam.
7-1 on the homestand. Ronnie Cedeno knocking in 7 runs in less than 24 hours. Cubs pound the Mets again, 8-1, the final. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs postgame live alongside the lefty Dan Plesac. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Great homestand for the Cubs. They finished with back-to-back sweeps and 5 straight wins. Dan, the team's on fire.
They're playing really good. And the thing you have to be really impressed with, which is different from last year's team, a team that won the division last year, is they're tacking on runs. They're burying teams in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. They're having leads. The bullpen is protecting those leads, and they're getting big hits in the 7th and the 8th inning to make close games, to give themselves some breathing room, and blowing games wide open.
Let's check out today's pitching matchup. Ted Lilly on the mound against Nelson Figueroa, going for his first win of the season, and Lilly gets it. 6 innings, 1 earned run, 107 pitches. Dan, he had plenty of base runners out there, but he got out of a lot of jams.
Ted Lilly was definitely a step in the right direction this afternoon. He still isn't throwing the ball as well as he did last year, but he was showing some signs. He actually hit 89, 90 on a couple of occasions. His velocity as a whole is down still 3 or 4 miles an hour from what it was last year. He consistently pitched in the 87 to 90 mile an hour range, and this year he's anywhere from that 83 to 86 mile an hour range. But a good sign, his breaking ball was good. It was nice and tight at times, and he reached back and was able to hit 88, 90 on occasion. So hopefully a step in the right direction. They need Ted Lilly to be the Ted Lilly he was in 2007, and if he is, you're talking about a team with Carlos Zambrano right now really locked in. Ryan Dempster's been terrific. Jason Marquis, the big question marks have been the 2 lefties, Rich Hill and Ted Lilly. If they get it going, this is going to be a very tough team for the National League Central to contain, because they're a solid team with a good bullpen and a lot of good players, position players, in the prime of their careers right now.
4 quality starts in this homestand. The Cubs win 7 out of 8, and each starting pitcher picked up a win in this homestand. With these guys getting going, you look back and say, well, some of them pitched well. The big thing was they had tons of run support. Well, makes you relax.
Well, they had run support, but they go hand in hand. Now, there's a lot of teams that struggle, sub-500 teams. There are quite a few teams in the American League that can score runs. They're going to score 7, 8, 9 runs. But the bottom line is those teams also give up 7, 8 runs on a nightly basis, and that's very demoralizing to a team. This team right now has everything that it takes to have a very solid season.
And the offense was just rolling right away. Reed Johnson gets things going. Bases loaded in the 4th inning. He knocks in a run there. And here comes the 2nd run. Cubs jump out to that quick 3-0 lead. And, of course, everybody's saying, hey, this doesn't happen unless Ted Lilly runs down the at-bat before and gets down and beats out a throw to first base. So it's sometimes the little things that can lead to the big inning or the big win.
There's no question about it. But I tell you what, the Cubs have really found something here in Reed Johnson. He has been what they were looking for, somebody that could hit left-handed pitching. He plays a very good outfield. He's a good on-base percentage type of guy. He has given them everything and more. And just to think that going into the last week of spring training, they were able to acquire him after he was released by the Toronto Blue Jays. It's been a terrific find. You have to really tip your cap off to Jim Henry and the people in the Cubs organization, the decision makers about baseball and evaluating talent. He has been a perfect fit, and he has done a terrific job.
And you know what? You have to give him some credit as well. Reed Johnson, he might be bitter about leaving another team and coming. He's thrilled to be in Chicago right now and making the most of it. Time now for our Feldco star of the game, Kosuke Fukudome. Perfect day at the plate. 3 for 3 plus 2 walks. He was on base all 5 times, and he scored 2 runs. Here's another guy living up to what everybody hoped he would be.
Well, this is another case why you think you know everything, having played for 18 seasons. And I'll tell you, I was not impressed at all in spring training with Fukudome. And I'll be honest with you, I was really concerned that maybe this might be a little bit more than he could chew, but I'm far from wrong.
Here's Ted Lilly at the podium.
Wasn't flat as I've been in the past, a little more on top of my fastball. So, I think that was, one of the reasons why I was getting more pop-ups and some of the ground balls.
How much closer to the consistency of last season do you think you are? How many more starts do you think it'll take where you really feel you have that next season?
I don't know. You know, I felt good going into this game. My bullpen session was a little bit better than it had been. So, but even that being the case, there's no guarantees. I mean, every time you go out there, you've got to be ready to pitch. I mean, there's certainly been times where my bullpens and side sessions haven't gone well, but I've pitched well in the game and vice versa. So, you know, I think it's just one of those things, you don't take anything for granted. So I'll continue to do that throughout the season. I don't expect anything just to happen, and you know, it's going to be a long year. Not long isn't bad, but it's going to just like I said, you just, you know, I've got to feel like I've got to be prepared for every outing.
Cub fans are, will of course get giddy over this start. What about the guys in the clubhouse? What do you think about the team so far?
What I think, I was thinking about that earlier, is my observation has been you've got a bunch of guys that are not talking about what they're doing individually. It's a pretty fun club to be a part of, obviously, because we're winning, but the attitude and the mentality of the club, you hear guys talking, you know, that whether they went 0 for 4 or whatever the case was, they're talking about us winning games. And so it's really encouraging for me, you know, being in the clubhouse and hearing guys talk the way they do and get an idea where everyone's head's at. And it seems to me like the guys are concerned about winning. And so, you know, more than us just winning games right now, I think that I mean, that's pretty encouraging. So.
Was it tough in the middle of that then to be struggling, you know, when everybody's talking about team?
I think that makes it easier. You know, feel like kind of the guys are picking you up a little bit. So, you know, that made it a little bit easier for me to swallow. You know, given the fact that I was going out there and not giving us, you know, quality outings, but we're winning games that I wasn't pitching, so, you know, so that made my load a little bit easier to bear.
Ted Lilly gets his first win of the season. The Cubs pounding the Mets today, and they sweep New York. We'll hear from Lou Piniella after the break. As we go to break, let's check out your Pontiac opinion poll today. How many games will the Cubs win on their upcoming 5-game road trip? Will it be 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1? We're not even going to consider the other option. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com. Link to Chicago, then to the Cubs page. We'll have results before the end of the show.
Every car maker's focusing on fuel efficiency, but they've forgotten about the power. At Nissan, we do more with a drop of fuel than any other manufacturer. The dependable Altima, versatile Sentra, and reliable Versa. 3 performance sedans with 31 miles per gallon or higher. Lease the Nissan Altima for $199 a month, or get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra. Nissan sedans. Lean, mean, driving machines.
Welcome to Lowe's. How can I help you today?
Just a sec. Okay.
We need lots of flowers. Well, let's get started.
Welcome back spring at Lowe's with our huge selection of your area's plants and flowers, all with our 1-year plant guarantee. Lowe's, let's build something together.
This kid's eating dinner for $1.99. So's this kid. And this kid, $1.99. All these kids are eating dinner for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. There's great variety throughout the week, like flame grilled steak, classic fried chicken, golden shrimp, and more. Desserts and beverages are always included. Happy parents, great dinner, great deal. Kids eat for just $1.99 Monday through Saturday nights only at Old Country Buffet for a limited time.
Build a bathroom of your dreams with Pace Vanity Ensembles from Menards. This 30-inch white St. Clair vanity is $159. This beautiful natural maple vanity is $179. Add extra storage to your home with shelving from John Sterling. They're simple to install. All John Sterling hardware and shelving is on sale 20% off. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till 2009 when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
The best time is any time at Catfish Bend Casino. Jump on board the Burlington Express jackpot and win instant cash playing your favorite slot games. Win up to $3,000, $5,000, $7,500, or $10,000. Play any eligible slot, and you're playing for the Burlington Express jackpot. Everyone's on board, and anyone can win. For friends and fun, for good living, great dining, for bright nights and magic days.
The best time is any time at Catfish Bend Casino.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
It's time for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not. Cubs heading to Colorado. They'll have to look out for Garrett Atkins. Last 7 games, he's hitting .333, 11 hits, 3 homers, and 8 runs knocked in. Who's not? Former White Sox second baseman Tadahito Iguchi. 1 for his last 24 at the plate with just 1 run. Luke Stuckmeyer and Dan Plezak with you on Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Cubs beat the Mets 8-1. Let's go back to the ballpark and hear from the manager, Lou Piniella.
Well, it was a really good homestand. 7 out of 8. Swung the bats well. Got good pitching. Been playing better defensively, so we're happy with the results of this homestand.
How big a step did Lily take today?
Lily threw the ball well today. Gave us 6 good innings. Pitch out of trouble. What was it, in the 6th inning? Is that the inning? But yeah, you know, he mixed in more breaking pitches. He had more velocity on his fastball. I thought he located his pitches better, and that's the reason that he was able to get his first win.
What was your thought process in that 6th inning? I mean, he's done well up to that point, pretty much.
We were hoping to get 7 out of him. He threw a lot of pitches in that 6th inning, and like we did with Hill about a week ago, let's get him up nice and positive, and that's exactly what we did.
Any thoughts of taking off before the 6th was over?
I had Hart warming up, didn't I? Hart and Marshall. We had both of them, yeah. His pitch counts were low, and I, you know, outside of the fact that inning there, he struggled with his command a little bit. He still had good stuff.
Lou, you talk about playing everybody through the first 20 games. Is that one of the most pleasing aspects? You've gotten something good from almost, if not everybody on this roster.
And they're producing, and they keep telling me they want to stay in the lineup. You know, Cedeno. I mean, what a nice couple days he's had here against the Mets. Grand slam home run, the ball he hit down the right field line. Last night, the big 2-out hit. As long as he doesn't talk World Series, I'm happy.
You talked about all spring about how you had to get off to a good start. You've answered that question a couple times, but are you even surprised as to how good your offense has been lately?
It's been good. We've been getting a lot of hits. We've been scoring runs. And the games that are close, we've been able to pull away late. So, yeah, we're in a good groove right now. Let's enjoy it.
I know you talked a little bit about this yesterday, but how much of a difference adding Kosuke Fukudome to the lineup has that done this year?
Well, he gives us a really good professional bat there in the middle part of our lineup, and you know, he works the count. He gets his hits. He can drive in some runs. Plus, he does a real nice job over in right field. So it's been a win-win all the way around for us.
One guy have an impact that really helps?
You know, I mean, we've added 2 players basically that are very patient and very selective to the mix, and Johnson and Fukudome, and we've got 2 or 3 or 4 other hitters in the lineup that are working the count pretty good right now. So let's be pleased with it. But you know, it's not like I said the other day. I mean, we got a long season ahead of us, and we got to continue to improve in areas.
Lou, what obvious weaknesses do you have?
I don't see weaknesses. What I see is we got to get a couple of our people in our bullpen just a little sharper. We got to get our starters just a little longer into the ball game. From a pitching, and then, you know, we started off kind of slow defensively, and now we're picking up the pace a little bit, which is good to see. you know, offensively, we're doing the right things. We're scoring a lot of runs, and we're working the counts. We're getting some key hits when we need them. So let's just keep swinging the bats.
Because Howery looked like he's starting to come around after the
Yeah, he threw the ball really well today. I mean, he had threw a nice couple sliders. His velocity touched 92, 93. And when you start throwing pretty good sliders, that means that your arm strength's coming. So yeah, it was positive.
How do you feel? We heard that you were a little bit under the weather.
Yeah, I was, just a little bit. I ate too much last night, and I'm getting a little bit of the flu too. But you know, after 8-1 win and after this homestand, I think I can endure.
Is Mario's back a concern at all?
No, he was ready to play today if we needed to. Yeah, Ronnie's just doing a nice job, and we gave him a couple of days. We'll get Terrio in there either tomorrow or the next day.
A little bit about Colorado, getting started up there tomorrow. A little bit about Colorado.
Well, we go west. You know, Colorado's got a nice ball club, obviously, and they've been playing good baseball as of late. We've got a challenge there, too, but I think we've got Hill. We'd like to see a good performance from Hill. It starts with that. We got Marquis on Thursday. So let's just go out there and continue to play the way we have, and playing with confidence, and good things are happening.
Lou Piniella happy after that 8-1 win tonight. He's happy with the hitting, happy with the pitching, and something you mentioned at the end, the bullpen's coming around. Howery and Marmol were lights out again.
They've been throwing terrific. Really, Carlos Marmol has a chance to be one of the best setup guys in the National League. He's proven that he can be durable. He has 2 strikeout pitches, explosive fastball, almost an unhittable slider when he's throwing the ball really well. But Lou touched on it. They're going to need Bobby Howery. Bobby Howery has been through a pennant race before. You could make a case it was a very important part of the Cubs bullpen in the months of August and September of last year. He's starting to show signs of his arm bouncing back, a little bit more velocity, and much better breaking ball.
Just part of our take a bite out of the Big Apple. Cubs beat the Mets and sweep the Mets. We'll have more post-game live when we come back.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Statistics of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
It's gonna work. Why don't they go up? Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
This kid's eating for $1.99. So's this kid. All these kids are eating for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. Great variety like steak, fried chicken, shrimp, and more. Kids eat for just $1.99, Monday through Saturday nights at Old Country Buffet.
It's game time. Skybox is right up here in section La-di-da. How's everybody doing? Can anybody tell me what inning we're in? All right, boys, we take it back to high life. See, the high life is about sitting in the sun and watching your favorite pitcher get lit up. Take him out. Then they can't even hear me through this glass. Come on, boys. Need to smell me a hot dog or something. Just know I'm alive. Woo! Let me pass out some high life.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
The official countdown.
In Tampa in the West Regional matchup.
Yeah, look at this. I can navigate around this room.
Look at me.
My name is...
I have a full keypad.
Oh. Can you tell me what's on my screen?
Tuning into the forecast. Looks like it calls for more spinning.
I'm spinning like this for free?
Texts? Great. It's not like I can read them without this spinning.
U.S. Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
Steve Odell is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell his story, we hired a celebrity.
Recently, my father was carjacked at knife point.
Oh, honey, that's all right. This face has seen more knives than a Benihana.
Geico handled the whole thing with unbelievable sensitivity.
Sensitivity? I can't feel my face.
I was so impressed I switched to Geico and saved over $600.
I was very happy.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
Am I smiling? I can't tell, Steve. I can't.
Welcome back. Earlier in the show, we asked the Pontiac Opinion Poll how many games will the Cubs win on their upcoming 5-game road trip. 47% say, hey, 4 more wins. 38% think it's a clean sweep out there. And 10% say 3. How about our sweet play of the game? It has to be Ronnie Cedeno. Or Felix Piet with the catch. Ronnie Cedeno had that grand slam, of course, and 7 RBI over the last 2 games. Cubs now head out to Colorado for 2 against the Rockies. Dan and Gail Fisher will be out there. You can see tomorrow's game on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Let's check out your pitching matchup at Coors Field tomorrow. The other lefty, Rich Hill, tries to build on his first win of the season facing Franklin Morales. Hill beat the Pirates in his last start. Dan, what are you looking for?
Looking for some improvement, much the same as Ted Lilly. You'd like to see some improvement, getting a little bit deeper into games. Rich Hill, being a young pitcher, going through a little struggle period. Like to see his velocity get up there a little bit, but I think more importantly, feel confident, comfortable throwing pitches, using his fastball on both sides of the plate for strikes. That sets up that big overhand curveball.
Cubs win 8-1. It's a clean sweep. We'll see you back here for Sox baseball.
Cubs Post Game Live is presented to you by Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Welcome to Lowe's. How can I help you today?
Just a sec. Okay.
We need lots of flowers. Well, let's get started.
Welcome back spring at Lowe's with our huge selection of your area's plants and flowers, all with our 1-year plant guarantee. Lowe's, let's build something together.
This kid's eating for $1.99. So's this kid. All these kids are eating for just $1.99 at Old Country Buffet, Monday through Saturday nights. Great variety like steak, fried chicken, shrimp, and more. Kids eat for just $1.99 Monday through Saturday nights at Old Country Buffet.
Introducing the Nissan Rogue. With our intuitive all-wheel drive system that reacts to the road in 1/10 of a second. And a fuel-efficient 27 miles per gallon. It's a whole new way to make driving fun. The Nissan Rogue. Game on.
This month, Feldco windows are 30% off. It's our only spring window sale, but hurry, this offer ends April 30th.
Call 866 for...
Looking for a great new job? Airland Transport is currently hiring drivers. If you have a Class A license, this is an outstanding opportunity to work for a locally owned company that offers competitive wages and benefits, paid holidays, and more. Airland Transport is looking for good people like you to continue providing quality transportation service. Do you want to be home daily? Tired of where you're currently working? Give Airland a call today at 800-224-2899 or visit us in East Moline.
Looking for a great, convenient getaway? Then you're looking for Pizzazz Entertainment Complex. Many destinations, one amazing place. Located in scenic Burlington, Iowa, Pizzazz offers something for everyone. Corporate or leisure travel, family or romantic vacations, you'll find Pizzazz has whatever you're looking for. To find out more about Pizzazz, visit us on Mediacom Channel 1 Video on Demand. Then go to Smart Shop and click Smart Entertainment and let us show you what Pizzazz offers in your own backyard.
Better phone service.
That's what I need.
Unlimited. Local and long distance.
One low monthly rate.
To anywhere in the U.S. and Canada.
Plus caller ID and voicemail at no extra charge.
That's what I'm talking about. Then start talking with Mediacom Phone. Make your move today to enjoy unlimited calling anywhere in the U.S. or Canada. Caller ID, voicemail, and 10 other features. Just $29.95 a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV today.
Southeast, including Florida, LSU, South Carolina, and Florida State. But it was the Crimson Tide of Alabama that made the best impression, as he has made the verbal commitment to play there. Let's head to the Southwest and to Houston, Texas. It's the largest city in the Lone Star State, and home to the Johnson Space Center. Every day at Johnson, scientists are hard at work on the next move of the country's space exploration. But on the football field at Houston's Cy-Fair High School, there's one object that lifts off every Friday night. Houston defenders, we have a problem. His name is Sam McGuffey, a 5'10", 195-pound dynamite runner who is already a legend thanks to his play during his junior season. At Cy-Fair, this is called the jump, a ridiculous piece of running that still has people talking in the Lone Star State.
I remember I was blocking the linebacker, and all of a sudden I just hear all the noise just stops in the crowd. The crowd just stopped. And then I look to the left, and I see Sam in the air jumping, like his foot on top of the guy's helmet.
Everybody's used to seeing the same old thing, run past them or juke them or spin or something like that. But, you know, you don't see too many people just jump over them.
I went to some camps, and everybody's heard of him. Like, the play is, like, amazing, and it's once in a lifetime, and we're lucky to have him on our team. He's giving us, like, publicity.
In Houston, everyone was abuzz about the jump. But the only people who weren't surprised were members of the McGuffey family. Ever since he was a small boy in Brennan, Texas, Sam was made to leap.
He walked at like 7 months, and he was kicking the ball in the backyard. And he had a bouncy bounce thing that, you know, you hook him into, and it hooks up to your ceiling, and he would jump and jump and jump and jump till no end.
When the McGuffeys caught a 5-year-old Sam doing flips in the backyard, they immediately enrolled him in gymnastics. From his first competitive leap, Sam was a natural.
They let me come right in and just, you know, mess around with them a little bit. And, you know, I don't know what I'm doing, but, you know, the first day I'm like doing backflips and all this other stuff, and I'm real little, and everybody's like, "You never done gymnastics before?" I'm like, "No, I just watch TV."
A few years later, the McGuffey clan moved to the big city of Houston, and when Sam joined a youth football team, those gymnastics lessons paid off.
He's been always athletic like that. Through the years, I mean, off football, he'd be jumping over mailboxes and cars and trucks and all kinds of stuff, flipping, and because that's all that gymnastics he was doing, but he never got that out of his blood.
I had a friend that lived down the street, and he was talking about football, you know. He's like, "I'm the quarterback, I'm the linebacker," all this stuff. So I was just like, he's like, "Play with me." I'm like, "All right, what do I do in football? What is that? Like, what do I do?" And he's like, "This is the ball." I mean, that's practically how it went. I didn't know anything about it, really. And then I just went to a practice one day. It was a scrimmage, really, the first day or whatever. And, you know, I ended up having like 4 touchdowns in like 2 seconds.
He was in the 6th grade. When I saw him, I knew that he was something special. I'd seen him play out here in the yard, and I knew that he had quickness and he also had speed. Combined, the two of them made him pretty effective.
I drove 3 hours to see his first freshman game, which was at Victoria Memorial, and I wasn't, you know, totally surprised, but kind of surprised. He got 5 touchdowns and 350 yards as a freshman, the first game, and watching his moves and everything he did out there and juking everybody and making moves on everybody, everybody was like stunned out there and stuff, and I just knew it right there.
By the time Sam was on the Cy-Fair varsity, everyone in the Houston area knew that he would be a force. That was proven when he was a junior, when he rushed for a city record 3,121 yards and was named the Houston Offensive Player of the Year.
Overall athleticism, I guess, is his main attribute. I mean, he can do some things that, you know, you don't work out here on the field. He just has them. And another thing, I think his vision has progressed throughout from his freshman year till now. He does a great job of setting things up and then seeing things and accelerating through.
Sam is a very intense individual, both on and off the field. However, his friends try to loosen him up at the local fast food burger joints, and his family tries to keep him grounded at home. As the oldest of 3 children, Sam knows that he is already a role model, so Sam looks to his elders for guidance.
Everyone looks at LaDainian Tomlinson because, you know, his work ethic and his stature, not his physical stature, but his stature, you know, inside, his mentality. You know, just an all-around great person. You know, I want to kind of be like him, not only, you know, physically, but mentally.
Of course, that doesn't mean the McGuffeys aren't his biggest fan.
When he's at home, he's not like that, but when he hits the field, he's like, zoom.
But next year, they'll have to travel north to watch Sam play. The nation's top-ranked running back decided to end his recruitment early. He will wear the maize and blue at the University of Michigan.
He text messaged me and he said, Mom, I can't be happy until you're behind me. And I am behind him. I want the best for him, but I want to be able to be around, I really love him. And I really, really care for him. And I want him to be the best he can be.
I take pride in Sam doing what he does. I mean, I'm glad to see him succeed in football or whatever. And I know it's because he worked hard. And if I work hard, I know I can do the exact same thing. Hopefully go to U of M.
I wanted to go to Michigan not only for, because I know people, but because I have an opportunity to, come in, be an impact player, and never look back.
On the bright side, Sam already has experience playing in front of big crowds. Cy-Fair plays at Berry Center Stadium, one of the biggest and most expensive high school stadiums in the country.
The opportunity to play in a place like that, in my high school years, it just blows me away because how many kids play on 12,000 seat stadiums, and you got TVs in the locker rooms, and every single game is always sold out on our side. So, kind of when you walk out, you're like, am I in college already?
From a small-town gymnastics star in Texas to a big-time running back in the Big Ten, it's a giant leap for most teenagers to make. But Sam McGuffey knows all about big jumps. It's time now to head to the Midwest and to the Sunflower State. When you hear the name Dodge City, it immediately conjures up images of the Old West. Dodge City, Kansas was a town of outlaws and bootleggers. It was the perfect setting for the old TV drama Gunsmoke, which was set in Dodge. But these days, there's another type of gunslinger that's putting Dodge City on the map. Cale Pick of Dodge City High School is one of the top quarterbacks in the Midwest. He has a rocket arm and the speed to be a threat outside of the pocket. He threw for more than 1,700 yards and 19 touchdowns as a junior. But Pick says something else sets him apart.
I don't think people realize the intangibles I have. I think I have a pretty big heart, and I'm a pretty good leader, and I get confidence in my players. And I try to make my players better than what they actually are, and just try to go out and win ball games.
Unfortunately for the senior signal caller, he's not helping the Red Demons win games this fall. Pick broke his hand in the first game of the season. Still, Pick says the rest of his team is capable of making a run in the state playoffs.
We lost quite a few defensive players, but we got most of our offense back. We got the majority of our offensive line, and just go from there.
With plenty of time to ponder his college choice, Pick had a change of heart about where to go after he gets out of Dodge. He committed to Arkansas, but recently changed his mind to Kansas. Either way, Pick sees himself as an impact player on the next level.
I see myself as a dual-threat quarterback, rolling out, throwing on the run, in the pocket, scrambling. I like shotgun, but the two main reasons are coaching staff and offense.
It's time for another break. Still ahead, we drop in on the offensive line at one Colorado powerhouse. We also give you a little taste of the upcoming basketball season with one of the best players out west, who also made one of the best shots you'll ever see. So stick around.
Right now, Proactive Solution has good news if you have a difficult pimple or sudden breakout and can't find relief. Because when you order now, you'll get the exclusive refining mask free with your 3-piece kit. Just a dab, and the mask is designed to zap problems. It's fast, it's dramatic. Instead of hoping for an answer, use the mask and you've got it.
I use the mask for spot treatment sometimes. I put it on in the evening before I go to bed, and when I wake up in the morning, you don't have acne, and that's a good feeling.
It works the fastest, it's potent. That's what I tell people. It's like my little skincare army.
Call now and order the amazing Proactive solution to heal your acne and help prevent future breakouts. Proactive is the #1 best-selling acne system in America, called Best Acne Treatment by Allure magazine.
I enjoy life more. I get out there and I do the things that I want to be doing without having to worry about the way that I look.
And now, you'll save 50% on Proactive when you order in the next 4 minutes, just $19.95.
Proactive's really, changed my life. It's changed the way people see me, and every hour of the day I'm thankful for it. It's, like gold in a bottle, really.
And you'll have the refining mask to zap problems it's fast, as it helps reduce redness and calms your skin.
For on-the-spot pimple control, I use the refining mask. Just a little dab, that's all you need.
It's a Proactive exclusive, and it's yours free when you order the Proactive kit at 50% off.
I use the mask over my full face just so that I can make sure everything's even. It's great.
Order in the next 3 minutes, and you can have the amazing refining mask at no charge. It's a Proactive best product, and it's part of Proactive's best offer.
I can tell it works, I know it works, and it's definitely my favorite product.
Don't just dream of clear, beautiful skin. Make it real. Order Proactive now and get a free upgrade to priority shipping. Call 1-800-556-8800.
It just makes you feel so good.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company. Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
The all-new Grossinger Cadillac is the North Shore's premier Cadillac dealership, guaranteeing you the best experience. Our staff guarantees to take up as little of your time as possible. Our selection of 500 Cadillacs guarantees you'll find what you want, and Grossinger always offers their lowest prices. That's why you gotta go to the all-new Grossinger Cadillac.
Tuesday on Chicago Tribune Live, it's time to take a bite out of the Big Apple. We'll hear from Joe Girardi as the Sox square off against the Yankees and the Cubs take on the Mets. All that and more, Tuesday at 5:30.
Every week, catch White Sox star Nick Swisher on Chicago Tribune Live.
We keep playing with that will to fight, and there's going to be a lot of parties on the south side.
Nick Swisher on Chicago Tribune Live every week only on Comcast Sportsnet.
See, I've got the CSN facing y'all, too. I got this thing locked in.
We're back and headed to the highest elevation of the Rocky Mountains. At Mullen High School outside of Denver, the Mustangs are working on an undefeated season and another 5A state championship. Like all great football teams, Mullen's success starts up front. That's where 3 high-level division athletes anchor the Mustangs' powerful offensive line. Bryce Givens plays tackle and is rated as one of the top offensive linemen in the country. Jimmy Miller plays guard and will head west next season to San Diego State. Another future Aztec plays center. Alec Johnson is 6'4" and weighs 295 pounds, but he sometimes moves like a tiny running back.
Feet, as an offensive lineman, one of the things guys talk about are feet. Does he have feet? This kid, for the size he is, has got feet like a back. I mean, and that's what a lot of guys like about him.
My feet, I have really good feet, and speed. I have speed for my size, which is not common for a kid my size.
Behind the 3 workhorses, Mullen has plowed ahead to an 8-0 record. The Mustangs have played for the state championship in each of the last 3 seasons, so high expectations are the norm come playoff time at Mullen.
We're going to be good if you're in, you're out, and you know that, and just confidence that you have being a part of Mullen.
Let's take a quick look at the hardwood as we head west. While we're focused on the football playoffs in this show, our heads are still spinning from this 94-foot shot in the California basketball playoffs. It was made by Drew Gordon of Archbishop Mitty High School in San Jose. The shot came near the end of Gordon's sophomore year and made him an instant celebrity.
Watch SportsCenter before I go to school and just do the regular routine. And my favorite's the top 10 plays. I'm sitting there, I see Carmelo Anthony and LeBron James and all those people go through just some amazing highlights. And then I'm brushing my teeth and I hear, and from Archbishop Mitty High School, Drew Gordon.
Now, as he's preparing for his senior season, Gordon is used to being in the spotlight. A 6'9" power forward, he's headed to UCLA next season to play for the basketball powerhouse. Gordon says the proximity to his family was a big reason behind his decision.
My family's really important to me. They definitely played a big part when I went to school at first. I was looking for East Coast and Midwest, and it's just like, I mean, if you go somewhere and your family's not going to see you, it's just not fun for them.
We'll have much more on Gordon and the shot that defines his career on a later episode of the program. As for now, It's time to reveal our list of the top 10 high school football teams in the nation. One team that continues to be a mainstay in the top 10 is Katy High School. Located just outside Houston, Katy is a powerhouse in a state full of powerhouse programs. One of the reasons for their success this season has come on the defensive side of the ball. In their first 7 games, the Katy Tigers have allowed less than a touchdown a game. That's pretty amazing considering Katy's offense has put up an average of more than 6 TDs a game. Leading the way for the Tigers on offense is Andre Dean. Dean is a 4-star running back who has already made his verbal commitment to play out on the West Coast for the UCLA Bruins. Dean is hoping to improve on an outstanding junior season in which he ran for over 2,100 yards and 27 touchdowns. So far this season, Dean has just under 900 yards and 9 touchdowns. For Texas high school football fans, Christmas may come early, as Katy and South Lake Carroll could meet up for the state title, just like they did 2 years ago, with Carroll coming out on top. Now here's a look at the rest of this week's top 10. There is still much more to come on our program. Find out how you can appear on a future episode right after this timeout.
What's up, everyone? Pete here, and welcome to Blue Hippo, where anyone can get a brand new, brand name computer regardless of their credit. And if you order now, we'll send you a free color printer and a free flat screen TV, so you can watch your favorite shows and movies and print and email digital photos. When you order today, you can get your choice of a brand new desktop or laptop, plus a free color printer and a free LCD TV. And remember, there is no credit check and your approval is guaranteed. But you must call Blue Hippo.
Get the ultimate garden tool, a Tough Shed Sundance Series building exclusively at the Home Depot. Legendary Tough Shed quality and the convenience of Home Depot. Call, click, or visit, and Tough Shed handles the rest. Installing your shed where you want so you can create the backyard of your dreams. Right now, get free paint on Sundance Series sheds. Plus 6 months, no payments, no interest financing with your Home Depot consumer credit card.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series, exclusively at the Home Depot.
White Sox baseball in high definition
on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs baseball in HD
on Comcast Sportsnet.
101 matchups in crystal clear high definition, home and away. 80 big matchups in crystal clear high definition, home and away.
White Sox baseball in HD.
Cubs baseball in HD, home and away.
Home and away. All season long
on Comcast Sportsnet.
Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Fans' best friend. Fans' best friend.
It's the Emmy-nominated series that uncovers the most spectacular tales in sports history. Amazing sports stories. Incredible. Unbelievable. And 100% true. These are the greatest stories never told. It's an all-new episode, The Tale of the Greatest Prison Ball Player, Sunday on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey parents, Chicago Blackhawks youth hockey camps are a summertime hockey blast. We provide comprehensive hockey skills development for kids ages 6 to 14. Learn to skate, pass, shoot, defend, and compete the Chicago Blackhawks way. Day camps include instruction from Blackhawks hockey heroes like Steve Conroy, Troy Murray, and Murray Bannerman. All programs are available at blackhawkscamps.com or call 312-226-0002. Chicago Blackhawks youth hockey camps are presented by Athletico.
Do you have what it takes to appear on the show? We'd like to see for ourselves. Send us a tape or a DVD of yourself in action. Future Phenoms, 3575 Lone Star Circle, Suite 116, Fort Worth, Texas, 76177. We look forward to seeing just what kind of talent is out there. As for this episode, we're about out of time. Here's a look at some of the best high school football plays from the regular season as we get into the zone and head toward the playoffs. I'm Pat Summerall, wishing you all a good day.
The Chicago Bulls and Harris Bank care about the education of Chicago's youth. Through the Adopt a School program, they actively support local schools and encourage students to excel in their studies. Each year, one lucky school will have the opportunity to become an adopted school and receive special benefits, such as tickets to Bulls games, player and Bulls celebrity appearances, tours of the United Center, and the creation of a reading corner.
Hi, I'm Tyrus Thomas with the Chicago Bulls, and I'm proud to support the Bulls Adopt a School program. For more information, visit www.
Good afternoon, welcome to Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. I'm David Kaplan. Let's meet our guests on today's show from the Tribune, Ed Sherman, Casey Johnson, and our baseball analyst here at Comcast Sportsnet, the lefty Danny Plesac. One of the most popular former Cubs in Chicago now manages the New York Yankees. Joe Girardi joins us from U.S. Cellular Field. His Yanks in town open a 3-game set against the White Sox. Joe, thank you for taking time to join us. How are things going for you and the club?
Capper, it's going all right. We've been a little beat up, but we're going to not probably have Alex Rodriguez for this series because he has a little quad problem, but we're doing all right.
How challenging is it managing in New York as opposed to managing the Florida Marlins, where you had a young club, now you've got veterans and superstars?
Well, you know what, Capper, the biggest difference to me is you have to allow a little bit more time in the day for the media. The game, once the game starts, it's the same, the burning desire to win, the preparation that goes into winning, but it's the media that takes a little bit more of your time. I would say 10 minutes before the game and 10 minutes after, but once the game starts, that's where it feels comfortable.
Hey, Joe, it's Dan Plesac. Just interesting. Is it difficult managing a team like the Yankees with a few of the players that you once played with? Is it an awkward situation for you, having to deal with that kind of stuff?
You know, Danny, I found it actually to be easier because I know what they're about and they know what I'm about. And the expectations, I know exactly what their expectations are as players. I've seen them when they're at their best. I know what it takes for them to be at their best. So I've actually found that to be easier than managing a player you don't know at all.
Now, Hank Steinbrenner has been in the news voicing his opinions on Jabba Chamberlain. Do you just not pay attention to that stuff and let Brian Cashman, your direct boss, handle it? Or do you have to sit and talk with him about that?
No, we talk about it, and we're all on the same page. And, Hank is passionate about his club, and I understand that, and I want an owner that's passionate about his club, and I love his fire and his intensity, but we're all on the same page, and Jabba's going to be in the bullpen for now, and you take it day by day, and people want to know, well, are you going to start him? When are you going to do it? And I just say, you know what, we worry about today, and we'll worry about the future later.
Well, Joe, it's Ed Sherman from the Trib. Speaking of today, and the future, you've been at this a long time. 20 games does not make a season. It's a long season. How do you, though, dim try to get everyone to kind of slow down and kind of think that way when you're in New York?
Well, this club is a club that did not get off to a great start last year and was outstanding in the second half and made the playoffs. And, we have some young pitchers in our rotation. And so, there has to be some patience and there are going to be some growing pains. But I also understand that we're supposed to win, and we're going to do everything we can to win because I have that expectation inside of me. It's just work. You go to work every day, you do whatever you can to win a ball game, and then you move on to the next day, and that's all you can do.
Hey, Joe, it's Casey Johnson from the Chicago Tribune. What did you learn from your experience with the Marlins, and are you managing any differently now in New York than you did in Florida?
I learned a lot. I mean, you go through an experience that you've never been through for the first time. You're always going to learn a lot. I had never managed before. I went through a tough experience, and I always think you learn more when you go through tougher experiences. And the difference about managing styles, well, A, it's different because you're in the American League and you're not making double switches, and you can leave a starter in a little bit longer and you can do some things different. But B, every team that you manage is going to be different because the parts are different and the personalities are different, and you have to adapt the style of your managing to the players you got. You can't ask players to do something if they're not able to do it.
Joe, it's Ed Sherman again. I'm just wondering if you could tell us about your starter tonight. He's, a budding star and perhaps the best pitcher in the game right now. Tell us a little bit about your pitcher tonight.
Well, Chin-Ming Wong has won 19 games the past 2 seasons, and he's got 3 wins for us now, and he relies on his sinker. You're going to see a lot of sinkers. He also has a slider and a changeup and a split that he'll use, and the key for him, to me, is to mix in his other pitchers so they can't lock in on one speed. When he gets his slider and his changeup going, he's a much better pitcher.
Hey, Joe, it's Dan Plesac. One question I wanted to ask you. Do you think it helps you I know from sitting and watching a game as a pitcher, you're kind of looking at a game in a different mindset than a position player. You're not concerned about, worried about how many at-bats your extra guys are getting, and you're kind of concerned about your own ideas about pitching. But does it help you, being a catcher, that you've kind of seen both sides? You know what it takes to keep your position players sharp. You also have a record of working with bullpen guys, working with starting pitchers, understanding, like, I need to get somebody some work to keep guys sharp so they can help you 2-3 days down the road.
Yeah, I think a catcher understands what it's like to be an everyday player, and more than anyone else, what it's like to be a pitcher. It's not easy being a pitcher on that mound and trying to make perfect pitches all the time. And sometimes you're pitching in a game 1-0 and knowing that you can't make a mistake because your offense is not clicking. I mean, a pitcher sometimes can be a lonely position, and as a catcher, you go through that with them. The other thing is, as a catcher, I used to always manage the game backwards. I knew who I had in the bullpen that night. I knew who could give me an inning, who could give me 2 innings, how much you needed out of your starter, and I think that's helped me in managing.
Joe, before we let you go, are you following the scores? Are you a guy so focused on the Yankees, or do you stay up at night and go, I want to see how the other teams are doing and how your Cubs are doing?
No, I pay attention to all the scores, and obviously the Cubs are playing very well. The White Sox are playing very well. I mean, that whole division, you look at the Brewers and the Cardinals, they have played very well, and they've had some wild games in Milwaukee the last couple of days, but it's a very good division. And, baseball is very good in Chicago right now, and the fans should enjoy it.
Now, you're a Chicago guy. I know you grew up in Peoria, but you went to Northwestern. You played here. What will your emotions be when you walk out with the lineup card, your wife and kids are in the stands, you got a chance to see your dad yesterday, and you're standing there and you're looking around and you're in Chicago?
Well, it's great. It's great to be around family and friends. We're around my wife's family and her friends, and it's just been wonderful being home, especially seeing Dad yesterday, who had his best day probably in the last year, and he actually talked a little bit yesterday and opened his eyes, and I'm pretty fired up about that right now, and having brothers in town, it's great being here.
Joe, thank you for the time. Good luck to the Yankees, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Capper. Gentlemen, have a good day.
You'll see you. There you have it, Joe Girardi, the manager of the New York Yankees. Now, this was a guy who interviewed for the Cub job. It went to Lou Piniella. Pretty solid choice either way for Jim Hendry. But he seems to be very comfortable in the role in perhaps the most pressure-packed environment.
Well, he has one advantage is he's played there, and he played there at a time when the Yankee dominance was just starting in the late 80s, early 90s, and he knows the pressures that come with wearing that pinstripe uniform. From George Steinbrenner, now his son's taking over. The expectations in that city are awfully high, and second place is not tolerated. I'm sure that hasn't helped him much as far as making decisions as a manager, but I think going into it, he knows what to expect from New York baseball.
Well, what would help him more is if he had a healthy A-Rod. I think Jeter was out for a while. Posada hasn't caught in a while. I think he's playing DH and first base. And, and those young pitchers are struggling, and that's, those are guys they're counting on if they're going to keep up with Boston. So I think he needs some guys healthy, and he needs to get, some of those young guys going.
In a weird kind of way, some of the things he might have been criticized for while he was with Florida are going to play well in New York, I mean, his intensity,
no question.
It's just, Dan was talking about the expectations in New York, how much bigger they are. There's no question he did a wonderful job with Florida. I mean, come on, manager of the year.
Look where they've been since he left.
Exactly. So I think this is a great fit for Joe and for the Yankees. He's obviously a very, very talented manager.
All right, on to the White Sox, who have been playing very well as they sit atop the AL Central, a 2.5-game lead in hand. The Yankees playing so-so baseball. Maybe it's the right time to face the Bronx Bombers.
You hope that. We'll find out 3 days from now. But, I mean, yeah, we've caught a couple teams early on in the year not playing their best. So, they're a good team over there. They're going to be there all year. They always are. We've been playing good ball. I think the main thing for us is to make sure that with the off day yesterday, we don't let down today and lose what we had going Sunday, because it was a good effort Sunday and really a good road trip. I thought we played well on the road trip. I think, we lost that one game in Baltimore, but for the most part, I think it was a good road trip. And overall in the year, we've been playing good ball. So just, keep it going.
Danny, as a major leaguer, do you look across, you go, it's the Yankees, and just a little extra, when you're playing that night?
I'd like to tell you no, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's a definite yes. Anytime you're playing the Yankees, there are a handful of teams that when you're playing those teams, Cap, you have a little extra hop in your step. The Yankees happen to be at the top of that list. The Boston Red Sox are in that category. the Cubs in that category, and you could probably put the Dodgers in that category also. You're talking about some very historic franchises. And you know as a player, if you do something extraordinarily well against the Mets or against the Yankees, you've got a pretty good chance you're going to be leading the highlight reels for a couple of nights.
Now, the Yankees will be without A-Rod tonight. His wife gave birth to another child today, and he's dealing with a sore quad. How much does that affect him? I mean, he's an outstanding player, but they're still loaded with stars.
Well, you know, but you take that guy out of the lineup. I mean, 55 homers last year. And he's the guy that, you know, that they need, and he's going to come back and he's going to get his home runs. They have a lot of stars on that team, but they're not clicking right now. I still think for them, it comes down to the pitching, and, you know, and right now they're kind of at the back end of the rotation. They're struggling.
Now, you mentioned the pitching. Let's take a look at a pitching board. You want to talk about why the White Sox are off to a great start. Look at these numbers. They're second in team ERA, first in earned runs allowed, third in batting average against, third in walks, first tied in shutouts, home runs allowed their first, the whip, walks and hits per inning pitched third, tied for second in Ks per 9 innings. Danny, those are dirty numbers.
This is why the White Sox are where they're at, and on the other side of town, that is why the Cubs are where they're at. And that's why a team like, you look at the New York Yankees, and you look at that lineup, but there are a lot of teams in the American League that can score 6, 7, 8 runs a night, but it's about pitching. And the difference between this Yankee team and the Yankee team in 2007, as opposed to the Yankee teams 5, 6 years ago, there's not a young Mike Mussina. There's not a young dominant Andy Pettitte. There's not a Roger Clemens. There's not a David Wells. They're going through what most teams go through in Major League Baseball, having one good pitcher at the top of that, and their pitcher tonight, Wong, he is their number one guy. Andy Pettitte is not the same Andy Pettitte that he was 4 or 5 years ago. You're hoping and crossing your fingers he stays healthy. He can give you 190 to 200 innings, where 6 or 7 years ago, you could pencil Andy Pettitte in for 225 innings. The same with Roger Clemens, the same with David Wells, and a younger Mike Mussina. And the problem that they have now is, Dave, that these guys are making a tremendous amount of money, and they have to pitch. And Mike Mussina is not the same Mike Mussina that he was when he came over from Baltimore.
40 years old.
And so what the Yankees are trying to do a little bit differently now is they're starting to go with some of their younger pitchers, and they're going to let them develop. But it's painful for Yankee followers, and I'm sure for Yankee fans that really follow this team, that they're not going out, make that deal, go to spring training, make a deal, do whatever it takes. Now it seems like they've had an organizational change in philosophy to try to develop some of their younger pitchers, because for that stretch, they let a lot of good arms go away. They've traded away a lot of good young players, and they've come to the realization now that you just can't continue to keep trading away all of your good young players, all of your top pitching prospects, who end up being good pitchers for other teams. And it's awfully hard, and you see every year in free agency, it is, for every free agent signing that is a hit, there are 8 or 9 that completely swing the other way. And you could go back in the last 12 to 15 years, and you could make a case that a name in Chicago, Greg Maddux, may have been the greatest free agent signing in the last 20 years. When you see what he did, winning a Cy Young his last year here,
92,
with the Cubs, and went on to Atlanta and just was a dominant pitcher for the Atlanta Braves for 7 seasons.
That doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't happen. And a lot of times, look at the situation now with the Cubs. You sign an Alfonso Soriano. You're expecting to get a 40-40 guy. He's had problems with his legs. And you're hoping now, well, I'm not sure if he's ever going to be that 40 stolen base threat ever again. You're looking now, is he going to be an adequate outfielder? Can he hit 25 to 30 home runs and knock in 95?
Is he going to be Dave Kingman?
We don't know, but and I think what the Yankees are doing now is saying, we've got a wealth of good young arms. Let's develop these arms, because you get in that trap of constantly spending and spending and spending. And a lot of times what you're getting in reality in the free agent market, you're getting pitchers that have already pitched 6 or 7 seasons. So you sign a guy, but there's a lot of wear and tear until that player becomes a free agent. You get that player, and over the last 3 or 4 years, they've pitched 200, 225 innings. And that's just the way it goes.
But you can't wait, though, in New York. That's the problem.
That's the double-edged sword.
I think that they can still have, but don't you think they needed to do something better to get someone better behind Wang than Mussina and Pettitte, 2 guys who were, in their mid to late 30s, so obviously have seen their best days. Don't you think they need a better number 2 on that team?
Well, they do, but then when you tie up $25 million a year with Alex Rodriguez, the contract that they're with Derek Jeter.
Everyone has a budget.
That's basically what it is, Cap. I mean, you can, even the New York Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, you know, there's only so much that you will stretch as far as payroll. And sometimes you have to be careful because you're throwing money at pitchers that are 29, 30 years old. And now there's been a lot of wear and tear on those arms. And you're hoping if you sign a guy to a 4-year deal, you'll get 2 really good seasons out of him.
All right, time for our first break here at Chicago Tribune Live. When we return, we'll check in on the Cubs, who sent Ted Lilly to the bump in pursuit of a 2-game sweep of New York's other team at Wrigley Field this afternoon. Stick around.
Look to the Chicago Tribune sports section for the latest news, scores, and updates on all your favorite teams. To subscribe, call 1-800-TRIBUNE.
This is the one I want. Cars.com had me prepared before I came in. I used my cell phone to get the car listings and pricing info. Smart. Yeah, otherwise I was going to have to go with Plan B. What's Plan B? Oh, I was going to have you fight Glondor in a stone circle death match. You should definitely step outside the circle just to avoid any confusion.
Find Cars.com through ChicagoTribune.com, your local car connection.
Oakbrook Toyota is the place to be. Huge savings you can clearly see. Discounts spreading out so wide and deep. Brand new 09 Corolla LE, 35 MPG, only $16,995.
There's only one, Bob Rohrman.
You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman's Oakbrook Toyota in Westmont, just 5 minutes west of the Tri-State on Ogden Avenue.
Guy's paying booking fees on his flight? I'm on it. Let's go, no fee.
So, I see you're paying booking fees on that flight.
Yeah, it's no big deal. What are you doing?
It's no big deal, right? Nofi doesn't like it when people pay booking fees. Makes him angry.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Priceline. Hey, no booking fees.
Don't you love to negotiate?
And now get lower fees and lower prices on hotel.
Well, good morning.
Good night.
Now at McDonald's, I can get any 2 McGriddles for just $3.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
We have our ChicagoSports.com question of the day. It is Ronnie Cedeno says the Cubs are thinking about the World Series. What are you thinking about? Another season of squashed expectations? The end of a century of pain? Food and beer. Log on to ChicagoSports.com. Let us know what you think. We'll have the results for you later in the show. First place Cubs entertain the Mets in the final game of a short 2-game series at Wrigley. Ted Lilly looking for his first win of the year. The offense put 8 runs on the board for the 5th time on the homestand. With 2 outs in the 4th, Ronnie Cedeno's big day begins. A shot down the right field line. Angel Pagan bobbles the ball. That allows Kosuke Fukudome to come all the way around from first to score. And it's 1-0 Cubs. After an intentional walk to Henry Blanco, Ted Lilly with a grounder to second. Nelson Figueroa just can't quite get the first in time. Lilly is safe. That keeps the inning going. Bases loaded. Reed Johnson is next. He throws his bat at the ball. Drops one into left. That scores Blanco and Cedeno. 3-0 Northsiders. Now 4-1 in the 8th. Cedeno at the plate. Bases juiced. And Ronnie gets all of it. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will. First career grand slam for Ronnie Cedeno. Career-high 5 RBI day. Cubs win 8-1. Go 7-1 on the homestand. Here's Sweet Lou after the win.
It was a really good homestand. 7 out of 8. Swung the bats well. Got good pitching. Been playing better defensively, so we're happy with the results of this homestand.
All right, boys, so 7-1.
Happy.
Yeah,
Lou's happy. That's he's
bouncing off the
ecstatic.
walls. Now, he's not feeling well. He said he ate too much last night. He woke up not feeling well today, but an 8-1 win, a 7-1 homestand Boy, that's the magic cure.
Well, it's also consistent. I mean, maybe he's not feeling well, but it's also consistent with what he's trying to do. He's trying to temper expectations and
You should hear him
right
around the ballpark. Would you slow down? It's not the end of April yet. People are already, one guy is at the park said, we're on pace for 113 wins, Lou.
Well, now he's got guys like Cedeno talking about World Series. Which,
he wasn't thrilled about that.
Which is good for players to be doing that, but Lou's doing his job as well, which is, hey, guys,
rein it in.
Slow down. We've beat a lot of bottom feeders. I mean, they've played well, but beat a lot of bottom feeders, had a lot of home games. So they're doing what they should be doing at this stage of the season.
The biggest difference between this team right now and the team that won the division last year that I've noticed is this team has been able to deliver the knockout punch in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. They've had several games on this homestand that were nip and tuck going into the 6th inning. And what they weren't able to do last year is to blow a game open in the 7th or 8th inning, and they're doing it right now. This is an offense that I really thought coming out of spring training was the best offense in the National League. When you take a look at the parts, and I think we get spoiled because we see it every day. You have Aramis Ramirez, Derek Lee, Fukadomi, Alfonso Soriano, Giovanni Soto. They have some players in the prime, Mark DeRosa. They have some players, and you could add Reed Johnson has been a tremendous find. Your hat has to go off to Jim Henry. But I think they fell into this because the Cubs didn't have a problem that about 26 teams in Major League Baseball, everybody to the middle, to the back end of spring training was scrambling for pitching. The Cubs had depth in the bullpen. They had depth position players, and they were able to take on a salary, Reed Johnson getting released, to be able to work out a deal for a guy that for a lot of teams that were looking for pitching, this guy kind of flew under the radar and was a perfect fit. He's able to play everywhere in the outfield, good on-base percentage, and he has fit this team like a glove.
All right, now Jim Hendry takes his share of hits from fans at times. Should he get more credit because he made sure he had 7 starters going to camp? He's got a loaded bullpen. He's the guy that's able to convince Reed Johnson to come here. He wanted to be a Cub. He had other teams after him. Jim Hendry deserves a little more credit than he gets at times.
He deserves a lot more credit. I think there's 2 people in this town on the north side that get ripped apart. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach. There isn't a pitching coach alive that could have taken what he had to work with in 2005 and 2006. When you go into spring training, basing 2/5 of your starting rotation around Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor, and you never knew from off-season to spring training when they were going to be available. So you have to save those 2 spots. You have to hope that they're going to be ready by May 1st, by June 1st. And there is no plan B when you go into a season with your number 1 and number 2 starter. You're not sure when they're going to join you, and you don't know when they get there, how long are they going to stay in one piece. But I'll tell you what, this team right now is a very well-built team, and I think the Arizona Diamondbacks have gotten off to a great start. But I really believe, and I'm not drinking the blue Kool-Aid, this is the best team in the National League. And I've said that for 3 weeks, and I'm not going to back off of it. Unless something really drastic happens, they suffer a key injury, there's too much talent on this team. There's too much depth. Their bullpen is set up very well. If Kerry Wood stays healthy in the back end of this bullpen, this is going to be a very, very hard team to beat in the Central.
Okay, can I debate him just for a minute?
Yes,
there?
that's what this
Go
is.
right ahead, baby.
Because I think today was an important game. When you say Arizona's better than the Cubs, I think you're going to need, we got Zambrano, but you're going to need a number 2 guy if you're looking at the playoffs. We're already looking ahead at the playoffs. This team's going to be a playoff. And they need Ted Lilly. They need a guy like Ted Lilly.
There's no question.
I mean, because you got the Arizona with Webb and Heron and maybe Randy Johnson. We don't know. I mean, those are 3 guys, that are studs. And I see the Cubs right now only having one of those guys at the top of the rotation. Mm-hmm. And they need somebody like Lilly. It was a big start for him today to get on the board.
He was better today, but he still didn't throw the ball today as well as he did last year. Last year, he consistently pitched in the 86 to 89 mile an hour range. Today, 83 to 85. So he's 3 to 4 miles an hour. He did top out 88, 89 on a couple of pitches, but it was a step in the right direction. They need the 2 guys, if they get back to their form, in Lilly and Hill. These are 2 guys they desperately need. If they turn it back on, this is going to be a very, very tough team to beat.
You don't think that if it comes to be July and they are running away in their division or, comfortably in front, that Jim Hendry isn't going to go, I'm going to find another starter?
And see, that's one of the advantages that they have being a large market team. If this team is in position to win this division in July or August, They have several parts in the minor leagues. They have a stockpiling of good arms. They have a stockpiling of position players. They have the parts to make a deal, and salary is not going to be the question. The Arizona Diamondbacks, you'd have to wonder if they're in the same position, would they be able to go out and make a trade to take on somebody that's making $8 or $10 million and has a year or two remaining on a contract? The Cubs should be in a position to be able, if that need arose, that they should be able to do that.
Now, when Soriano went on the DL after he got hurt in the top of the first inning in the game against, I think, the Reds, take a look at the numbers since he went on the DL. It's been 8 games. They're 7-1. They're hitting .340 as a team. They've scored 8.4 runs, 67 runs scored in 8 games, and cracked 10 homers. Those numbers are ridiculous.
Well, and getting back to Reed Johnson for a second here, I mean, Dan was talking about the impact he's had. You got to legitimately ask yourself, you know, and I know Lou will love this, but is he your leadoff guy, even when Soriano returns?
No question.
You know, I mean, he's got a great on-base percentage. He sets the table. He's into this new patient approach the Cubs hitters are displaying. And I mean, I know Lou hates that debate about lineup changes and Soriano in the leadoff hole and all that stuff, but I think you got to keep him there.
How about this? I'm on baseballprospectus.com today while we were all watching the game here. The Cubs lead the major leagues in most pitches per at-bat.
That's shocking.
Most patient team in baseball is the Chicago Cubs.
Well, you know what? Last year in 2007 on spring training, I thought that this team offensively had the makings of being a power. I was able to be out in Arizona. Spring training of 2007, their approach is like it's been the last week. They were very patient, getting good pitches to hit in spring training, and I really thought, wow, are they ready to go? And as soon as the season started, a lot of swinging, a lot of missing, a lot of trying to hit 3-run home runs. And what you see now should help them, because I really think the style of baseball that they played last year for the first 5 or 6 months of the season, it got them in games. You're one swing of the bat. But what they were very deficient in reared its ugly head in the postseason. You remember a game when Carlos Zambrano started, led off the inning with a double. He's on second, 0-0 game, Alfonso Soriano up. The last thing on Soriano's mind was hitting the ball to the right side to get Zambrano to the third base.
Trying to hit one in downtown Phoenix.
Pop up, pop up. This team is playing winning baseball right now. They're doing the little things. Ryan Theriot the other day, on 3 separate occasions, took an inside pitch, inside-out swing, hit the ball to right field to try to get a runner over, and bought himself a base hit by trying to do the right thing. This team is really, really firing offensively right now.
All right, boys, we've got to take a timeout. Let's see. Sports Night's on at 6:30. And, in fact, you know, we'll get to Sports Night in a moment. I wanted to ask you one more thing. If you could add anything, and I had David Haw here yesterday, and he's looking at me like, you're nuts, the Cubs are rolling. If you could add one more position, what would it be?
Starting pitcher. And that guy
Not a left-handed bat in center field.
No. That guy might be on the roster. That guy might be John Lieber.
Whoa. Really?
You heard it here first. That's just my opinion. I think he's throwing the ball terrific. He's a proven winner. He's won 20 games. His arm looks great. In the work that he's done in the bullpen, he's able to go 3 innings. He looks like he's in really good shape. His arm feels good. He's a proven commodity as a starting pitcher, a ground ball pitcher. In the summertime, you need somebody to keep the ball down at the infield, get ground balls. To me, it seems like a perfect fit.
Wow, and he's already sitting in the bullpen
He's sitting in the bullpen waiting. And I'm not his agent. I'm a big John Lieber fan.
Outstanding, but I would also like another left-handed bat. I'm greedy.
Okay.
Another left-handed bat who could play multiple positions in the outfield.
I could see that. But you never have enough pitching.
This is true. Sports Night is on at 6:30 here for a preview of tonight's show. Mark Shanowski. Mark, what's on tap?
Cap, I got a message from my good friend Dan Plesac over there. You know what they told Frank Thomas in Toronto when they had to release him on Sunday, Dan?
No.
They told him that, Frank, you're a future Hall of Famer, but you're no Ed Sprague.
Oh, I knew that. I knew Ed Sprague was coming.
Danny's always touting the merits of one Ed Sprague, an ancient power hitter with the Blue Jays who Danny apparently couldn't get out. Anyway, coming up on Sports Night at the bottom of the hour, much more on the Cubs win over the Mets. Chris Bowden brings us post-game reaction from some of the key players. We'll also preview the nightcap of today's New York-Chicago doubleheader, the White Sox hosting the Yankees. Carrie Sayers will join us live from U.S. Cellular Field. She's got the scouting report. Brian Urlacher has been lobbying for a new contract this offseason. We've been hearing a lot about that. And today, Bears general manager Jerry Angelo responds to number 54's demands. Plus, we'll tell you why Benny the Bull is stronger than he looks. How's that for a tease? Pat Boyle joins me for Sports Night at 6:30. Cap, we send it back to you.
Because Ben Wallace is in the costume.
No, I don't think. Ben Wallace would have whiffed on the high five, I think. Don't want to give away the story, though.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
All right, Danny, you have a safe flight to Denver where
Off
you
to
will
Denver.
be doing Cubs pre and post tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, Coors Field. I'm just glad I'm not going to be pitching in that ballpark.
And I'm hearing rumors of like a 17-inning game, so we'll look for you in the obligatory shot.
Don't you dare, Dave.
Be texting out there. Time for another break here on Chicago Tribune Live. When we return, we keep the baseball talk going. We'll go back out to U.S. Cellular Field, preview Jose Contreras versus the Yankees next on CPL.
Grossinger GMC guarantees you the best experience when you buy your new GMC. Our experienced staff guarantees to take up as little of your time as possible. Our selection of 500 GMCs guarantees you'll find what you want, and Grossinger always offers their lowest prices. That's why you gotta go to Grossinger GMC.
It's Sports Central on WGN Radio. Weeknights from 7 to 9, it's David Kaplan. Weekends from 4 to 6, it's Jim Memolo and Glenn Kozlowski. The hottest topics in sports, 7 days a week. Chicago's #1 sports radio show, Sports Central on the Voice of Chicago. News Talk 720.
Hi, we're Team Teskey.
Want a greener, healthier lawn? Need help with your trees, shrubs, or flowers? Come to Teskey's. Hi, it's George from Teskey's. Since 1922, Quad Cityans have trusted Teskey's expert advice for their lawns and gardens. So if you're putting in a new vegetable garden or re-landscaping your home, come see me and
We're Team Teskey.
We'll take care of you. Teskey's, Bettendorf, and Moline. Teskey's, where homes come to life.
Save right now at Syndicate Hub Finer Menswear during our biggest suit sale of the year. Right now, you can own 2 quality all-wool suits for only $549. Don't need 2 suits? Then bring a friend along and share the savings. Remember, we also carry sizes up to 56 extra long.
Hurry in today to Syndicate Hub Finer Menswear, located on East 52nd Street, Davenport, for this great sales event where you'll get 2 great suits for just $549. Syndicate Hub, great suits and a lot of other neat stuff.
That should answer that question right now. The starting pitching, I mean, it's been, I think, even better than expected, and I think that's because the 2 young guys, and John Danks and Gavin Floyd, loaded with talent, had kind of a, rough spots. Gavin started off a little slow and finished strong. John started strong in 2007 and then had a rough second half. But that maturing process has come along. They've both been great. Granted, we're talking a body of work of 20 games, but Gavin Floyd seems to carry himself different. It kind of looks like he belongs, and the same with John Danks, who's added that cutter, which has made a big difference. And then, Burley and Vasquez are already proven quantities, and Jose Contreras, when he has that rhythm going and he's attacking the strike zone, he's a solid number 3 or 4 guy in the rotation.
Hey, Scotty, it's Ed Sherman. Hope all's well with you. And I noticed in the paper today, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Sox are second to last in the American League in hitting. I think at 242. I think they're third in run scores with, I think, 97, third or fourth. Obviously, something's going on there. They're getting a lot of 2-out hits, and they're getting on base quite a bit with Swisher. Can you talk a little bit about that? Are they being a little more patient at the plate this year?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no question. The funny thing is they're still right up at the top in home runs, and that's, Greg Walker always talks about that he makes no apologies for the home runs because you have to hit it at a park that yields more than any in baseball. But the average is somewhat misleading because of the fact that they have such good on-base guys that not only are just putting guys, on the guys out there to be driven in for the middle of the lineup, but it's also working the starters' pitch count up in the early innings. And you get to any middle relief for the most part in baseball, and it may not be awful, but it's not going to be as strong as the first 5 you put out there or the back end of the bullpen. And that's what I've seen from the Sox so far is, you see a lot of starting pitchers in the 80s and 90s already come the 5th inning, and, they're gone into the 6th inning already, giving the Sox a chance to even take more advantage of it. But the average will come around, but I think it's great what they're doing, taking pitches and just getting guys on base and scoring runs any way possible.
All right, Merck, final one for you. Ozzie Guillen said at the end of the year, I'm going to be different in 2008. Is he different with this club?
I think Ozzie Guillen is what he is. I just had a chance to talk to Andres Galarraga, who's out here and looking great, and he's a good friend of Ozzie. He said they've known each other for 25 years, and Andre said that's just what Ozzie is about. He's kind of a straight shooter. I think maybe he's been around the players a little more. I think he's enjoying himself. It's tough to enjoy yourself when you're 72 and 90, obviously, and that's really the only blip on Ozzie's resume as a manager. I didn't see that much of a change in him last year. He's an entertaining guy. He knows baseball. I just think he's around the players and just getting into it a little more. Not into it in terms of preparation, but just enjoying himself a little more during the early part of the 2008 season.
Merck, thanks for the knowledge. Enjoy the ball game.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
All right, that's our guy Scott Merkin from WhiteSox.com. We have to call timeout here on Chicago Tribune Live. When we return, we get the latest on Northwestern athletics with their brand new AD, Dr. Jim Phillips. He's in the house. Stick around.
It's go time. Time to go to Max Madsen Mitsubishi for 0% APR financing or cash back from $1,000 to $4,500, or buy with no money down and no payments for 6 months, or lease the all-new 09 Galant for only $199 per month. It's go time, and it's your choice at all 3 Max Madsen Mitsubishi locations.
Hey, Lisa, what do you think?
What is that?
It's my new PWC and the awesome protection plan I got for it.
There's an easier way to protect your PWC. Call Geico. They help insure all types of vehicles.
Geico Power Sports. Insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
We're in the top of the 6th inning. Vern Wells at the plate, and man, is he tough.
Javi sure could use a strikeout here.
And here's the 1-2 pitch. He gone. What a pitch by Javi. The fans loving it.
Swisher likes it too.
What we need to do, but we're going to come up with a facility master plan. I think that's only right, and take a look at all 19 sports, see what the needs are of the coaches and the student athletes, and then have some kind of priority about what we'd like to attack first. I mean, you're talking about Northwestern's just opened up a brand new state-of-the-art lacrosse and soccer stadium, brand new softball stadium. We've redone the turf in the indoor facility. So there's some things that have been done, but certainly some things that we need to take a look at in the near future.
Jim, what's your perspective as someone who's observed obviously the Big Ten for a long time, and now you're going to be a part of it? What's your perspective as trying to, working with that group and trying to be a part of that?
To me, it's the premier conference in the country, Ed. I just think that the Big Ten has such great balance academically and athletically. They do it the right way, tremendous institutions. So it'll be an interesting transition into the Big Ten again. But Northwestern, I think, being the only private institution in the Big Ten, I think there's some things we can take advantage of that some other institutions within the Big Ten can't. But I'm really looking forward to. I think Jim Delaney's as good of a commissioner as we have in the NCAA, and it'll be a fun ride. But I certainly look forward to meeting so many of the people in the Big Ten and learning more about the conference itself.
You mentioned you've only been in the job about a week. What's your philosophy on developing relationships with coaches? Obviously, those things play out over time, but in the early stages of a job, what's your philosophy on doing that?
Casey, I think it's really important for me to get to know those coaches. They're successful coaches at Northwestern, and I need to do everything I can to get to know them. In addition, I want to know what I can do to help. How does the new athletic director help them in their programs? And we have some very successful programs that we want to continue to support, but maybe there's some things that we can do to help elevate some of those other programs that haven't had as much success. And I won't know that until I do get a chance to visit with them. And I tell you, one of the things I'm going to focus on is to listen, observe, and watch over the next 4 or 5 months to really get a feel for Northwestern, the coaches, the student athletes in the place.
In terms of men's basketball, Bill Carmody has an excellent reputation. How do you sit down and try and help him take the program to the next level? Because they did have a tough year.
Men's basketball, just like football and women's basketball, I just think it's paramount to the success of Wildcat athletics now and into the future. And again, I think that's part of what I need to do is listen to Bill and find out where things have gone well for us. I mean, he was the Big Ten Coach of the Year several years ago. He's the fastest coach to 100 wins in our history at Northwestern. So I don't think we should have amnesia about that, and then all of a sudden we've had a tough year and forget some of those great things that he's done. So again, I need to listen and ask him where he's had some struggles or where the new athletic director and where we can help. But I'm excited about the future of that program as well as the other sports.
And what's going to be your philosophy on scheduling as far as, football non-conference, basketball non-conference? Do you want to try to bring some bigger name schools in the non-conference, or do you want to kind of, try and get the team off to a quick start, especially in football?
Right. I think you can have great balance. I've always been a believer that you do need to schedule to prepare yourself for the Big Ten Conference and for your conference play. And I'll certainly listen to the coaches and see what's worked before. But I think that's something that we do need to attack and address. If we want to market and promote and sell more tickets and create fan interest, scheduling is a key component of that. You guys know it. You followed college sports for a long time. Chicago is a wonderful city. I think the greatest city in the world. We have tremendous sports enthusiasts in the Chicagoland area. We have to generate their interest and draw them over to Evanston, and opponents, as you mentioned, trying to upgrade the schedules, certainly should be something that we attack and look at from a strategic standpoint.
In terms of looking at Northwestern, they have proven, Gary Barnett, the late Randy Walker, Pat Fitzgerald's had some success, but those two guys proved a high academic institution can win in the revenue sports of men's football. In terms of looking at your whole total plant, was that what attracted you to the job?
It really did. There are no secrets in college athletics, and I can just tell you the colleagues that I talk to all the time unequivocally talk about Northwestern University does things the right way, and the athletic department does things the right way and stands for the right things in college athletics. Academics, they're the leader in the industry right now, and that's a position that we want to continue to be in. But athletically, as you mentioned, also have had some great success. So that's something we want to focus in on. That's something that's a point of difference. And I don't think you run from that. I think you embrace that you continue to talk about that is a point of difference at Northwestern, and that you can come there, get a great education, set yourself up for the rest of your entire life, but play big-time athletics and have great success while you're a Wildcat.
And lacrosse, you guys are the UCLA in basketball of lacrosse. I mean, going for your 4th national championship.
Well, Coach Amante Hiller is terrific, and I've got a chance to know her through the interview process and now as I've stepped foot in Evanston. But she's tremendous, and as you mentioned, she's got a stranglehold on lacrosse, and we want to continue to support that program and help them any way we can. But you know what, Dave and Casey and Ed, we have other programs just like that. Claire Pollard, I handed Claire Pollard and the women's tennis team their 10th straight Big Ten championship, and they're #1 in the country. And I just left a softball game where we have a top 15 softball program in Kate Drohan. So that's a story that needs to be told, I think, a little bit better to Chicago and this region. But we have fantastic coaches, and they're having great success in the classroom and in their areas of competition.
And spring game is this weekend.
It is. Encourage everybody to come out. A shameless plug here on Chicago Tribune Live. But we do want everybody to come out. I think it's an exciting team. I had a chance to talk with Fitz in my office earlier this week, and he's an excitable guy and had me on the edge of my chair. And I think I'm a pretty enthusiastic guy, but he blew me away, in our time together. And I think he's really looking forward to the 08 season. Good schedule ahead, good returners, hired 2 new coordinators that he thinks the world of, and I think the future is really bright.
Rumor has it there's sightings of the AD at like 5 in the morning over there in Evanston.
Absolutely, Cap. That's just part of it.
Your deal.
It's been fantastic. And being a Chicago kid, growing up in a family of 10 children in Chicago, I'm actually staying with my dad in the same house that he raised 10 kids. Haven't slept in that bedroom since I was a high school kid at Weber Catholic High School. It's bringing back great memories, but I do leave pretty early, about 4 in the morning, and get to Evanston probably about 4:30, but that's what it takes right now.
Don't call my house that early. Thanks for being here.
He'll be on the golf course, that's why.
Exactly right. Congrats on the new gig.
Thanks.
Don't be a stranger. Time for our final break here on Chicago Tribune Live. The Jazz took a 2-game lead over the Rockets last night. We break it down, plus we talk a little NFL draft. Stick around, it's coming up next.
No matter where you want to go in Chicago, go to MetroMix.com first. From Boys Town to the Burbs, search thousands of restaurants, clubs, music, and more. Life's playlist, reshuffled. Metromix.com.
Well, good morning.
Good night.
Now at McDonald's, I can get any 2 McGriddles for just $3.
Intelligent storytelling, emotional impact, sports stories with ties to Iowans. Brooks on Sports takes you beyond the box scores and statistics with compelling stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Iowa Wrestling with Tom Brands, a look at high school athletics in the state of Iowa with Rick Wilco, and tips from the top on grilling from the chefs at Riverside.
Watch Brooks on Sports on your local Mediacom Connections channel.
Who can get you online fast when speed really counts? Only cable can. And we deliver with Mediacom Online, the high-speed internet service that connects you to what's important in your life. Music, games, news, and more. Just point, click, and zoom. So when speed really counts, Mediacom, delivering on the promise.
Wish you could stop or pause a movie when the phone rings? Your wish is On Demand. If you've got Mediacom digital cable, you're in complete control with On Demand. You have the power to pause, fast forward, reverse, or restart any on-demand movie or program, so you'll never miss a thing. Go to Channel 1 now to check out On Demand. Your wish is On Demand.
Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
In our ChicagoSports.com poll question of the day, we said, Ronnie Cedeno says the Cubbies are thinking about the World Series. What are you thinking about? 47% of you say the end of a century of pain. 33% food and beer. Put pretty girls on there as well. 20% say another season of squashed expectations. All right, so the NBA playoffs are in high gear. Mr. NBA is Casey Johnson. It's nowhere near the NCAA tournament, but I will tell you, I enjoyed the Spurs-Suns immensely the other day.
Game 2 tonight. That was an instant classic. You know, really, Steve Kerr's theory getting tested right away with Shaq going up against Tim Duncan.
And Duncan gets 40.
And hits a three-pointer to set it into double
about that?
overtime. So just an amazing game. I think it's going to be an amazing series. I picked the Spurs to win that series. And I just don't think you can count out the defending NBA champions. What am I talking about? I think they're going to win it easily.
I looked at that game. Steve Nash hit that ridiculous three in the corner. Ridiculous.
Yes.
And then he made a move earlier in overtime along the baseline where it seemed as though everything froze for just a second. And then, boom, he goes that way to Amari Stoudemire. Remember the play I'm talking about?
Yes.
The game is just in a different level for him, the way he orchestrates.
Amazing player. You know, I like how that team played together down the stretch post-trade. I thought they played very well. But, I mean, how do you bet against the Spurs? I mean, they've been there before. They play defense. They're very deep. Tim Duncan does amazing things like hit a three-pointer, you know, first time all season.
That was unbelievable.
So I just, you know, I know the Suns are a great team, but this is a conference final in the first round.
Now, you'd have been proud of me because I'm watching that game and I'm up pacing. I want the Suns to win. I picked them the day they made the trade for Shaq.
Yes,
and
and you're wrong.
It's not looking good right now, but I'm watching. I'm standing in front of the TV, and Ginobili's got the ball for the game winner, and I'm screaming, take the drive away from Ginobili. And it seemed like nobody rotated over. It was Bell, and that's it.
Well, the one thing that Ginobili's done, as you know, Cap, is he's added a perimeter game to his game this year. Obviously one of the most creative drivers in the league, but I think that's possibly why. I mean, everyone knew he was going to drive to the hole, but you got to respect his outside shot now. He's really added that wrinkle to his game. It's much more consistent than it has been in years past. So just a very, very difficult player to guard.
You an NBA fan?
If it's on TV, yeah. But you know what? If I was home on Sunday? What day was the
Saturday.
Saturday. I was flipping back and forth between the baseball games and some golf. So it depends. It has to be a really good game for me to go all the way through. But I do like the NBA playoffs.
Like I have no interest in watching Boston Atlanta or a series like that. I mean, just whatever. Houston and the Jazz.
But you know what?
Whatever.
Come on, Houston and Jazz. That's an interesting series.
It's okay.
Come on. It's an interesting series.
Dallas and the Hornets is intriguing.
Yeah.
More intriguing.
What do you got in that series?
The Hornets.
As do I.
I have the Hornets actually getting to the conference final.
All right.
I agree. Spurs are going to win it all.
You do think the Spurs are going to win it all?
Yes. Because I've seen about 3 or 4 games.
I think the Celtics are going to win it all, but I think it's going to be the Celtics. Spurs
You
in the
do?
finals. Oh yeah.
You think the Celtics can? Do you think
I've come full
physically that
circle
they
on the
can, that they
Celtics.
can fit? I still see them having injury problems. No.
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 I've come full circle on the Celtics. I mean, anytime you've got Paul Pierce even pretending to be interested in defense, playing defense, you got a title team right there. I mean, this guy wouldn't even feign interest at that end of the court before. But Kevin Garnett and Doc Rivers will give him some credit. But Kevin Garnett has created a culture of accountability there that has never existed.
How good would he have been in this town?
He'd been pretty good.
Let me ask you, what would a Boston-LA series? What would that mean for the NBA? I mean, that would really be phenomenal.
ABC's basically admitted. I mean, come on, you can be politically correct and say, we just want to have a competitive series. But come on, Boston, LA, it would tie in all the storylines neatly back to the glory days.
It would?
Yeah. I mean, ABC's dying for that. There's no question.
All right, before we get out of here, let's get a little NFL draft coverage. And Jake Long of Michigan, the best offensive line prospect in the draft, signs today a multi-year, huge money deal with the Dolphins, so they address a huge need up at the top. Looks like the Bears are going to go offensive line unless they make a trade. Do you guys expect them to deal at all?
Well, I think he's always, if you look at his history, he's dealt, but it's got to be there. I think a lot of people want to deal because this is not a great draft once you get past a few elite players, so I think everyone's kind of wanting to get some quantity instead of, and quality, but I think he's probably going to go offensive line.
Yeah, and if they do keep that first round pick, you cannot argue with that selection. Absolutely a need. That's, Jerry likes to talk about wants versus needs.
Yeah, they have heavy needs.
That's a need.
Yeah. Well, I like Rashard Mendenhall a ton at Illinois, but Sean Alexander was cut this afternoon by Seattle. Why not bring him to Chicago? This guy's a stud. Then you can go address with
he
two
was
picks.
a stud. Why would Seattle have gotten rid of him if they think he could play anymore?
But isn't he already an upgrade over Cedric Benson?
Oh, huge. All right, we've got to get out of here. That's all the time we have. Thank you guys for being here. That's all the time we have for today's edition of Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Thank you to our guests, Ed Sherman, Casey Johnson of the Trib, Dan Plesac, Scott Merkin, Jim Phillips, Joe Girardi. Thank you for watching. Sports Night is next, and White Sox baseball against the Yanks. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.
Look to the Chicago Tribune Sports section for the latest news, scores, and updates on all your favorite teams. To subscribe, call 1-800-TRIBUNE.
No matter where you want to go in Chicago, go to MetroMix.com first. From Boys Town to the Burbs, search thousands of restaurants, clubs, music, and more. Life's playlist, reshuffled. MetroMix.com.
Get the ultimate garden tool, a Tough Shed Sundance Series building exclusively at the Home Depot. Legendary Tough Shed quality and the convenience of Home Depot. Call, click, or visit, and Tough Shed handles the rest. Installing your shed where you want so you can create the backyard of your dreams. Right now, get free paint on Sundance Series sheds. Plus 6 months, no payments, no interest financing with your Home Depot consumer credit card.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series, exclusively at the Home Depot.
I got a certain little girl, she's on my mind. No doubt about it, she looks so fine. She's the best girl that I ever had. Sometimes you're gonna make me feel so bad. Hush, hush, thought I heard her calling my name now. Hush, hush, I need the loving and I'm not to blame now.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at Advance Auto, True Value, Walgreens, Target, AutoZone, Kmart, and other leading stores.
McDonald's Sports Rise, every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Scott Linebrink. The most White Sox games play right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
The Chicago-New York doubleheader continues on the south side tonight. The White Sox open a 3-game series against the evil empire, the Yankees. You can see all the action right here in high definition at 7 and 11. We're live from U.S. Cellular Field with a preview right now.
Chicago, Chicago, what a great baseball town.
We're just riding the wave right now. We're playing good baseball.
The Cubs find the perfect way to take another bite out of the Big Apple. A grand slam!
I love it.
Full post-game reaction is coming up as the red-hot Cubs finish off an impressive homestand.
Chicago.
We're happy with the results of this homestand.
Oh, that is 10 and 35th. I just want to say.
Meanwhile, the Bronx Bombers invade U.S. Cellular Field with a very familiar face in charge.
It's always great to come home and see family and friends.
Can the Sox add to the Windy City's dominance over New York? We'll have a live preview.
What a great baseball town!
I could watch that shot all day.
Oh, yeah. One more chorus, perhaps. Hello again, everyone. Welcome into Sports Night, presented by Dex with Pat Boyle. I'm Mark Shanowski. Jerry Angelo responds to Brian Urlacher's contract demands. We'll have that story a little bit later on Sports Night, while Jose Contreras getting ready to face his former team this evening.
That is the second half of our New York State of Mind double dip here on Comcast Sportsnet. But in the leadoff spot this afternoon, the Cubs ended their 8-game homestand in style. Ted Lilly hoping to grab his first victory on the year. Cubs and Mets ending that brief 2-game get-together. Cubs with the bases loaded in the second, nobody out, but Nelson Figueroa strikes out Ronnie Cedeno for out number 1. Then he gets Henry Blanco to ground to be 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. To the fourth we go. Lilly in some trouble here. Mets with the bases packed, but Ted facing Carlos Delgado gets him to pop it up. And Cedeno will haul it in for the second out of the frame. Then it's Damian Easley digging in, and the lefty gets him to send one to center. Mark DeRosa going back. Felix Piet coming in. DeRosa makes the big grab to end the threat. Cubs half of the fourth, 2 outs. Cedeno's big day begins. Shot down the right field line. Former Cub Angel Pagan has issues with it. That allows Kosuke Fukudome to come around from first to score. It's 1-0 Cubs after an intentional walk to Hank White. Lilly. Little grounder to second. Figueroa can't get to first in time. Lilly is safe, and he keeps the inning going. Bases loaded now. Reed Johnson digging in. He's been a great find in that leadoff spot. Throws his bat on the ball and drops one into left. That'll plate Cedeno and Blanco. Johnson 1 hit, a walk, and a couple ribbies. 3-0 Northsiders. 6th inning. Mets with the bases loaded. Brady Clark. He reaches down and sends one to second. DeRosa flips to second for an out, but a run scores, so it's 3-1 at this point. Now, first and third for Raul Casanova. Lilly gets him to ground into the fielder's choice to get out of the inning. Lilly 6 frames, gives up just 1 earned run, by far his best outing. It's now 4-1 in the 8th. Cedeno at the plate, bases loaded. How you doing? If it's fair, it's gone, and it is. First career grand slam for Cedeno. Career high 5 RBI for him. The Cubs win it 8-1. They go 7-1 on the homestand. So they've won now 5 straight overall. Lilly gets his first victory on the season, going 6 innings, giving up just the 1 earned run, had 4 walks and 4 Ks to go along with it. Kosuke 3 for 3. And a couple walks to boot. Cedeno's 5 RBIs, thanks in large part to that slam in the 8th. Chris Bowden had a press pass and has this report.
They're scoring 8 runs a game and winning 8 of their last 9, and the pitching staffs allowed just 11 earned runs during this 5-game win streak. It's gotten to the point where the Cubs are being asked what could be wrong with so much going right.
I don't see weaknesses. What I see is we got to get a couple of our people in our bullpen just a little sharper. We got to get our starters just a little longer into the ball game. From a pitching, and then, you know, we started off kind of slow defensively, and now we're picking up the pace a little bit, which is good to see.
What the guys are talking about are, you know, for the most part, I know that Ronnie made a mention of, you know, what's going to be going on in October, but Obviously, I think we understand that October is a long ways away. I think there was belief when we showed up to spring training. We knew we were a good team. We knew we left a lot on the table last year.
Lilly was the one starter who had yet to find the win column, but that problem was solved with 6 innings of 4-hit ball. And every Cubs starter had a hit, including 3 by Kosuke Fukudome, who also walked twice.
You see 1 or 2 good at-bats in a row, and I think, you know, that 3rd and 4th guy that are coming up that inning, you know, they don't want to be that guy that has that bad at-bat.
We've been getting a lot of hits. We've been scoring runs. And the games that are close, we've been able to pull away late. So, yeah, we're in a good groove right now.
Felix P.A. had 2 more singles, and then there's Ronnie Cedeno, whose grand slam kept 7 RBIs in less than 24 hours, filling in for Ryan Terrio, sidelined with lower back soreness since his 4-hit day Sunday.
We're trying to learning from the bench and you know, work hard and yes, come to the bullpen early, you know, and work.
Guys have stepped up. Ronnie stepped up. Reed Johnson's been huge. Felix PA. You know, you guys don't realize how hard that guy's been working the last couple of days to iron out some flaws in his swing, and for him to go deep and get 2 hits today, it just seems like it's a total team effort right now.
Now it's off to Colorado to face the defending NL champs, who set the bar on being a team with everything going right last September and October. As for the Mets, the Cubs won't see them until the final week of the regular season 5 months from now, when the Cubs hope they're feeling as good about themselves then as they are right now. With the Cubs, Chris Bowden, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Chris, thank you. How about the friendly confines? Homestands can't go any better than this. They go 7-1, averaging over 8 runs per game. They jack 10 home runs on the homestand, batting .342 as a team. Plus, look at the ERA. Starters just over 3. The bullpen right at 3. Should be an enjoyable flight to Denver tonight for the Cubs after the homestand. They kick off a 5-game trip in Colorado tomorrow night. You can see the game on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, which is CLTV in the Chicagoland area. Coverage begins at 7 from Coors Field on Cubs pregame live. Then Len and Bob have the call at 7:30 in high definition. To find out what channel the game is on in your area, log on to ComcastSportsnet.com.
Round 2 between Chicago and New York gets underway in just about a half hour at U.S. Cellular Field. The first-place White Sox hosting the 10-10 New York Yankees. Former Cubs catcher Joe Girardi returns to Chicago as the first-year manager of baseball's winningest franchise, and he's already had a lot of issues to deal with that Yankee team. For more on tonight's ball game, we go live to U.S. Cellular Field. Welcome in Carrie Sayers. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Mark. The New York double dip certainly making for one heck of an exciting day here in the city. Did you know that the last time both teams from the Big Apple played here in Chicago on the same date was back in 1980, except that go-round, both of the games were played at the same time. They were day games. This time around, well, it was much more exciting for fans. They got the chance to take in both contests with the Cubs and Mets at Wrigley this afternoon, and of course the Sox and Yanks tonight. Now the Cubs and Sox both won their games back 28 years ago, so the Sox hoping to once again help the city complete the New York sweep tonight. This time around, well, the day might be a significant one for the fans. Well, we found out that it wasn't necessarily the case for all the players.
I didn't even know about it till today, so that tells you how much we think about it. But because we're never home usually when the Cubs are, you know, it's a little bit of an overlap, and but it's good for the city. I'm sure there's, you know, brings a lot of, you know, with the way those two teams